Chapter 1481. Let's go. I wonder how Sister Yuenyu and the others are doing. Ling Xiao had always been worried. Those people had suffered such a big loss. If they couldn't find him, would they find trouble with his family and friends? They might even choose to attack the Heavenly Empire. No matter which one it was, he couldn't accept it. So now, he had to go back quickly. The northern desert city of the past was already deserted. But occasionally, there would be a few passing cultivators resting here. Behind the northern desert city, the dense forest was once the best place to gather wood, fruits, and medicinal herbs that the people in the city needed. But now it was abandoned. Wild beasts and bandits would often appear here. At this moment, several figures were walking vigilantly in the forest. Their expressions were a little unsightly. Shangguan, do you think the Divine Phoenix Empire is deliberately messing with us? They actually made us come here to look for medicinal herbs. The dignified Forest Ocean City actually needs cultivators like us to get medicinal herbs. Long Chen turned his head and glanced at the cultivator beside him. This person had lost an arm, but his aura was still very strong. It's indeed a little strange. We just have to be careful. Shangguan Hong looked back at Hai Myung-Ke, Lan Yu-Er, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ying Wuya who were following behind. They were all acquaintances. And they were all people who were close to Ling Xiao. No one would believe that there was no problem. Junior brother Ling went to the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island and hasn't returned yet. Could it be that he did something earth-shattering outside and angered the Ice Phoenix clan, so they treat us like this? Lan Yu frowned. It's fine if they only want us to come out and take a risk. What I'm most afraid of is that group of people working together with the Black Crow Empire to send us to our deaths like last time. That would be really dangerous. Hai Myung-Ke participated in the last war, so she was very clear about the darkness of that war. If not for Ling Xiao, the final result of that war would have been the destruction of the northern desert city, the death of Ji Ning, and the annihilation of the northern desert army. There was no other possibility. Flight attendant Ming, don't jinx it. Dai Yaoling stuck out her tongue and said, Jinx. But it doesn't matter. We are Ling Xiao's friends. We won't die so easily. Hai Myung-Ke smiled. Now, she had completely recovered her cultivation and even made great progress. This was all thanks to the pills that Ling Xiao had given her. All of them had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Originally, they didn't plan to come out at this time. They wanted to wait until after the Dragon Phoenix selection to reveal their strength. Who would have thought that the Emperor would order 50 disciples from Phoenix Academy and 10 from Qingshu College to participate in the trial in Linhai City, saying that pirates and bandits often appeared in the vicinity. After all, they were disciples of Qingshu College. Since they were called out by Zhu Yun, they naturally had to go. As for Cold Plum, she was also assigned a task alone. Except for Feng Minglian, almost all of the people who were related to Ling Xiao were sent out of Qingshu College. No one would believe that nothing would happen here. Be careful. Hide to the sides. Just as the few of them were moving forward, Long Chen suddenly shouted. As a member of the Dragon Clan, his perception was very strong. Other than Ling Xiao, he was probably the one with the most terrifying perception. As soon as he gave the order, the rest of the people dodged to the sides. Almost as soon as they dodged, a huge rock smashed into the place where they were standing just now. Who are you? Come out. What kind of ability are you sneaking around? Long Chen roared angrily. His voice was filled with powerful dragon power. Even if the other party refused to come out, they would probably be sent flying out. Smack. A person fell directly from the tree. Then, there were 2, 3, 4. As many as dozens of people came out of the jungle. Other than some of the Celestial Realm martial artists, there were 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The strongest one was a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The weakest one was at the 9th heaven of the Celestial Realm. As soon as one of them came out, he pounced on the weakest Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling. The two of them had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven Realm and were only at the 1st Grotto Heaven Realm. The one who pounced on them was a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He had 2 strange scimitars in his hands, which exuded a cold killing intent. I'll do it. Flight Attendant Ming, you and Shong Guan Hong will be in charge of commanding. Long Chen knew very well that he was the strongest person here, and commanding wasn't his strong suit, so he could just leave the battle to him. Be careful. After cultivating together in Qingshu College for so long, everyone was very clear about Long Chen's strength. Among them, other than Cold Plum and Ling Xiao, Long Chen was the strongest. Not only was his physique frighteningly strong, but his talent was also terrifying. Therefore, Haim Myung-K only gave a warning and gave up on attacking. Instead, she looked at the people around them. A martial artist from the Black Crow Empire? Haim Myung-K frowned. She had a bad premonition, and her crow's beak was spot on. Roar. Long Chen let out a beast-like roar. Then, without using any moves, he threw a punch at the martial artist holding the scimitar. Seeing that the situation was bad, the martial artist hurriedly swung his scimitar to block. Boom. An extremely terrifying force instantly invaded his entire body. Then, he felt as if his internal organs had been smashed. His body flew out limply and fell to the ground, motionless. Dead. The surrounding martial artists from the Black Crow Empire felt a trace of fear. Everyone said that Ling Xiao was terrifying. This friend of Ling Xiao's was not to be trifled with. A martial artist at the Third Grotto Heaven Realm was actually smashed to death by a single punch. This was too amazing. Everyone, calm down. I'll deal with him. You guys wait for an opportunity to kill the others. We have dozens of people. We're not afraid that we can't kill these guys. The leading martial artist at the Fifth Grotto Heaven Realm spoke. Only then did the rest of the martial artists calm down. Deal with me? Can you deal with me? At this time, Haim Myung-K had already formed a battle formation with the rest of the people. She, Shong Guan Hong, and Lan Yu, who were relatively stronger, stood outside. Dai Yaroling and Dai Yuling were in the middle to assist. Ying Wuya disappeared into the darkness and was in charge of sneak attacks. Long Chen was at the forefront of the battle formation. He looked at the leading martial artist with a domineering aura and revealed a cruel sneer. That expression was exactly like Ling Xiao's. This brat regarded Ling Xiao as an idol, so he imitated Ling Xiao's every move. Although it was impossible to be exactly the same, that kind of domineering aura should be there. After all, no matter what, he was the descendant of the Golden Dragon. The domineering aura of the Dragon Clan was genuine. Now, tell me who you are and scram. Perhaps you can still keep your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die. Long Chen's voice was domineering. As expected of Ling Xiao's friend. You're as arrogant and rude as that guy. The leading martial artist from the Black Crow Empire laughed coldly. Chapter 1482. The leader looked at Long Chen coldly and slowly said, however, the heavens are benevolent, and our queen cherishes talents. If you agree to sever ties with Ling Xiao and join the Black Crow Empire, you will all be valued. I can guarantee that each and every one of you will be valued, and your lives will definitely be better than now. I see. Looks like you were taught a lesson by my big brother Ling, so you came to vent your anger on us, right? Long Chen sneered disdainfully and said, I can answer you right now. You want us to sever ties with big brother Ling? Don't even think about it. Good brothers are for life. Not to mention that you don't have the ability to kill us, even if you do, we can't do something like betraying our brothers. Yes. The others all had determined gazes. Even Ying Wuya had the same thought. No matter what grudges he had with Ling Xiao, after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Ling Xiao had treated him well. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Even if he had to leave Ling Xiao's side, it would be when Ling Xiao was not in danger and he would go out to explore alone. Now that Ling Xiao was in trouble, if he betrayed him, would he still be human? He would probably not even be as good as a few girls. Stubborn things, the leader said coldly. The leading martial artist said coldly, do you really think Ling Xiao still has a chance to live? This time, he caused a huge ruckus at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and offended the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, Parameter Immortal Island, Black Crow Empire, and Ancestor Ice Phoenix. Even your Qingshu College's Dean Juyun doesn't dare to protect him. Right, I almost forgot to tell you. That moon lady is probably surrounded by the sacred dynasty Immortal Islands Island Master, Parameter Immortal Islands Island Master, Raven Queen, Ancestor Ice Phoenix, Peacock Race's Patriarch, Great Rock Race's Patriarch, and Righteous Alliance's Alliance Master. No matter how strong she is, can she fight against so many people? And Cold Plum, if there are no accidents, she will definitely die at the hands of the Righteous Hall's experts. Everyone related to Ling Xiao must die. What? Hearing this, everyone could not help being surprised. Who would have thought that the other party would be so ruthless this time? Are you guys ready? Long Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. A furious aura erupted from his body. Prepare for what? The leading Black Crow Empire martial practitioner did not understand the meaning behind Long Chen's words. Prepare to die. Long Chen did not turn around. He only shouted to the people behind him, pay attention to healing and support. I alone am enough to deal with these people. Save your strength. There will probably be more trouble later. Ha ha ha, that kid is crazy. That's right. Although he killed a third Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, it's rare to see someone so arrogant. Since he wants to die so much, I'll kill him first. The leading warrior from the Black Crow Empire was furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before. A young man who looked like he was not even 17 years old dared to look down on him. He was really angry. Kill. A group of people rushed forward. A crazy killing intent rose on Long Chen's face. His body began to grow rapidly. Golden dragon form. He had not done this for a long time. Because Big Brother Ling had said not to reveal his identity as a dragon easily. But today, he had no choice but to do so. Because he was furious. There was actually someone so vicious that wanted to kill all of Ling Xiao's friends and family when Ling Xiao was not around. If he did not vent his anger, he would go crazy. Shong Guan Hong, Haim Myung Ke, and the others were also seeing Long Chen in this form for the first time. They could not help but be stunned. Roar tilde tilde the huge dragon's roar rang out in the dense forest. Then, there was a series of horrifying screams. The leading warrior from the Black Crow Empire, who was at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, was slapped to death on the ground by Long Chen's claw. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. All that was left was a ground full of corpses. Let's go. Long Chen, who had returned to his human form, was panting slightly. However, he did not use much energy. With his strength, other than the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm warrior who was more difficult to deal with, the others were not a problem at all. Therefore, he took advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned to launch an attack and slapped him to death. The others naturally collapsed. Where are we going? Shong Guan Hong asked. Naturally, we're going to Lin Hai City to ask about it. We can't help with the Moon Lady, but Cold Plum was also in Lin Hai City previously and was given a special mission. Those guys in Lin Hai City definitely know about it. Long Chen replied. That's right. Haim Myung Ke also nodded and said, but all of you should think about it carefully. This trip to Lin Hai City might not be able to return. Our lives were given by Ling Xiao. If we can't even protect Ling Xiao's woman, then we might as well quit. Shong Guan Hong smiled. His life was given by Ling Xiao. Even his junior sister was saved by Ling Xiao. He, Shong Guan Hong, had already given his life to Ling Xiao. As for the others, there was nothing much to say. They were all warriors who came from the Sky Dragon continent with Ling Xiao, so their relationship was deeper. If that's the case, then let's go. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived outside Lin Hai City's gate. Lin Hai City was a new city built by the Divine Phoenix Empire in the northern region. Its scale was much larger than Northern Desert City, and its main purpose was naturally to safeguard the safety of the northern region. The current city lord of Lin Hai City was a capable general under the Emperor Phoenix Cry Infinity. He was also one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's divine generals, the Black Fist Divine General. The Black Fist Divine General was from the Ice Phoenix clan. When he was born, his skin was dark. It was said that when he stood in a dark room, even his facial features could not be seen clearly. His teeth were very white. He had a majestic figure and his combat strength was off the charts. Among the Divine Phoenix Empire's divine generals, His ranking was relatively high. At this moment, the Black Fist Divine General was standing on the city wall, looking down at Long Chen and the others with a cold gaze. That bunch of trash from the Black Crow Empire can't even take care of a few little kids. Archers, get ready. He waved his hand, and the city walls were immediately filled with archers. All of them aimed their arrows with inscriptions at Long Chen and the others who were below the city. Not good, let's retreat further away. Long Chen frowned. The other party's arrows were all strengthened by arrays and were extremely powerful. Standing here, it was an arduous and unrewarding task. Everyone retreated. It's too late, shoot them. The Black Fist Divine General sneered and lowered his raised arm. Then, a dense swarm of arrows flew towards Long Chen and the others like locusts. Damn it, I'll block the attack. You guys retreat first. Where there's life, there's hope. We'll wait for Ling Xiao to return before we make a decision. Shangguan Hong roared and leaped into the air. A rainbow appeared in front of him, and the densely packed arrows collided with it, making crackling sounds. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of Shangguan Hong's mouth. There were too many arrows, and they were too powerful. He could block them for a while, but he could not block them forever. He turned around and looked at the backs of Long Chen and the others. He smiled. He smiled with relief. Chapter 1483. Brother Ling, if I die here today, I'll be able to return the favor. It's a pity that I won't be able to fight alongside you in the future. Shangguan Hong smiled sadly. He knew that he would soon be shot into a porcupine, and then die tragically here. Although he felt a little displeased, he didn't regret it. Shangguan, I'll help you. Shangguan Hong, who was already prepared to accept death, smiled with relief. However, at this moment, Long Chen's voice sounded by his ear. Damn brat, what are you doing here? Get lost. Shangguan Hong cursed. Hehe, I can't let you die like this, or Brother Ling will scold me to death. Long Chen chuckled, and opened his mouth to roar angrily. The dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds, and those arrows actually shattered in the air. Added with the obstruction of the rainbow, they completely fell to the ground. Let's go. Long Chen called out to Shangguan Hong, and then turned to flee. Since they couldn't enter the city, they had to think of another way. Want to run? On the city tower, the Black Fist Godly General revealed a sinister smile. He took out his bow, and then fully pulled the bowstring, and shot at the two of them. The two arrows shot out at the same time, and their power was much greater than those of the crossbowmen. Oh no! Shangguan Hong sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly pushed Long Chen away. Meanwhile, he turned around and used all his strength to block these two terrifying arrows. Hehe, you're quite loyal, but unfortunately, can you block this Godly General's arrows? The Black Fist Godly General laughed coldly, and then gave another order. Open the city gates, cavalry, attack. We must kill all those traitors. Peng. The two arrows almost hit Shangguan Hong's rainbow bridge at the same time. In that instant, Shangguan Hong felt as if the world had been turned upside down, as if his whole body was about to be shattered by this terrifying power. No, I can't block it. Damn it, Long Chen, hurry up and run, and find Ling Xiao. If I die today, avenge me, and take good care of my junior sister. An angry roar came out of Shangguan Hong's mouth. He used all his strength, and released all his power. Although his body was still constantly retreating, he still couldn't let those two arrows pass through his defense. Oh, I'm a little surprised, but can you block it once? Can you block it twice? The Black Fist Divine General never expected Shangguan Hong to be able to block his sure-kill strike. However, he quickly drew his bow again and shot 3 arrows at the same time. They headed for Shangguan Hong's upper, middle, and lower paths respectively. F***CK, looks like I'm really going to die here today. What a coward. Shangguan Hong cursed. He actually died at the hands of his own people. This feeling was really vexing. Even if he were to die on the battlefield, he would not feel so aggrieved. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't had enough of being your brother yet. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the sky. Everyone was shocked. The cavalrymen who rushed out of the city gate were also stunned. Bang! At that moment, a blade of light that resembled moonlight descended from the sky, striking away Divine General Black Fist's 3 arrows. Then, a man and a beast appeared in the sky. It was a huge silver wolf that emitted gentle moonlight. Its eyes were filled with indifference and arrogance. And on its back sat a person. It was a young man who looked very young. Although he had sharp edges, he had the mellowness of a young man. A faint smile appeared on his face. This smile was naturally directed at Shang Guanhong. Ling Xiao. Shang Guanhong was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He flung away the 2 arrows and roared at the sky. Ling Xiao? His Ling Xiao? This name was simply too famous in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Especially in the army, there was almost no one who did not know of him. Back then, he defeated more than 1 million enemies as the weak. Even now, no one had been able to surpass him. Many soldiers even idolized him and worshipped him. Ling Xiao, you traitor, you actually dare to appear. On the city gate tower, the Black Fist Divine General looked coldly at the majestic young man in the sky. He looked a little nervous, but more than that, he was angry and displeased. This Ling Xiao had snatched away all the glory that belonged to him the moment he appeared. Ha ha, Shang Guanhong, do you want to leave me to die? That won't do. I haven't become good brothers with you yet. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's relationship with Shang Guanhong had deepened. The reason why he did not kill Shang Guanhong back then was because he appreciated his talent. Later, Shang Guanhong became enemies with the 3 phoenixes because of him. This could be considered as him treating Shang Guanhong as a friend. And this time, Shang Guanhong was actually willing to die for his friend. He had set his mind on this brother. That's great. Brother Ling, you're finally back. We thought something had happened to you. Long Chen's expression changed from incomparable sadness to extreme excitement. With Ling Xiao's appearance, all of them had a backbone. Hai Myung-Ke, Lan Yu-Er, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ying Wuya all walked over to greet Ling Xiao. Let's not catch up for now. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, his expression suddenly turned cold as he looked in the direction of Lin Hai City. Everyone, listen up. I, Ling Xiao, am Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tian. Now, someone wants to kill my brother. Those who are not willing to wallow in the mire, do not make a move. Otherwise, I won't be merciful. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao. You probably don't know. The Emperor has already removed your title of Dragon King Tian. Since a few days ago, you've already been a fugitive pursued by the Divine Phoenix Empire. And you still dare to show off in front of me. Truly ignorant. The Black Fist General laughed out loud. Oh, did Feng Ming Wuliang give any reason? Ling Xiao asked. You actually dare to call His Majesty the Emperor's name. Simply audacious. Your title was originally bestowed by the Emperor. Do you still need any reason to take it away? What a joke. The Black Fist General said in disdain. Understood. In other words, Feng Ming Wuliang treated his words like a fart. This is the first time I've seen such a disrespectful emperor. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and revealed a strange smile. Even if I'm not Dragon King Tian, I'm still a disciple of Qingshu College and a hero of the Northern Desert War. What's the reason for you to casually attack my friends? Brother Ling, don't talk nonsense with them. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They said that they want to kill everyone related to you, including Her Highness Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. Long Chen said anxiously. What? Ling Xiao originally planned to use a gentler method to solve the problem. But after hearing Long Chen's words, his expression changed completely. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked. Her Highness Moon Maiden's whereabouts are mysterious. We really don't know. However, Cold Plum came to Forest Ocean City with us. Then, she was given a mission alone. We don't know where she went. Hai Myung-Ke replied. Chapter 1484. Looks like I can only ask them. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Haicheng and suddenly turned into a streak of light and darted over. The movement technique that he had just learned at the bottom of the stormy ocean not long ago was miraculously effective today. The Black Fist General did not have any time to react before he realized that his neck was being choked by someone's hand. It was too fast. It was like a ray of light that could not be blocked at all. There were still people near the Black Fist General who tried to save him, but a white figure flashed by and 4 corpses were thrown to the ground. A huge silver wolf stood on top of the city gate tower, eyeing everyone covetously. Woo tilde tilde, what a terrifying beast. Where did Ling Xiao get such a powerful monster? It's over. The Black Fist General is not even a match for Ling Xiao. This is bad. No one dared to resist anymore. Some of them even looked at Ling Xiao with admiration in their eyes. Although the Black Fist General was a divine general and had some military merits, he was still far from Ling Xiao. Originally, they thought that even if his military merits were not as good, the Black Fist General's strength should be able to crush Ling Xiao. But at this moment, they realized that they were wrong. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was simply inhuman. Tell me, where is Cold Plum, where is the Moon Lady, and who is dealing with them? Ling Xiao's expressionless eyes stared coldly at the Black Fist General as if he was looking at a corpse. The Black Fist General felt extremely humiliated and terrified. Humiliated because as the city lord of Linhai City, he was being held hostage by a child like Ling Xiao. It was embarrassing. They were terrified because Ling Xiao's strength was simply too terrifying. This was completely different from the information he had. Could it be that this guy had become stronger in the days that he was away? Kid, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will no longer be allowed in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Black Fist General said coldly. You talk too much. Crack. Ling Xiao didn't even give the Black Fist General a chance to change his mind. He broke his neck and threw him to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf swallowed the Black Fist Divine General in one gulp. Ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Eating humans was a small matter. In ancient times, they had eaten all kinds of powerful things. Otherwise, why would they be called ferocious beasts? Who is the Deputy City Lord? Ling Xiao's cold voice was filled with a strong killing intent. I am your subordinate. A man scrambled to Ling Xiao's side. Tell me everything you know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. When the Vice City Lord saw that the Black Fist Divine General had been killed by Ling Xiao so easily, he no longer had the courage to resist. He hurriedly said, Her Highness Moon Maiden should be trapped in the Slaying Dragon Forest. That place had many strange traps and formations, all of which had been set up by the Divine Phoenix Empire long ago, specifically to deal with powerful enemies. They used you as bait to lure the Moon Maiden over. Slaying Dragon Forest. Of course, Ling Xiao knew this place. He had heard of it when he was in Qingshu College. This time, it seemed like the Divine Phoenix Empire was going to openly declare war on him. If that was the case, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Where's Cold Plum? Ling Xiao asked again. She should be on her way back to the Divine Phoenix Empire. When she arrives, the Morality Court will send experts to deal with her. The Vice City Lord said again. What's your mission? Ling Xiao continued to ask. Our mission is to cooperate with this plan and let the Black Crow Empire's martial artists kill your friend. Unfortunately, those martial artists from the Black Crow Empire were too useless and didn't complete the mission. No, I was wrong. The Vice City Lord realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly slapped his mouth. Kill all the people who attacked just now. Ling Xiao had asked clearly what he needed to ask. Next, was revenge. He felt that these people dared to attack his friend because they were not afraid of him. If that was the case, he would make this fear in the Divine Phoenix continent even more intense. As his voice rang out, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf had already pounced. On the city tower, there were more than 100 people who were shooting arrows. And there were more than 300 cavalrymen who rushed out of the city gate. All of them. In just a few minutes, they became food in the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's stomach. Ling Xiao was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Since the other party had gone to this extent and wanted to kill everyone related to Ling Xiao. In that case, why should he show mercy? Whether it was cruel or crazy. He, Ling Xiao, had never thought of being a good person. He was him. If he couldn't even protect his friends and family, what was the point of being a good person? Whoever touched his people, he would destroy them. It was such a simple principle. Although the silver moon greedy wolf was as obedient as a puppy in front of him, its essence was that of an ancient ferocious beast from head to toe, and it was incomparably powerful. Killing those Heaven Realm soldiers was really a bit of a bully. But if he did something wrong, he had to pay the price. Everyone in Lin Hai City was trembling in fear. They looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a devil god. You don't have to worry. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who kills innocent people. Ling Xiao glanced at those people indifferently and said, however, if anyone dares to inform the imperial capital, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Chen, you guys follow Silver Moon. I'll go first. Whether it's Cold Plum or Sister Moon Maiden, I can't lose them. Also, Ming Kong, please contact the Heavenly Empire. We can go ashore and use Lin Hai City as a base to nibble away at the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Are we going to start?" Hai Myung-K was a little excited. She had long known about Ling Xiao's ambition, but all this time, Ling Xiao had been holding back because the Divine Phoenix Empire had not completely fallen out with him. But it was different this time. The Divine Phoenix Empire had really pissed off Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's temper, it was naturally impossible for him to hold back anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that the experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire had gone to encircle the Moon Maiden, he launched a surprise attack. With the strength of Xie Li, Ji Ning, and the old Saint Emperor of the Ji family, as well as the experts he had recruited in the past half a year, taking down this piece of land at the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire would not be a problem. Yes, let's start. Since they are heartless, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being unrighteous. I've been holding back for long enough. Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, leave this to me. I'll bring Lan Yu Dai Yaoling, Dai Yuling, and Ying Wuya. It's considered a helper. Let Long Chen and Shong Guanhong follow you. Hai Myung-K was a very careful woman. She knew that the only people who could help Ling Xiao now were her, Long Chen, and Shong Guanhong. Lan Yu could be of some help, but the other three were a little lacking. They would only be a burden if they followed Ling Xiao. It was better to follow her to carry out the mission. In the army, they were still considered absolute experts. All right, we'll do as you say. Ling Xiao nodded. He naturally saw through Hai Myung-K's thoughts. Chapter 1485. Ling Xiao agreed to Hai Myung-K's suggestion, then looked at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Forest Ocean City. To be on the safe side, I still have to control them. Otherwise, once I leave, I really don't know what these people will do. Thinking of this, he released the terrifying Sky Devil fighting intent. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers were already frightened by him. Now that they were suppressed by the Sky Devil fighting intent, they did not have the courage to resist. Good chance. Three-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. The three-leaf demonic eyes in his right eye opened, and a terrifying soul power was released, engulfing the entire Forest Ocean City. At that moment, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were planted with the seed of fear by Ling Xiao. To them, it was almost impossible to betray Ling Xiao, unless there was an expert to help them expel the demonic seed in their bodies. However, which expert would be so bored to do that? That was an army of close to 300,000 soldiers. What a terrifying eye. Is that the Soul Clan's three-leaf demonic eyes? Shong Guanhong asked in surprise. That's right, it's the three-leaf demonic eyes. It's just that the consumption this time is a bit too high. I've reached my limit. Ling Xiao was prepared to use Forest Ocean City as a stronghold. This Forest Ocean City was close to the sea. Not only was it bordered by the Black Crow Empire, but it was also connected to the Heavenly Empire through the sea. It was considered a very good stronghold. Next, he would not abuse his soul power. Otherwise, he would have fainted before reaching the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. Let's go. I'm very worried about Cold Plum and Sister Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao had always thought of himself as a very calm person, but when something happened to his family, he could not calm down. Logically speaking, Moon Maiden was so powerful, and Cold Plum was not weak either. It would not be easy to kill them. But he was still worried. This was probably the so-called too much concern leads to confusion. Big brother Ling, actually, you don't have to be too anxious. Long Chen and Shongguan Hong had to ride on the silver moon greedy wolf to catch up with Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao in such a hurry, Long Chen was worried that he would be in danger if he was too anxious. That's right, brother Ling. Her Highness the Moon Maiden is the strongest yin-yang realm elite I've ever seen. Moreover, she's a smart person, so she definitely won't fall for it so easily. There's also Cold Plum. She's also very strong. Moreover, don't you have an alliance with the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains? He probably won't just watch something happen to Cold Plum and the Moon Maiden, right? Shongguan Hong also advised. Things aren't that simple. You all know that being overly concerned will only lead to chaos. If I'm overly concerned about the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, I'm afraid that they'll be the same. If they fall into someone else's trap, it'll be truly troublesome. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, moreover, Feng Yinshan is a true politician. He'll only choose to do things that are more beneficial to him. In this situation, do you think he'll take the risk of losing everything to help me? Impossible. If he really wanted to protect you, he wouldn't have let you leave Qingshu College. Allies are just allies, not friends or brothers. Don't think too much of it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Shongguan Hong and Long Chen both fell silent. They had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. He had hit the nail on the head. And the two of them were a little too naive. Actually, Ling Xiao also imagined that the Liquor Demon Sword and Grandfather Hong Qi would help the Moon Maiden. But this wasn't reliable either. The Liquor Demon Sword had said that it would only protect him. Hong Qi only wanted to protect him. If he wasn't there, those two might not help. Cold Plum was probably in more danger. The enemy knew Cold Plum's strength, so the martial artists they sent would definitely not be weaker than Cold Plum. The righteous divine guards from the morality court were probably going to appear again. Just as Ling Xiao had predicted, Cold Plum encountered a brutal attack on her way back. Although the 4/8 Grotto Heaven divine guards weren't as strong as Cold Plum, their combined strength was enough to give Cold Plum a headache. In addition, Cold Plum was in a hurry to save Ling Xiao, so she wasn't in the mood to continue fighting. The battle lasted for 15 minutes, but Cold Plum was already covered in injuries. Get lost. Although Cold Plum was covered in blood, the coldness and brutality in her eyes grew stronger. Her martial soul was a little special as it was a dual martial soul. One of the martial souls was the kind that would be more terrifying the angrier and the more negative her emotions were. That was a malicious spirit. A malicious spirit would go crazy when it came to taking a life. Since you're so strong, why don't you join our morality court? What's so good about following that Ling Xiao? One of the righteous divine guards said loudly. Haha, brother Tsangshan, why are you like your father to recruit talents? But I don't think this girl is that easy to tame. Another person laughed. Brother Tsangshan, do you like her strength or her beauty? Another person laughed. Brother Tsangshan, I heard that Zhongyu Huangquan from the Parameter Immortal Island is interested in this girl. Aren't you afraid of offending him? Who can take away the woman that Phoenix Cry Tsangshan wants? Phoenix Cry Tsangshan, the seventh son of Phoenix Cry Infinite, a righteous divine guard from the morality court, and an 8th Grotto Heaven realm elite. It seemed that Phoenix Cry Infinite was really ruthless this time. In order to kill Cold Plum, he sent another of his sons. Was he not afraid of being wiped out? The 10th son, Phoenix Cry Yushan, was so frightened by Ling Xiao that he did not dare to leave the palace. The 9th son, Phoenix Cry Heishan, attempted to assassinate Ling Xiao, but was killed by Ling Xiao instead. The 8th son, Ling Xiao, caused havoc in Qingshu College in an attempt to deal with Ling Xiao. In the end, he was crippled by Ling Xiao. The sons of Phoenix Cry Limitless really had many misfortunes in their lives. What would happen to the 7th son? All of you must die. Cold Plum's voice suddenly became eerie and cold. She had only used her Plum Blossom martial soul to escape as soon as possible. But now that the battle had progressed to this point, she knew that she would not be able to leave easily without killing these 4 people. So, she released her second martial soul that she was very unwilling to use, the malicious spirit martial soul. Once this martial soul was used, her appearance would become eerie and frightening. After all, girls like to be beautiful, so Cold Plum did not like to use it. But now, she had no choice but to use it. The moment the cold aura was released, Cold Plum's body suddenly dashed out. Like a ghost, she disappeared from the sight of the four people. Malicious spirit demands life, malicious spirit seizes soul. Fart. When she appeared again, the broken sword in her hand had already pierced through the chest of one of the righteous divine guards. That person's heart was completely crushed. During the time when Ling Xiao was away, Cold Plum did not stay idle. Through her continuous efforts, she was finally able to freely use the strength of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Although the four people were really strong when they joined forces. But to her who had released all of her strength, it was still nothing. Not good, this woman's strength does not match the information, retreat quickly. In the records of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Morality Court, Cold Plum was a 7th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Chapter 1486. The information about Ling Xiao and Cold Plum in the Divine Phoenix Empire's database was all wrong. Therefore, Feng Ming Wuliang thought that sending out 4 8th Grotto Heaven realm divine guards was enough. Unfortunately, this wrong information had ultimately cost his son's life in Feng Ming Tsangshan. Wiping the blood on her sword, Cold Plum's eyes were cold and angry. She didn't realize that this was a trap, didn't realize that someone wanted to kill her. Instead, she thought that it was because Ling Xiao was in danger that these people would stop her from returning to the capital. Sitting there thinking about this, Cold Plum took out a pill and threw it into her mouth. She had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now, so she needed to recover. Who is it? Just as she swallowed the pill, a terrifying aura sped up and rushed over from afar. At first, her expression was a little ugly. After all, she had just experienced a difficult battle. If another powerful enemy came, then she really wouldn't be able to hold on. However, a moment later, her ugly expression instantly bloomed. Yes, Master. Cold Plum, are you all right? Ling Xiao landed, grabbed Cold Plum's hand, and checked her pulse. Phew Tilda, I'm fine, I just used too much energy. After confirming that Cold Plum was fine, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. However, Cold Plum's pretty face was a little red. Master, are you all right? Didn't they say that you were caught by the Ice Phoenix ancestor and were going to be executed? Cold Plum asked nervously. Idiot, can't you tell that it's a trap? They want to ambush you here. Ling Xiao sighed and said, let's not talk about this. Long Chen and Shong Guanhong are behind, and there's also a companion called Silver Moon and Hai Myung-Kei who went to the Heavenly Empire to help me contact senior brother Wu Xiong. Since Divine Phoenix Empire wants to play, then we'll play along with them. Stay here and don't move. When Long Chen and the others arrive, follow them to the Imperial capital. I'll be leaving first. Big Sister Moon Maiden is in danger. I'm worried. Understood. Lung Mai nodded in a straightforward manner. She knew that her body was not in the right condition to travel. Anyway, after Ling Xiao left, she would catch up with him after she recovered. It wasn't like she would do nothing. It's good that you're obedient. I'm leaving now. Ling Xiao's heart was burning with anxiety. He was relieved that Cold Plum was fine. However, he still didn't know whether the Moon Maiden was dead or alive. Naturally, he couldn't feel at ease. Ling Xiao leaped into the air. He was practically one with the light in the sky. If one did not have particularly good eyesight, one would not be able to see him. He couldn't even sense his aura. At the same time, many people had gathered outside the Divine Phoenix capital's dragon-slaying forest. It seemed that something big was going to happen in the Imperial capital today. The Moon Maiden had just entered the dragon-slaying forest when many experts suddenly appeared. Look, that's the island lord of the Sacred Dynasty's immortal island, Ji Ruolong. Is that for real? Why would that old man appear in the Imperial capital? Nonsense, it's definitely related to the Moon Maiden. Don't you see their stance? They're clearly going to surround and kill the Moon Maiden. That's the island lord of the Parameter Immortal Island, to be inconsolable, right? That's right. I had the fortune of seeing her once. And there's also the Black Crow Empire's Raven Queen. Aren't our two countries enemies? Why would she dare to come? It's true that we're enemies, but the Dragon Phoenix selection is about to begin. This time, the entire Celestial Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent have formed the Dragon Phoenix Alliance to compete with the major factions of the White Tiger Continent. Naturally, they have to reconcile for the time being. No wonder. TSK, the Ice Phoenix Ancestor, the Righteous Alliance Lord, Peng Nantien of the Great Peng Race, and Kongran of the Peacock Race have all come. This lineup is far too frightening. Not even the Moon Maiden is a match for them. Take a guess. What did Ling Xiao do to provoke such trouble? Who knows? According to the rumors, the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island found a treasure, but it was snatched away by Ling Xiao. Not only that, Ling Xiao also killed Ji Ying of the Immortal Island's Ji clan, Ji Ruolong's grandson. After that, he killed the Black Crow Empire's 7th and 6th Fiend Stars. Even more frightening is that he colluded with the legendary 100 Insects Demon King and heavily injured the Ice Phoenix Ancestor and the others. Fortunately, the Ice Phoenix Ancestor and the Raven Queen are both top-class individuals. How could they be so easily killed by him? Now that they've recovered, they're working together to take revenge on Ling Xiao. No wonder those people at Ling Xiao's side have all been transferred out of the region. Only that Feng Minglian, because she's a princess, has been placed under house arrest in Qingshu College. The others are probably in dire straits. Haha, serves him right. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend these powerful figures. In the crowd, there were many people who had a grudge against Ling Xiao and were jealous of Ling Xiao. Thus, many people were actually happy to see this sort of thing happen. The Everlasting Joy Ancestor, Zhu Tianlin, Zhu Yun, the Wine Demon Sword, and Hong Qi were all in the crowd. But they did not move. It seemed that besides Hong Qi, no one else had any intention of doing anything. The first 4 people were only interested in Ling Xiao. They didn't care about the Moon Lady's life or death. Only Hong Qi felt that the Moon Maiden was his precious grandson's woman, which meant that she was his grandson-in-law. He definitely had to save her, but it would depend on the situation. Moon Maiden, you've already fallen into our trap. The array formation of the dragon-killing forest is not something you can break free from. The Ice Phoenix Ancestor looked down. There, the Moon Maiden, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, was suspended in mid-air. The moonlight on her body was hazy, making her look like a peerless fairy. There was some anger and anxiety on her face. Now, we'll give you a chance. Die cleanly and kill yourself, lest word gets out that so many of us are ganging up on you. The Moon Maiden gently raised her head, glanced at the Ice Phoenix Ancestor in the sky, and asked, "Is Ling Xiao all right?" "Ha ha ha, you're really stupid. I already said that this is just a trap. As for whether Ling Xiao is dead or not, I really don't know." The Ice Phoenix Ancestor laughed. At that moment, the Moon Maiden actually smiled. Her smile was like a flower, like the beautiful moonlight in the clear sky, able to infect everyone's heart. So beautiful that it's suffocating. But she's in danger of being besieged now, and she actually smiled. Is it just because she knows that Ling Xiao is fine? Ayaya, what's so special about Ling Xiao to have such a beautiful woman so concerned about him? The crowd was completely subdued by the Moon Maiden's beauty and temperament. As a woman, she didn't have the slightest fear in the face of so many experts. Just this confidence alone was enough to make people admire her. More importantly, she actually smiled. Women who like to smile generally have good luck. The demonic liquor sword suddenly said something, and then looked into the distance. "Ling Xiao, can you make it in time?" The Moon Maiden's smile made the surrounding crowd feel suffocated. However, it made the experts in the sky very unhappy. They felt that they were despised by the Moon Maiden, and their old faces couldn't hold it together. Chapter 1487. The expressions of the powerhouses in the sky were very ugly. Facing so many of them and being trapped by the array formation, the Moon Lady was not afraid at all. Instead, she smiled. This was a slap to their faces. Their original intention was not to be entangled with the Moon Lady. After all, no one really knew how strong the Moon Lady was. They did not want to take the risk. Moreover, if they could force the Moon Lady to commit suicide, they would have achieved their goal of revenge in front of so many people. This was because they wanted this kind of deterrence effect. Ling Xiao had provoked them, so everyone around Ling Xiao had to die. Not a single one would be left alive. Of course, with so many powerhouses joining forces, no one in the Divine Phoenix continent would dare to resist. Ancestor Ice Phoenix frowned and said, "Of course, you can choose not to die. You just need to take this soul loss pill. You have to think carefully. Once we attack, you will die without a complete corpse. It would be such a pity if such a great beauty's corpse were to be left in the wilderness." Soul loss pill. This Ancestor Ice Phoenix is really ruthless. Rumor has it that the soul loss pill can make a person's soul completely lose its consciousness and turn a cultivator into a puppet. He clearly wants the Moon Lady's combat power. In the crowd, Ancestor Tranquil frowned and was a little displeased. No matter what, the Divine Phoenix Empire was still under the control of Tranquil Celestial Island for the time being. Ancestor Ice Phoenix's actions really made him lose face. However, he did not say anything. Because he was not the one in charge of Tranquil Celestial Island now. He wanted to do it, but he was powerless. The Moon Maiden glanced at the Ice Phoenix ancestor indifferently. Then, she gently brushed the hair on her temples and said indifferently, "If you want to fight, then do it. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Are you afraid of a woman with so many of you?" Disdain. Absolutely disdainful and mocking expressions and words. The Moon Lady did not take these people seriously at all. TSK, as expected of the Heavenly Dragon Continent's guardian. Not only is the Moon Lady beautiful, but her aura is also too powerful. I'm afraid she will become a corpse later. The crowd was also divided into two factions. One faction supported killing the Moon Lady. The other faction supported the Moon Lady. Moreover, their viewpoints and attitudes were very clear. No one was willing to submit to the other. "It seems that you're tired of living." Patriarch Ice Phoenix knew that it was basically impossible to make the Moon Maiden commit suicide or consume the soulless pill. He could only take action. Who wants to test the limits of this woman? She is now trapped by the dragon trapping formation. If she is no match for the enemy, she can still escape in time. Her life shouldn't be in danger. Ice Phoenix ancestor asked, looking at the other experts. No one said a word. Their fear of the Moon Lady came from the bottom of their hearts. "Hehe, looks like you guys are really scared. A bunch of trash. You said you wanted to kill me. Are you going to kill me just like that?" The Moon Maiden's gaze became even more contemptuous and disdainful. TSK. Are these still the experts who are usually so domineering? No one dares to make a move. The Moon Maiden is trapped in the dragon trapping array and can't move. Many people in the crowd were disappointed in the Yin-Yang realm experts. "Kongran, you go." The Ice Phoenix ancestor looked at the Peacock clan's patriarch, Kongran, and said, "Your Peacock clan is good at speed, and you also have life-saving skills. Today, you will make a small sacrifice and let us figure out this woman's background. Then, we will have more confidence in killing her later." Kongran frowned and cursed inwardly. F***ck, I knew it wouldn't be a good thing. This old fart actually wants me to go out and die. But then again, the Moon Maiden was trapped by the dragon trapping array. He was indeed skilled in speed and life-saving techniques. This old fart must have thought it through carefully. After being called out, Kongran couldn't refuse. He could only bite the bullet and say, "All right, then you guys have to watch carefully. Don't waste my efforts. Old Kong, there's no need to fight. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat. If you really can't, we'll attack together. We're not afraid that we can't kill her." At this time, the experts no longer cared about their dignity. They were here to besiege the Moon Maiden. Joining forces wasn't a big deal. After all, as long as the Moon Maiden died, no one on the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent would dare to say anything. "Don't worry, I don't want to die yet." Kongran smiled and slowly descended. He only stopped when he was about 100 meters away from the Moon Maiden. "Your Highness, there's no enmity between us, but Ling Xiao is really despicable. If you swear that you won't protect Ling Xiao anymore, I, Kongran, can let you go today. In the end, Kong Ran still didn't want to fight. Because he was afraid. People were always fearful of the unknown. He didn't know the Moon Maiden's strength at all. He only knew that she was a yin-yang realm expert. He didn't know anything else. The Moon Maiden only shook her head gently. You want me to give up, Ling Xiao? I'd rather die. Her words were very loud and clear. She said it for everyone to hear. It was as if she was warning him that whoever offended Ling Xiao would be offending her and making life difficult for her. All right, since that's the case, don't blame me. A ball of 7-colored light appeared behind Kong Ran. This was different from Shangguan Hong's rainbow martial soul. This was the Peacock Race's 7-colored light. It could be used at critical moments. Then, his body started to change, and he entered his human form. Although he still looked like a human, he was no different from a peacock in many places. Kill. Kong Ran's speed suddenly increased as he pounced at the Moon Maiden. His sharp claws flashed with intense cold light under the clear sky. However, when he was less than 10 meters away from the Moon Maiden, Kong Ran suddenly had a very bad feeling. Although this intuition didn't have a reason, he still chose to retreat. He quickly retreated to his original position. It's too late. The Moon Maiden's voice was as cold as the water of the underworld. The moment you attacked, you were destined to die. She didn't move, but a terrifying chill seeped into Kong Ran's body. He was a yin-yang realm expert, but he couldn't move because of this chill. His body started to fall to the ground. Die. At this moment, the Moon Maiden struck with her palm. Her move wasn't flashy, but it was full of pressure. Stop. In the sky, Peng Nantian, the leader of the Great Rock Race, saw that the situation wasn't good. He hurriedly tried to stop her, trying to save Kong Ran from the Moon Maiden. The two of them were very close. Naturally, he couldn't sit by and do nothing. The Moon Maiden didn't seem to hear him at all. Her slender hand continued to strike at Kong Ran. Peng Nantian was furious. He decided to use the strategy of attacking Wei to save Zhao. He threw a terrifying punch at the Moon Maiden's back. I'll kill you. The Moon Maiden still didn't look at him. It was as if she had ignored him. Her palm finally landed on Kong Ran's body. At that moment, Kong Ran's body emitted dazzling moonlight. His entire body was dismembered by the moonlight. Chapter 1488. Peacock Clan Leader, Kong Ran, dead. The Moon Lady did not look at Peng Nantian at all. He was just a moth flying into a flame. Did she really have to care? Peng Nantian's punch landed on a ball of moonlight and did not touch the Moon Lady at all. However, Peng Nantian was sent flying by the terrifying recoil and vomited blood. Ignorant people. Can a mere dragon trapping array trap moonlight? A strange sneer appeared on the Moon Lady's face. What? The surrounding crowd was shocked. The Moon Lady actually ignored the dragon trapping array and was fearless when facing the attacks of two yin-yang realm experts. She instantly killed the Peacock Clan leader, Kong Ran. She forced the Great Rock Clan leader, Peng Nantian, to retreat. The Moon Lady was indeed the Moon Lady. It seemed that the rumors were not exaggerated. Instead, they had underestimated the Moon Lady. Anger, fear. The Peacock Clan and Great Rock Clan were all dumbfounded. They were here to see how their clan leader would kill the Moon Lady and avenge the Peacock and Phoenix Princes that Ling Xiao had fooled. However, what they saw was the Peacock Clan leader dying tragically and the Great Rock Clan leader being injured. They could not accept this scene. I haven't fought for a long time. Do you think I'm afraid? To be honest, if I attack, the Divine Phoenix Empire will be destroyed in an instant. The Moon Lady floated in the air and looked at the people in the sky. She said coldly, I'm just not interested in dealing with you guys. After all, you guys are more qualified sparring partners for my adorable man. However, if you insist on seeking death, then don't blame me. No killing intent. She was still so elegant. However, the feeling she gave off was a chill that came from the bottom of their hearts. Don't be afraid. Kong Ran and Peng Nantian are only at the first level of Yin-Yang realm. It's normal that they are not her match. We don't need to talk nonsense with her. Let's join forces. If we don't kill this demoness, no one will have a good day. Ice Phoenix ancestor said fiercely. That's right. If we can't kill her, we can't kill Ling Xiao. Ji Ruolong gritted his teeth. Let's join forces. We aren't even afraid of the 100 Insects Demon King. Why would we be afraid of a mere moon lady? Raven Queen added. Agreed. To be inconsolable, she nodded. I'll give you a hand too. A clear voice came from afar. Then, Feng Mingxiao descended in luxurious clothes. 4th level of the yin-yang stage? I didn't expect your talent to be so terrifying after cultivating wholeheartedly. Good, very good, ha 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 ha. Ancestor Ice Phoenix looked at Feng Mingxiao and couldn't help but laugh heartily. With Xiao joining the battle, Moon Maiden will definitely die. Feng Mingxiao's arrival brought great confidence to the experts in the sky. It was rumored that according to the laws of the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, it was impossible for a martial artist above the 5th level of the yin-yang realm to appear. Therefore, most people thought that the 5th level of the yin-yang realm was the peak. Therefore, no matter how strong the Moon Lady was, she was at most at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. On their side, Ji Ruolong, to be inconsolable, and Feng Mingxiao were all at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Ancestor Ice Phoenix and Raven Queen were at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. Peng Nantian was the weakest. He was at the 1st level of the yin-yang realm and was injured. However, this didn't stop her from launching a sneak attack. Such strength was enough to suppress the Moon Lady. There was no doubt about it. The Moon Lady looked at these people expressionlessly. Her expression was solemn. The other party's judgment was right. Her cultivation could only be at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm due to the restriction of the laws of selection. It wasn't easy to deal with these people. It was probably impossible for her to escape unscathed. At the very least, both sides would suffer great losses. It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Why don't we stop? The Dragon Phoenix selection is around the corner. If the Divine Phoenix continent falls apart because of this battle, those fellows from the White Tiger continent will be the happiest. The person who stepped forward was Zhu Tianlin. His righteousness wasn't something that others could compare to. Zhu Tianlin, the island lord of Tianpeng Island? I didn't expect him to stand on the Moon Lady's side. There's no need to guess. I heard that Ling Xiao saved his daughter. He can't possibly ignore Ling Xiao's woman. That makes sense. Zhu Tianlin, how dare you stand with this demonic woman? Do you really think that no one dares to touch your Tianpeng Island? Ji Ruolong glared at him angrily. A Moon Lady and Zhu Tianlin. This was a little troublesome. I've said it before. This battle doesn't benefit anyone. Why don't we stop now? Zhu Tianlin repeated his words. There's no need to persuade him. Since he wants to die, let's send him on his way. I'll help you. Just as Ji Ruolong was about to speak, another person suddenly walked out from the crowd. He was in his 40s, but his cultivation was extremely shocking. He was actually on par with Island Master level experts like Ji Ruolong and Everlasting Joy Ancestor. Dan Yunsheng, the Vice Island Lord of Changle Celestial Island. Zhu Tianlin frowned. He wanted to help, but there was another person on the other side. The situation continued to worsen. This old man originally didn't plan to get involved in this matter, but since you've made a move, this old man will also get involved. Ling Xiao once saved this old man's life. This old man can't just sit by and watch his woman. Amidst the laughter, Patriarch Everlasting Joy stepped forward as well. This action of his was clearly competing with Dan Yunsheng. Very well. Dan Yunsheng smiled. He seemed to be thinking about how to kill Ancestor Changle through this battle. In that case, Changle Celestial Island would be his. Dark Fane Hall, get involved. The matter was far from over. The people from Dark Fane Hall also came. A gold-ranked assassin from the 5 Poison Hall of the Dark Fane Hall, a Yin-Yang Realm 3rd level expert. The Water Spirit Hall also has a grudge against Ling Xiao. Back in the City of Sin, Ling Xiao had offended the Water Spirit Hall. Although the Water Spirit Hall hadn't done anything, they wouldn't miss the chance to beat him while he was down. The Water Spirit Hall sent a 2nd level Yin-Yang Realm Divine Envoy, which, let's settle our grudges today. Another person appeared. It was the Yin-Yang Demon King, the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial advisor. He was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, the same as Moon Maiden. Although he wasn't as strong as Moon Maiden, they had more people on their side. The Yin-Yang Demon King was really good at finding opportunities. He knew that as long as he killed Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Once Ling Xiao died, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire would be leaderless. At that time, it would be easy for the true Demons Empire to attack the Heavenly Dragon continent again. Ha ha ha, with the Imperial Advisor involved, this witch will definitely die. Ancestor Ice Phoenix was finally certain. He knew how powerful the Yin-Yang Demon King was. In today's battle, not only did they have more people, but their overall strength was also very strong. Fortunately, that fellow Ling Xiao had offended so many people and had assisted them. Moon Maiden, Zhu Tianlin, and Ancestor Chang'e didn't look too good. There were many enemies and they were strong. Today's battle pointed to disaster. Chapter 1489. Heavens, fortunately, there's a formation in the dragon-killing forest. Otherwise, if these Yin-Yang realm experts fought here, they would probably blow up the imperial capital. It's not just blowing up the imperial capital. I think the sky is going to be pierced through. The crowd was now both excited and afraid. A mere Ling Xiao could actually make these experts, who they normally wouldn't even see, gather together. This was really surprising. Oh! His back. The wine demon soared in the crowd suddenly smiled. He said that if Ling Xiao didn't come back, he wouldn't make a move. Because if he helped Ling Xiao, he needed Ling Xiao to help him. It was a deal. So he had to let Ling Xiao see it. Amidst the laughter, the wine demon sword also walked out of the crowd, holding a wine gourd in one hand and a black longsword in the other. Haha, I'm going to participate in today's excitement. Who are you? Ancestor Ice Phoenix frowned and asked. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you guys are bullying a woman. I can't stand it. Moreover, I have a great enmity with your imperial family. These words had already expressed his attitude. He was on the Moon Maiden's side. The wine demon sword. The wine demon sword. Why is this lunatic entangled with Ling Xiao? The wine demon sword. Ancestor Ice Phoenix knew this name. Although no one could remember this person's name resounded throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Back then, this guy was as troublesome as Ling Xiao. His talent was also terrifying. As for his cultivation, it was more troublesome than Ling Xiao's. So what if you're here? You're still not our match. I advise you not to be too impulsive. Otherwise, if you die here, you'll never be able to accomplish what you want to accomplish. Ancestor Ice Phoenix seemed to know the wine demon sword's purpose and sneered. You don't need to worry. Someone will complete it for me. Moreover, it's not certain who will die today. The wine demon sword chuckled. Ha ha ha, well said. You've all made a move. If this old man were to stand aside and watch the show, it would be inexcusable. Hongqi laughed and walked to the Moon Maiden's side. Little girl, your man, my grandson, is not bad, right? The enemies he offended are very strong, and the friends he made are not bad. The Moon Maiden smiled. She was still very shy in front of her grandfather. Damn it. They're coming out one after another. How did Ling Xiao get so many helpers? It had to be said that Ancestor Ice Phoenix and the others felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. They had thought that as long as they killed the Moon Lady, they could do whatever they wanted to Ling Xiao. But before the Moon Lady could be killed, the traitors jumped out one after another. The most frightening thing was that these people were not weak at all. Suddenly, a scream came from afar. Then, everyone saw a figure fly over and fall to the ground. After struggling for a while, it died. Isn't this the general guarding the city gate? Who would be so bold as to kill him? Ancestor Ice Phoenix asked in surprise. Old man, it was your grandfather who did it. Before he even arrived, his voice had already arrived. With a killing intent that covered the sky and covered the earth, Ling Xiao appeared in the Divine Phoenix capital. This guy. He actually dares to come back. Everyone looked at the domineering Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that the Divine Phoenix capital would be in danger, but he still dared to enter this dangerous battle. This person was either crazy or extremely confident. Impossible. Why aren't you dead? Ji Ruolong thought that Ling Xiao was held hostage by some expert and would die outside sooner or later. But now that he saw Ling Xiao return, his surprise was indescribable. It's best that he's not dead. This way, I can take revenge on him again. The Raven Queen, however, was excited. Killing the Moon Maiden wasn't enough. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao with her own hands. Little man, you're finally back. Otherwise, I would have been killed by this group of bad guys. The Moon Maiden smiled, revealing a smile that could make anything in the world pale in comparison. Many people were instantly stunned. Hongqi shook his head and smiled bitterly. You were killed. But others were killed by you. Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. I'll remember who attacked you. I, Ling Xiao, am a very good bookkeeper. Every debt has to be settled properly. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he didn't seem to have changed much, and it was impossible to tell what level his cultivation had reached, this confidence, and that astonishing speed just now, was enough to tell. No one dared to underestimate him. This Ling Xiao doesn't take those experts seriously. After all, he's just a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. I guess he's only at the 3rd or 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. How dare he be arrogant in front of a Yin-Yang Realm warrior? The crowd looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. However, they were already used to Ling Xiao's arrogance, so they were actually looking forward to it. What kind of surprise would Ling Xiao bring them today? Vile spawn, it's good that you're back. Kneel down now and we won't attack the Moon Maiden. You should know very well that no matter how talented you are, you still have no chance of winning against a Yin-Yang Realm warrior. Ancestor Ice Phoenix looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao raised his head and didn't seem to hear Ancestor Ice Phoenix's words. Instead, he muttered to himself, Black Crow Empire, Ice Phoenix Race, Peacock Race, Rock Race, Dark God Hall, Water God Hall, Sea Race, Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, Opposite Shore Immortal Island. Not bad. Is there still Tranquil Immortal Island? Sigh, little brother Ling, don't blame me. It's all because of my incompetence. I was framed by a scoundrel and caused Tranquil Immortal Island to follow the 2 Vice Island Masters to mess around. I hope you can hand them over to me to deal with. Ancestor Tranquil Immortal Island sighed. Alright, I'll hand them over to you. Ling Xiao said casually. This guy is crazy. What does he mean? Does he want to destroy all those forces? Someone in the crowd said with a trembling voice. Because this conjecture was too bold and too unbelievable. Not to mention whether Ling Xiao had the ability to do so, even if he did, it was too unwise to directly become enemies with those forces. If it's someone else, it's impossible. But if it's Ling Xiao, I think there's a 99% chance that he'll really do that. The person next to him shook his head and sighed. Anyway, they've already killed their way to our door. It doesn't make a difference whether we're enemies openly or secretly. Today's battle will be a life-and-death situation. Sister Moon Maiden, I don't seem to be a match for those people. Can I trouble you to restrain them first? I'll go and destroy their clansmen. Phut, I can't believe you said that. But little man, there are still many experts among those families and forces. Can you deal with them? Moon Maiden couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1490. Little man, those warriors aren't weak. Can you beat them? Moon Maiden asked with a smile. As long as they aren't Yin-Yang Realm warriors, I should be able to. Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly looked at Ancestor Ice Phoenix and the others. You want to kill everyone around me, so don't blame me for giving you a taste of your own medicine. What arrogance. I'd like to see how you, Ling Xiao, will destroy our Peacock Race today, and our Rock Race. The Peacock Race and Rock Race warriors had already gathered near Killing Dragon Forest. Among them, there were more than 1,000 Heaven Realm warriors. There were more than 100 Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. There were even 2 9th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. How could Ling Xiao be their match? Oh, since you're here, then none of you should go back. Cold Plum, Long Chen, Shangguan Hong, Silver Moon, help me guard the escape route. Don't let these people escape. Ling Xiao looked into the distance and saw several figures approaching. Although Cold Plum and the others weren't as fast as Ling Xiao, they weren't slow either. When Ling Xiao arrived, they had also arrived quickly. Understood. Understood. Yes. Awoo. 4 voices sounded at the same time. Then, 4 warriors blocked 4 directions. What's going on? None of those guys are dead. Also, what's with that beast? Ancestor Ice Phoenix knew about the plan to kill Ling Xiao. He couldn't accept that Long Chen and the others weren't dead and even had a ferocious-looking beast with them. Didn't this mean that his entire plan had failed? Peacock Race and Rock Race, listen up. One of your patriarchs was killed, and the other was injured. Now, your enemy is right in front of you. What should you do? One had to admit that Ancestor Ice Phoenix was very good at fanning the flames. Kill. Very good. You only need to deal with Ling Xiao and those people. Leave the Yin-Yang Realm warriors to us. Ancestor Ice Phoenix felt that her plan was perfect. They held back the Moon Lady and the others. Let the other experts kill Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's death, the Moon Lady's mind would definitely be in chaos. Zhu Tianlin, Everlasting Joy, and the Wine Demon Sword had no reason to help. This way, the scales of victory would completely tilt towards them. The crowd also felt that Ling Xiao was too crazy and arrogant. What kind of joke was this? He actually planned to fight against the many experts of the Peacock Race and the Great Rock Race by himself. Did he think he was a Yin-Yang Realm expert? What is this kid's cultivation level? How dare he be so arrogant? Zhu Tianlin said with a frown. Who knows? But he never does anything he can't do. The Moon Maiden smiled. She had complete and unconditional trust in Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao had said so, he must be confident. Even if he was facing thousands of Celestial Realm warriors and hundreds of Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, he was not afraid at all. Since that's the case, we just have to stop these Yin-Yang Realm fellows from disturbing him, right? The Wine Demon Sword smiled. His figure flashed and blocked the path leading to the outside of the Killing Dragon Forest. If anyone wanted to pass through here, they had to defeat him first. Haha, since you all said so, it seems that my worries are groundless. Zhu Tianlin still did not figure out Ling Xiao's cultivation level and strength. However, since the Moon Maiden and the Wine Demon Sword trusted this young man so much, there was no need for him to worry. He also wanted to see how strong Ling Xiao was and how big of a surprise he could bring him. Hey, it can't be. Ling Xiao really plans to face more than 1,000 warriors alone? In the crowd, many disciples of Qingshu College became nervous. Although Dean Zhu Yun had given the order to prohibit the disciples from helping, they were still on Ling Xiao's side in their hearts. This was not a joke. Not to mention the other warriors, just the 2 9th Grotto Heaven Realm experts were enough to kill Ling Xiao. What kind of anger was this for a beauty? It was simply crazy. They admired Ling Xiao, but they were also worried about him. However, according to the usual situation, Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would speak out rashly. Since he had said so, he would definitely do so. If Ling Xiao destroyed the Peacock Tribe and the Rock Tribe in front of so many experts, it would be a shocking scene. However, other than the disciples of Qingshu College, the rest of the warriors did not think highly of Ling Xiao. This guy must be crazy. It's not wrong to want to perform in front of his woman, but he has to see if he has the ability to do so. That's right. Even the top few Huangzi wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. I really hope to see this guy covered in injuries and then crying in a woman's arms. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Among the crowd, Zhong Yu's spider lilies had always been there. She hated Ling Xiao to the core, so as long as she could see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, she would be happy. The 2 9th Grotto Heaven Realm experts from the Peacock Tribe and the Rock Tribe were the strongest warriors in the tribe besides the Yin-Yang Realm. Their expressions were not very good. Ling Xiao, this fellow really looked down on people too much. He was facing 1,000 people alone and was still so confident. Did he really think that he was cutting grass? This was definitely an insult to them. Did he think that they were all good-for-nothings? Ling Xiao, I'm Kong Wu, an elder of the Peacock Tribe. If you kneel down and admit your mistake today, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, I'll capture you alive and tie you to the capital city's execution platform. I'll let our clansmen cut you into pieces and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead." The elder of the Peacock tribe, Kong Wu, looked coldly at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Elder, aren't you being too merciful? This guy has already humiliated our Peacock clan. Moreover, his woman killed our patriarch. If we don't take revenge for this, how are we going to face our fellow Peacock clan members?" "That's right. Let me kill that guy. Let me go." The crowd was really agitated. The warriors of the Peacock tribe had witnessed Kong Ran being killed by the Moon Lady with their own eyes. However, they did not dare to deal with the Moon Lady because they were no match for her. Now that Ling Xiao was courting death, what was there to hesitate about? Killing Ling Xiao would also make the Moon Lady feel bitter and hateful. This was the best way to satisfy them. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity. The Moon Lady and the others were surrounded by so many Yin-Yang realm experts. They definitely could not free themselves to help Ling Xiao. "You still want to cut me into pieces?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "You really don't know anything about strength. Triple leaf magic pupil, summon bronze giant demon." As Ling Xiao's right eye opened the triple leaf magic pupil, something suddenly fell from the sky as if it was a meteor. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The tall bronze giant demon landed in the crowd. In an instant, it trampled dozens of warriors of the Peacock tribe and the Rock tribe to death. "Bastard, what kind of monster is this? Who cares what it is? Destroy it." Chapter 1491. Kong Wu, you guys are in charge of killing Ling Xiao. Leave that bronze monster to our Great Rock clan. No problem. The Peacock clan and Great Rock clan martial artists chose to divide the work. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. Some martial artists even felt that Kong Wu alone was enough to kill Ling Xiao. There was no need to mobilize so many people at all. Let's start with the Deva realm martial artists. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Of course, he had to pick on the weak. This way, he could make the other party suffer more. He did not have the slightest bit of guilt or sympathy. These people clamored to kill him, and actually wanted to kill everyone around him. If he sympathized with these people, wouldn't he be an idiot? Golden Crow ascending the sun, Ice's fury unsheathed, Ling Xiao swung out a sword, and a massive golden crow pounced on the crowd. Those Deva realm martial artists had not yet understood what was going on when they were already wrapped in raging flames one by one, then turned to ashes amidst shrill screams. "Ling Xiao, what kind of ability is bullying the weak? Fight me one-on-one if you have the ability." Kong Wu watched until his eyeballs almost popped out, furious to the extreme. Those Deva realm martial artists were the future hope of the Peacock clan, gone just like that. More than 100 people died in an instant. How would he explain this to the clan? "One-on-one? When you guys surrounded and killed my friend, did you think about one-on-one? When you guys surrounded and killed me, did you think about one-on-one? Now you're actually talking to me about one-on-one, shameless." Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, dodging Kong Wu's furious blow, then his figure flashed, instantly vanishing into the void. His speed was really too fast. Shadow body. Shadow step. At this time, Ling Xiao completely entered the darkness, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. "Be careful," Kong Wu roared, reminding his subordinates. But in the next moment, what he saw were corpses lying on the ground one after another. Ice-cold corpses. Cutting grass? Your analogy just now is very good. Killing you good-for-nothings is really as easy as mowing grass. Ling Xiao's voice rang out coldly in the air, as if it came from all directions. It was impossible to determine his exact location. At the same time, the rock race also encountered huge trouble. After Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, the bronze troll he summoned was even stronger than before. Killing those martial artists was simply like slaughtering dogs and chickens. The huge spear was brandished, and with just a sweep, a large number of martial artists were killed. Although those who died were basically all heaven-tier martial artists, it still made the Great Rock Clan's martial artists burn with rage. The other Grotto Heaven Realm warriors wanted to stop them, but the Peacock race couldn't catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao. On the other hand, The rock race was completely unable to harm the bronze giant demon. Even a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could only fight to a draw with the bronze giant demon. Bastard! Over at the dragon-killing forest, Peng Nantien, the patriarch of the great rock race, noticed this scene. He was so angry that he wanted to rush out to protect his clansmen. However, his path was blocked by the liquor demon sword. Let's play by ourselves. The liquor demon sword's voice had a hint of mockery. Just before, these people still looked down on Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die facing so many martial artists. But now, this Peng Nantien was anxious. However, he could only be anxious because the liquor demon sword's strength was much stronger than him. Wanting to break through here was almost an impossible thing. The battle situation continued to ferment. In less than 10 minutes, a total of about 1,000 heaven-tier martial artists of the Peacock race and the Great Rock race were all killed. The corpses were thrown on the street, shocking the onlookers. After killing all the heaven-tier martial artists, Ling Xiao's figure reappeared. How is it? Does your heart ache? Does it feel good? This is the pain you want to impose on me, and now I'm going to return it to you in full. Ling Xiao looked at the martial artists of the Peacock race and the Great Rock race. His eyes were so cold that there wasn't a trace of emotion. If these people only wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be like this. But they actually wanted to kill everyone around him. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? Ling Xiao, you bastard. If you have the ability, come at me. Killing a group of heaven-tier martial artists is nothing. Among the Peacock race, a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist roared. Oh, that's what you said. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. With a light flick of his right hand, a crimson sun all pierced through the air. When the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist saw the crimson sun all, he was instantly terrified. With his cultivation, he could already distinguish the strength of an attack. This crimson sun all was filled with murderous intent and terrifying power. It wasn't something he could withstand. Dodge. He turned around to dodge, but the current Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. The crimson sun all's speed was frighteningly fast. There was no way he could dodge it. At this critical moment, he actually grabbed a 1st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist to block in front of him. The martial artists of the Peacock race are indeed shameless. However, you still can't escape death. Ling Xiao coldly watched this scene. Pu. Pu. 2 consecutive sounds rang out as the crimson sun all pierced through the 1st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Then, it pierced through the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's body. Both of their bodies burst into flames at almost the same time. In an instant, only 2 charred corpses were left. 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, dead. Ling Xiao. The furious Kong Wu could only watch helplessly as the martial artists on his side were killed. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only vent his dissatisfaction with his angry voice. At this moment, a scream came from the Great Rock race's side. Everyone turned their heads and saw 3 corpses skewered on the bronze giant demon's spear. These 3 people were all Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, although they were only 1st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd retreated. It was just too shocking. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too terrifying. No one knew what method he used or where he summoned this bronze monster from, but it was just as ferocious as him. In just a short 10 minutes, more than 1,000 Heaven Realm martial artists were killed, and 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had died tragically. 3-leaf demon eyes. That Ling Xiao actually has 3-leaf demon eyes. Is he from the Soul race? Someone in the crowd recognized Ling Xiao's strange right eye. What? This voice attracted the attention of the Raven Queen. She turned her head and looked over. Then, her pupils suddenly constricted as she roared, Ling Xiao, you vile spawn, what did you do to 6th Jinx? I ate him. Ling Xiao smiled evilly and even deliberately drooled. Bastard. That 3-leaf demon eyes belongs to 6th Jinx. Hand it over. The Raven Queen roared as she pounced over. However, she was still blocked by the demonic liquor sword. At this moment, the Yin-Yang realm experts were actually watching Ling Xiao's battle without actually attacking. This was because they seemed to understand that once they started fighting, there would be no turning back. Chapter 1492. Don't worry, Raven Queen. After I kill all the Peacock Race and Great Rock Race martialists, I will go to the Black Crow Empire and destroy your nation. Ling Xiao grinned and revealed a cruel smile. He thought that he had treated the Black Crow Empire well. He had not killed Tomohiko Kumar that day, but this Raven Queen was so overbearing. Even a clay figurine would have a temper. Not to mention him. 95 people left. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer as he looked coldly at the remaining Peacock Race and Great Rock Race martialists. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Ruthless and cold. The Peacock Race and Great Rock Race martialists looked at Ling Xiao and could feel his soaring killing intent and fury. That guy isn't joking. He really wants to kill all of us. Kong Wu felt his hand tremble, and his heart began to palpitate. If Ling Xiao had said that before, he could still think that the other party was arrogant, ignorant, and conceited. But now, after the battle, Ling Xiao had shown that he was strong enough. It was not impossible for him to do this. What are you afraid of? We have so many people and we are all Grotto Heaven Realm martialists. Why should we be afraid of him? Let's join forces and kill him. The Great Rock Race's 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martialist roared. He absolutely could not tolerate Ling Xiao's arrogance. That's right, let's attack together. Kong Wu did not care so much. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, it did not matter how others called them shameless. In any case, they had ganged up on him more than once or twice. 95 Grotto Heaven Realm martialists, led by Kong Wu and the Great Rock Race's 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martialist, attacked Ling Xiao together. Haha. Wouldn't it have been over if you had done this earlier? Since you are so shameless, don't pretend to be a hypocrite. Ling Xiao sneered and spat out some sarcastic words. Previously, these people had said that Ling Xiao was courting death by fighting them alone. So arrogant, so insufferably arrogant. But now, each and every one of them had started to band together. Withdraw. Facing the siege of 95 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, Ling Xiao actually put away the bronze giant demon. He felt that using the bronze trolls against the other party was a bit of a bully. This guy is really too arrogant. He actually intends to face 95 people by himself. He didn't even use that strange summoned creature. Feng Yinshan, Zhu Yun, and Feng Yangran appeared in the crowd. The one who spoke was Feng Yinshan. Sigh, Ling Xiao has really caused a huge ruckus this time. Could it be that he really intends to destroy those forces? Zhu Yun sighed. How is that possible? He only said that because he was angry. No matter what, those forces have gone too far this time. His anger is very normal. Feng Yinshan shook his head and said, however, after today's matter, I believe that he will be able to calm down. After all, the Peacock clan's patriarch, Kong Ran, is already dead. He even killed so many martial artists from the two clans. Cousin, you don't understand Ling Xiao at all. Feng Yangran smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao's character is completely different from his parents. His parents are the kind of righteous people. Although they are smart, there are some things that they can't be ruthless about. It is also because of this that they were schemed against behind their backs. However, Ling Xiao is different. He is a person who doesn't have any restrictions at all. He does things based on his heart. He will do whatever he feels like doing. He doesn't care about reputation or so-called morality at all. Just wait and see. If he wins this battle, then the next step will be crazy revenge. Although Feng Yangran hadn't spent much time with Ling Xiao, she still understood Ling Xiao's temper better than Feng Yinshan. Just as they were talking, the martial artists of the Peacock clan and the Rock clan had already charged towards Ling Xiao. Kong Wu and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert of the Rock clan rushed to the front, trying to prevent more people from dying on their side. Hehe, you guys are rushing over like a swarm of bees. It saves me a lot of time. Ling Xiao chuckled as his body floated in the air. The illusory image of the sun and moon appeared behind him. Sun-Moon Sword Domain. As the Sun-Moon Sword Domain appeared, dense sword chi tore through the void and shot towards the crowd. Among the 95 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, The majority were at the first Grotto Heaven realm. There were about 50 of them. Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword domain might not be very destructive, but it was simply too suitable for a group battle. As the sword chi entered the crowd, what followed was a series of horrified screams. "It's really cutting the grass. It's too tragic. This is simply a one-sided massacre. How can this be? Ling Xiao has only been out for a short period of time. How can his cultivation increase so quickly? No wonder this guy dared to say that he would kill all the martial artists of the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. He really wasn't bragging." Boos and jeers could be heard from the crowd. Ling Xiao's performance had exceeded many people's expectations. His strength made many people tremble in fear. Perhaps we've all been mistaken. It wasn't someone else who repelled the 100 Insects Demon King. The one who repelled the 100 Insects Demon King was Ling Xiao, and the one who obtained the immemorial Golden Crow and immemorial Celestial Demon battle intent was also him. Ji Ruolong stared fixedly at Ling Xiao's battle. Although he couldn't tell from the battle that Ling Xiao had used the Golden Crow battle intent and Celestial Demon battle intent for the time being. But he felt that his guess was probably correct. How can this be? Can he do it? Raven Queen asked in surprise. He can do it. Don't forget that the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf should be the one who led the battle. Ling Xiao is just a fisherman who reaps the benefits. To be inconsolable, Ji Ruolong pointed at the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf in the distance and said, "If that's the case, then Ling Xiao must die. Aren't we going to start?" Raven Queen looked at Dan Yunsheng and asked. Dan Yunsheng was in charge of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, and the Divine Phoenix Empire belonged to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Dan Yunsheng had to decide whether to fight or not. "There's no hurry. Let's wait until Ling Xiao is dead." Dan Yunsheng said indifferently, "I don't believe that he can defeat those 95 people by himself." Even if he didn't believe it, the massacre had already begun. In the blink of an eye, the 95 people became 40. 51st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists died in battle. 5nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were killed. The remaining 40 people could be said to be the elites of the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. Among them, 23rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. 5 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. 3 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. 2 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Normally, such a force would be enough to flatten any small country in the Divine Phoenix Empire. But today, they were only facing one Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, you must die today no matter what." Kong Wu roared. Chapter 1493. Kong Wu roared. He had already broken through the shackles of the Sun-Moon Sword domain and approached Ling Xiao with the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of the Great Peng race. Behind them, the rest of the martial artists followed. "Haha, you've said the same thing so many times. Don't you find it boring?" Ling Xiao put away the Sun-Moon Sword domain and activated the Radiant Sword domain. Of course, he activated the Radiant Sword domain not to attack, but to enhance it. Within the range of the Radiant Sword domain, all moves of the profound truths of light would be greatly enhanced. The Radiant Sword domain was not purely for attacking. Then, the moon behind Ling Xiao disappeared, leaving behind only a red sun. A Radiant's Divine Sword hovered above his head. Radiant's Divine Sword Rising Sun Transformation. Suddenly, the sword exploded, and the terrifying light forced many martial artists to close their eyes. Then, the terrifying sword light fell into the crowd. 5 figures were hit at the same time. These 5 people were all 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Ling Xiao's strategy was to pick on the weaker ones first. Since the 1st and 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had been killed, the weakest ones were the 23rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's not over yet. As the 5 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were killed, their bodies began to explode. The martial artists standing beside them were caught off guard. Their bodies were charred from head to toe, charred from head to toe, and charred from head to toe. Another 3 had died. This Ling Xiao is too treacherous. He deliberately avoided the strong to pick on the weaker ones. But can he still avoid them after he's done with them? Within the crowd, a martial artist from Divine Phoenix Academy said in a very unhappy manner. Those so-called experts of yours have to be able to touch Ling Xiao. Otherwise, what's the use of them? This was the response of the Qingshu College disciple. No, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. I want to go home. There was a limit to a person's willpower. The martial artists next to them died one after another, and the weaker Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists immediately lost their will to fight. They were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. They should not die here. There were 7 people who tried to escape. In the end, everyone only saw a flash of white light and these 4 people all turned into corpses. It was the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf that killed them. Do you think it's that easy to kill and leave? Ling Xiao coldly looked at the corpses and disdainfully said, "Today, none of you will leave. All of you will die. There are only 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists left." Ling Xiao muttered something and then his figure flashed, dodging the attacks from Kong Wu and the others. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the crowd. With a wave of the Divine Radiance sword in his hand, the remaining 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were beheaded by Ling Xiao like puppets. Next is the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao turned around and faced the 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists with a sinister smile. The 6 of them were originally standing at the back, but now that Ling Xiao had cut them to the back, they were directly facing Ling Xiao. When they saw Ling Xiao, they were so frightened that they lost the courage to fight. They sped up and tried to escape. How sad. If we fight to the death, at least we can die a little more heroically. Divine Radiance Sword, Ardent Sun Transformation. The power of the Divine Radiance Sword increased once again. The scarlet sun behind Ling Xiao burned even more fiercely. These 6 martial artists only saw the resplendent sunlight rushing toward them, and then they completely lost consciousness. 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had died. Is he crazy? What cultivation level does Ling Xiao have? I can understand why he was chopping melons and vegetables. After all, a martial artist's strength is relatively weak. But facing 6 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, it's so easy. What the hell? Feng Yinshan felt his hands trembling. He originally thought that his cultivation level was completely above Ling Xiao's, so Ling Xiao was no threat to him. But today, he finally saw that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. This kind of talent was more terrifying than anyone else's. It was even more terrifying than Ji Ling Yu and the demonic liquor sword. He was completely inhuman. What a pity. Why can't I use such a person? Feng Yinshan sighed helplessly. He's a wolf, not a dog. Crown Prince Yinshan, don't think too much about it. Perhaps we can cooperate temporarily, but it's impossible to make him listen to us. Beside him, Zhu Yun shook his head. He was the most conflicted. Ling Xiao was a disciple of their Qingshu College. He should have felt honored and excited because of Ling Xiao. But because of Feng Yinshan, he chose to sit on the fence this time. In fact, this was a very unwise choice. But people had to make choices. He chose Feng Yinshan, not Ling Xiao. Whether it was right or wrong, it would be a long time before he knew. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. The furious Kong Wu used a large amount of his origin energy domain to increase his speed. Only then did he get close to Ling Xiao. The long spear in his hand directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. At this moment, he was extremely angry. Ling Xiao had actually mercilessly killed the warriors of their 2 clans in front of him. This was intolerable. Don't worry. If you want to die, it'll be your turn later. It won't be long. Ling Xiao chuckled and his figure disappeared again. Shadow step and shadow body were simply unfathomable. At the very least, Kong Wu couldn't do anything to him. Everyone watched as Ling Xiao disappeared and reappeared in an instant. They were almost numb. It should have only been half a month since Ling Xiao left the imperial capital this time, but he had already become so strong. Even 4th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were casually squashed to death like ants. No, they might not even be as good as ants because ants could still fight back. However, Those people couldn't even fight back when facing Ling Xiao. Divine Radiance Sword, Violent Sun Change. Once again, the power of Ling Xiao's divine sword increased. When dealing with stronger opponents, the power naturally had to constantly increase. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he couldn't kill them. Kill. The 5/5 Grotto Heaven Realm warriors collectively resisted. However, it was useless. Their resistance was at most the same as ants overestimating their own strength. The terrifying sword light swept across and the 5 corpses emitted a charred smell. 5th Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, 5, die. This guy really didn't treat Grotto Heaven Realm warriors as humans. He was completely engrossed in killing. The moment he killed the 5/5 Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, Ling Xiao's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He avoided Kong Wu's pursuit once again. What astonishing speed, it's just like light. What do you mean just like light? I think it's just light. Is it an illusion? His body has completely turned into a ray of light. Is this something a human can do? All the warriors were astonished, including the Yin-Yang realm experts. Although they were stronger than Ling Xiao, they had never seen such a movement technique. His body had completely turned into a ray of light, completely ignoring the resistance of the air. This guy, I'm afraid even my speed is inferior to his. Peng Nanshan's expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1494. Peng Nantian was a Yin-Yang realm first-level expert and a member of the rock race. His speed had always been his pride. However, when he saw Ling Xiao today, he suddenly felt a strong sense of decadence. He was actually surpassed by a young man who wasn't even in the Yin-Yang realm. How embarrassing. Die. When Ling Xiao appeared again, 2 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were already waiting there. They didn't want to sit around and wait for death, so they wanted to take the initiative to kill Ling Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to severely injure Ling Xiao. This way, they could create opportunities for other martial artists. Interesting. Dark Sword Domain. Dark Demon Sword, Soul Extinguisher. In an instant, Ling Xiao activated both the Light Sword Domain and Dark Sword Domain at the same time. Then, the Dark Demon Sword appeared in his left hand. Ling Xiao was already very proficient in dual wielding when he was in the Martial Vein realm. Using 2 hands to unleash 2 different moves without interfering with each other. Even in the entire profound world, such a feat was extremely rare. However, Ling Xiao was able to do it. The light and shadow powers in his body were activated at the same time. The divine light sword in his right hand released a dazzling light and slashed at one of them. The dark demon sword in his left hand was low-key and emitted a ferocious aura as it slashed at the other person. This guy is really an incredible monster. The wine demon sword couldn't help but sigh. Wielding 2 swords was nothing strange. Many people could do it. However, wielding 2 swords had 2 completely different attributes and 2 completely different moves. Not only would there be no conflict between them, but they would also be able to unleash greater power. This was something that only a few monstrous geniuses could do. It seems that he will be able to break through to the Yin-Yang realm soon and surpass me. The wine demon sword was very excited. Back then, he chose Ling Xiao because he hoped that Ling Xiao could help him save Ji Ling Yu. However, at that time, it was just a gamble. He wasn't sure if it would succeed. It was only now that he understood that his choice was correct. The demon sword of darkness and the divine sword of light struck out together. 2 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists that tried to kill Ling Xiao were killed on the spot. However, things were not over yet. The remaining 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had originally rushed over because he felt that even if his comrade couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would still be able to severely wound him. In that case, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, he never expected that he would be sending himself to his death by rushing over. Crack. The crisp sound of something being bitten off rang out. The last remaining 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had his waist bitten off by something. At that moment, he hadn't died yet. He looked behind him in horror. In his shadow, there was a strange thing. Void Shadow Crocodile. Ling Xiao didn't forget about this sneak attack. At this point, all 3 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists had been killed. There were 95 people just now, But now there were only 6 left. 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and 2 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. At this moment, Kong Wu didn't pursue Ling Xiao. He stared blankly at the corpses on the ground, not daring to believe his eyes. 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. They were the backbone of their race, absolutely formidable fighting strength. Yet, they had been so easily killed by Ling Xiao. Kong Wu had said before that they were not puppets and that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to cut them down like grass. But now, the reality before him was something he could never have imagined. From the start of the battle until now, Ling Xiao had been slaughtering them like he was cutting grass. The 1000 Heaven Realm martial artists didn't need to be mentioned for the time being. After all, their cultivation was too low, so it was understandable that they were easily killed. But the remaining 100 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still chopped up like vegetables in front of Ling Xiao. They were all killed in a single move. These people didn't even manage to touch the hem of Ling Xiao's clothes until they died. The spectators and Yin-Yang Realm experts found this scene unbelievable and incomprehensible. They had imagined many scenarios. For example, Ling Xiao being abused and suffering the consequences of his own actions. For example, Ling Xiao killing several enemies with great difficulty only to be surrounded and killed in the end. For example, Ling Xiao being unable to defeat his opponents and being forced to flee in the end. The only thing they hadn't imagined was this situation. They felt like they were dreaming. Haha, there are still 6 people left. Do you still have any doubts about my words? Ling Xiao asked Kong Wu with a chuckle. I don't believe that you haven't exhausted yourself at all. Now, your good luck will come to an end. Kong Wu coldly said. That's right. It seems that your cultivation is around the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm, so it's easy for you to kill martial artists below the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm. But against the 6 of us, you have no chance of victory. The 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of the Great Peng race harshly shouted. TSK, you said this when there were only 95 of you left, and you're still saying it now. It seems that in order to make you realize the cruelty of reality, I really have to kill all of you. Ling Xiao's voice was still confident and arrogant, as if the 6 people in front of him were nothing special. However, the spectators were beginning to worry for him. The remaining 6 are all stronger than him. He relied on his speed to avoid these people. How will he deal with them now? I'm also puzzled. Unless he chooses to flee, it's very difficult for him to win against these 6 people. That's right. After all, there are still 2 elder-level martial artists there. If Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, all his previous efforts will be in vain. You can't say that. In any case, Ling Xiao's strength is obvious to all. He single-handedly killed more than 1,000 martial artists of the Peacock race and the Great Peng race to only 6. That's right. His arrogance and domineering aura are not false bravado. He really possesses terrifying strength. Maybe, I'm just saying maybe. Today, we're going to see a scene that we'll never forget. Will Ling Xiao perform a miracle that has never happened in the history of the mystic world? At this time, whether it was those who supported Ling Xiao, those who doubted Ling Xiao, or even those who opposed Ling Xiao, they were all very nervous. Because at this moment, no matter how far Ling Xiao persevered, he had actually created an unprecedented record. Every time he killed someone, he would break his own record. What a pity. He's obviously the most outstanding student in the history of Qingshu College, but no one from Qingshu College stepped forward to protect him. It's so sad. Who said no one? I, Feng Qingyang, the Vice Dean of Qingshu College, will defend our Qingshu College's disciple, Ling Xiao, to the death today. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from afar. Feng Qingyang looked a little embarrassed and angry, but his eyes were filled with determination. His body was stained with blood, and he seemed to be injured. Chapter 1495. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. I'm late. Some people don't want me to help you, but I'm not an ungrateful person. Back then, you saved my life in the northern region. I'm willing to die in battle to repay your kindness. Feng Qingyang floated in the air and said loudly, Sigh, those trash. Why couldn't they stop him? In the crowd, Ju Yun sighed. If we can't stop him, Then let's forget about it. Perhaps this is an opportunity. This time, I'm afraid we've completely disappointed Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Uncle Qing Yang was able to make Ling Xiao have a good impression of us. Feng Yinshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before coming here, he had arranged everything. The only thing he didn't expect was that Ling Xiao would have so many Yin-Yang realm experts helping him. He also didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. He had miscalculated. This vicious wolf could have been used by him. Vice Principal, is Liana all right? Ling Xiao asked. She's also under house arrest, but she's fine. Feng Qingyang replied. That's good. You seem to have experienced a bitter battle. Go over there and help me guard it. I'm afraid that if these people want to escape, they might not be able to stop them. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Are you sure you can do it alone? Feng Qingyang asked worriedly. Don't worry. If I say I can, then I can. Ling Xiao had a smile on his face the entire time. He knew very well who treated him well and who didn't. Even if Feng Qingyang didn't come here today, he could understand that something must have happened to him. All right then. Feng Qingyang touched his chest. He had indeed been injured by Feng Yinshan's subordinates. That nether restriction was even more terrifying than he had imagined. We absolutely can't let him defeat us one by one. We have to truly work together. Kong Wu looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly said. Although they had besieged Ling Xiao previously, it was simply a swarm of bees. In reality, they couldn't form much of a comprehensive combat strength. That's right. The 6 of us can't be separated anymore. The elder of the rock race also said. Since that's the case, I'll take the front and you take the rear. The 2 of us will protect the front and the back. Don't give Ling Xiao any chance to launch a sneak attack. Kong Wu began to assign positions. You 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists will guard the flanks. 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists will assist the 2 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists in the center. In this way, every position will have the strongest combat power, and it will be absolutely impregnable. Ling Xiao will have no way to do anything. No problem. The 6 of them quickly formed a battle formation. Remember, go all out and don't hold back. That guy is a real monster. If you don't kill him today, not only will you not be able to take revenge, you will also cause endless harm. I believe you don't want to see your family killed by this vicious guy, right? It had to be said that Kong Wu really had some leadership skills. When he said this, the martial artists' fighting spirit soared, and their killing intent soared to the sky. The 17-year-old Ling Xiao was already so terrifying. If he was given another year or 2, no one in the entire Divine Phoenix continent would be able to suppress him. If they didn't kill this kid now, it would be even harder to kill him in the future. This was the current situation. After saying this, Kong Wu completely entered beast mode. The peacock race's bloodline allowed him to be faster and stronger. Moreover, the strange light he possessed could also cause Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. This person specialized in bloodline and didn't have a martial soul, but such a person was actually even more terrifying. Martial artists were most afraid of specialized bloodlines, especially at this stage. The elder of the rock race also didn't have a martial soul. He also entered beast mode. The speed of the rock race was displayed to the extreme, and his cold eagle eyes revealed an intense killing intent. The other 4 martial artists also ignited their bloodlines and entered beast mode. In an instant, the 6 human-looking martial artists became 6 terrifying beasts. And they were beasts with brains. This made them even more difficult to deal with. The power of the bloodline after complete shapeshifting feels really powerful. Will Ling Xiao really be a match for them? The surrounding crowd began to worry again. After all, a martial artist's fighting strength would increase greatly after complete beast mode. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people with an indifferent smile on his face, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Your battle formation is indeed not bad. There is no weakness in it. He looked at the 6 people in front of him and said with a smile, but, can this really stop my slaughter? Since I can't find a soft persimmon to pinch, then let's face it head on. Kong Wu, I originally wanted to leave you for last, but since you want to die, I'll start with you. He didn't intend to look for flaws, but to face the strongest, Kong Wu, head-on. If he could kill Kong Wu, then the battle formation would collapse on its own, and even the 8th and 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would instantly lose their will to fight. But was Kong Wu really so easy to deal with? Was Ling Xiao's choice really right? Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't answer their questions. His left eye opened. Sword Spirit's Eye, Destruction Sword. Slaughter Sword. Fusion. Destruction Sword of Light. Darkness Sword of Slaughter. They were still two swords, but after fusing the Destruction Sword intent and the Slaughter Sword intent, their power was completely different. Can you unseal my demon sword, Yigus-han? And my ancient hell dragon, Dragon Slayer? Once, the human monarch's power helped Ling Xiao seal the chaotic power, mainly because he was worried that Ling Xiao's cultivation would be too complicated, and in the end, it wouldn't make up for the loss, and he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the Mountain River martial soul. But today, the situation was different from the past. Ling Xiao's strength had become stronger. Moreover, he was only releasing Yigus-han and Dragon Slayer as martial souls to increase the power of the Slaughter Sword and Destruction Sword. The last bit of the human monarch's power in his body couldn't stop Ling Xiao from unsealing these powers. Behind Ling Xiao, a black demon dragon appeared in the red sun and let out a shocking roar. It was the ancient hell dragon, Dragon Slayer. In the dark shadow, a demon sword quietly appeared and then turned into a human figure. It was a cold man in a black robe. It was the king of the demon swords, Yigus-han. Of course, Ling Xiao knew how strong his opponent was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have unsealed these two martial souls. The remaining 6 people must die, otherwise, it wouldn't have the effect of deterrence. What martial soul is that? Does Ling Xiao also have the rare twin martial souls? Who knows? Ling Xiao has never released his martial soul in battle before. I feel that it's very strong. Isn't that nonsense? Would he use it if it wasn't strong? Everyone stared behind Ling Xiao. A huge black and red dragon was hovering there, its huge head staring at the 6 enemies. As for the black figure, it had completely disappeared into the darkness and was almost invisible. Chapter 1496. Yigus-han's black figure had already disappeared. But just because he couldn't be seen didn't mean he didn't exist. Perhaps he was the most dangerous one. Kill! Kong Wu roared as he pounced at Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's body had undergone some changes, he had no choice but to release the arrow. As a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert, he was the strongest person here. If he was afraid and didn't fight, the others would certainly lose their fighting spirit. The 6 warriors charged at Ling Xiao in a battle formation, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to defeat them one by one. At the same time, the 7 colored feathers on Kong Wu's peacock tail released 7 strange lights. After that, the light enveloped the entire space, enveloping Ling Xiao and the 6 people who were fighting within it. Strange light domain. Legend had it that very few warriors of the peacock race could activate this strange light domain. This type of domain could render the opponent's eye techniques completely ineffective. It could ignore any light effects and prevent the eyes from being stimulated. Of course, the most frightening thing was that it would constantly absorb the opponent's domain origin energy, strengthening itself while wearing down the opponent. It could be said that this Grotto Heaven domain was simply cheating. Ling Xiao stared at Kong Wu, knowing that he had to eliminate this guy first. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to endure staying in this strange light domain for too long. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. It wasn't hatred, but calmness. Facing these 6 experts, he had to be calm enough to achieve the final victory. Opening his Taiji eye, he locked onto Kong Wu's every move. He wanted to find the biggest flaw in this person's attack. Kong Wu's speed wasn't fast because he had to coordinate with the battle formation. But within the strange light domain, he could move so close yet so far. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Moreover, the strange light domain had merged the 6 people's auras into one. Even while moving, the battle formation wouldn't be disrupted. Of course, speed wasn't the key. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat Kong Wu, he couldn't rely on dodging alone. Therefore, even if Kong Wu was as slow as a snail, he still had to face him head-on. At this moment, Kong Wu's aura was the strongest. When he moved, the sound of rolling flames could be heard. Scarlet flames ignited on his body. The peacock bloodline is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below exclaimed in surprise. Because even standing outside the strange light domain, they could feel the scorching and oppressive aura, making it difficult for them to breathe. He believed that Ling Xiao, who was trapped in the strange light domain, would definitely feel even worse. But they were wrong. Facing Kong Wu's aura, not only did Ling Xiao not feel the slightest pressure, but he even sneered. He had already unsealed the ancient infernal dragon soul. The hell dragon flame was even more terrifying than the holy flame. Would Ling Xiao be afraid of Kong Wu's flames? Moreover, he had long been accustomed to the high temperature of the power of light. How could he be afraid of such a high temperature? He was currently considering how he could defeat Kong Wu in a direct confrontation. The Tyrant martial spirit would definitely not be used. At the very least, it would not be fully released. There was no need to deal with someone like Kong Wu. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. Although he couldn't completely crush a 9th Grotto Heaven realm expert with his current fighting strength, he would definitely win. Since it was his trump card, he naturally had to use it at the most critical moment. He still used the Sword of Light of Destruction and the Sword of Darkness of Massacre. But this time, the two swords had souls. The Sword of Light of Destruction had fused with the soul of the ancient Hell Dragon. The Sword of Darkness had fused with the martial soul of the Demon Sword's master, Yi Gus Han. Their power had increased by more than a little. Bloom, Light of Destruction, Hellfire. The Sword of Light of Destruction in his right hand was dazzling. It absorbed the scarlet sun's light in the sky, turning it into an even more intense and terrifying aura. Even through the strange light domain, the crowd could still feel the terror of this sword, as if it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao's sword technique was so terrifying that even the scarlet sun couldn't compare to it. The Sword of Darkness on his left and right became gloomier, as if it was a terrifying shadow hiding in the darkness. It also seemed like a terrifying giant beast lurking behind the scarlet sun. The sword wasn't as dazzling as the right hand, but the terrifying murderous intent made everyone tremble in fear. His dual swords are even more terrifying than before. What is his limit? The crowd looked at this scene in surprise. From the beginning of the battle, the power of Ling Xiao's sword technique had been constantly increasing. Every time they thought that this was Ling Xiao's limit, Ling Xiao's sword would explode with another terrifying increase, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand was no longer a simple weapon. It was as if it had turned into his closest comrade in arms and the most powerful partner. This was really a rather strange thing. Tai Chi rotates and the dual swords strike out together, destroying and killing. It's terrifying. If it enters yin and yang, who can compete with the divine phoenix? The demonic liquor sword clicked his tongue and sighed. He was also a swordsman, so he naturally knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's dual swords were. The two swords had completely different sword intents, completely different moves, and even completely different fields of origin energy. What was even more terrifying was that they contained different martial souls. In the entire mystic world, there was probably no one who could do such a thing. Perhaps there were people in the Immortal Court continent and the Hell continent who could do it, but they were very rare. Once Ling Xiao truly stepped into the yin-yang realm, even if it was only the first level, with his terrifying sword technique, it wasn't impossible for him to surpass all the martial artists in the Divine Phoenix continent. Of course, Kong Wu also knew how powerful Ling Xiao's dual swords were, but he absolutely couldn't retreat. If he retreated now, he would be in an even worse state. Because his strength had accumulated to the limit, his aura had also expanded to the limit. Once he chose to retreat, everything would collapse. Without Ling Xiao attacking, he would play himself to death. Kill. Kong Wu let out a shocking roar. His aura exploded, and the space around him became distorted. This roar was to embolden himself and also to make up his mind to attack. The long spear in his hand pressed forward with an indomitable aura and great power. Spear of strange light. The spear in Kong Wu's hand continued to condense the light released by the strange light domain. It even absorbed the domain origin energy from Ling Xiao's body. It was almost transparent. However, no one dared to underestimate the power of this spear. Kill. Ling Xiao spat out the same cold voice. The sword of light of destruction in his right hand pierced out with an unstoppable force. At that moment, cracks appeared in the space, and cracks also appeared in the domain of light. It was like an eggshell that kept cracking. Boom. Finally, the sword and spear collided in the void. Strange light and flames began to surge. Chapter 1497. Sword and spear collided. The entire battlefield trembled. Ling Xiao's body actually took half a step back. Kong Wu is indeed a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Those trash can't compare to him. Ling Xiao is out of luck this time. A voice from the crowd seemed to have been suppressed for a long time before finally shouting. After seeing Ling Xiao slaughter the peacock and rock race martial artists, those who were unhappy with Ling Xiao naturally wanted to see him suffer. However, perhaps they were celebrating a little too early. Half a step back was just Ling Xiao retreating to advance. The sword of light annihilation in his right hand continued to pressure, while the dark massacre sword in his left hand suddenly thrust upward, aiming for Kong Wu's vitals. The dark demon sword was soundless and had no resplendent light, but it had terrifying lethality. Kai. The sword was too fast. Kong Wu's arm was cut off by the sword, blood splattering everywhere. This was because Kong Wu had sensed the dark slaughter sword coming at him at the critical moment. Otherwise, his body would have been cleaved into two halves by this sword. Peacock of Light. Facing a serious threat to his life, Kong Wu withdrew the light domain, and a huge peacock of light took shape. It pounced at Ling Xiao, trying to force Ling Xiao back and create an opportunity for itself. Oh! A new move. But it's meaningless. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw the peacock pouncing towards him. Not only did he not retreat, but he also threw the sword of light obliteration in his right hand. Ang tilde tilde, a clear dragon roar sounded. In that instant, the entire world was filled with an evil and terrifying aura. The ancient hell dragon had successfully transformed with the help of the sword of light annihilation. Ancient hell dragon. That's the ancient hell dragon. So Ling Xiao's martial soul is one of the 9 ancient hell dragon souls, the hell dragon soul. Many people were guessing what Ling Xiao's martial soul was. But even now, they had yet to obtain an accurate answer. When the ancient hell dragon's huge body pounced towards the peacock of light, they suddenly understood. Ling Xiao actually possessed such a terrifying martial soul. Unfortunately, no one knew that this was just a small dragon in the Sky Tyrant universe. Ling Xiao's true martial soul was the Tyrant martial soul, which was much stronger than the ancient infernal dragon soul. Boom! The ancient hell dragon and the rainbow peacock collided in the sky. Blazing flames shot out. It was as if the sun had exploded in the sky. Destroy! Ling Xiao uttered coldly. Then, the huge peacock began to fall apart. After all, the mutant peacock was formed from energy. Although it was powerful, it didn't have its own soul or will. Naturally, it couldn't fight against the ancient hell dragon. Not good, retreat first. When Kong Wu saw the multicolored peacock being destroyed, he felt a strong sense of apprehension toward Ling Xiao. At this moment, he no longer had his previous confidence and bravery. Facing Ling Xiao, he only felt fear and unease. Can you make it in time? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The ancient hell dragon opened its huge mouth and charged at Kong Wu with an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, Kong Wu didn't think too much. He endured the pain of losing an arm and grabbed at the ancient hell dragon with his huge peacock claws. He almost used all his strength. Bang! Another loud sound. Kong Wu temporarily blocked the dragon slayer's attack and continued to retreat with the help of the recoil. However, the battle formation made him lose his composure, and he fell into the arms of the 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Run! Kong Wu didn't have time to think and screamed desperately. He could feel that danger was still tightly entangling him like maggots in his bones. He had no intention of retreating at all. Why are you running? Didn't you say that I'm avoiding you because I'm afraid of you? At some point, Ling Xiao's figure had appeared near Kong Wu. The 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists on both sides tried to rescue Kong Wu. However, They were swept away by the ancient hell dragon's huge tail and could not get close. In Ling Xiao's hand, the dark massacre sword was eerie and terrifying, exuding an icy killing intent. It's over. It looks like Kong Wu won't be able to dodge this sword. Many people felt a sense of powerlessness. A ninth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao. Although his performance was much better than the other martial artists, he was still battered and exhausted. Ling Xiao said that he didn't fear anyone except Yin-Yang Realm martial artists. Many people originally thought that this was an exaggeration and overestimating his own strength. But now, seeing how Ling Xiao was bullying Kong Wu, they knew that Ling Xiao's words were not nonsense. Die. Kong Wu, use your blood to pay tribute to my hatred. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed down. It was a very ordinary stab. There was no technique used. However, no one was able to stop this sword. At this time, the closest ones to Kong Wu were the two 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. But they were actually intimidated by Ling Xiao's terrifying slaughter sword intent. Their bodies trembled and they couldn't even attack, much less protect Kong Wu. With me here, you can't kill him. Suddenly, a light flashed and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist of the Great Rock Race moved. The Great Rock Race's speed was fast. In an instant, he was between Ling Xiao and Kong Wu. Then, his gleaming claws swiped at Ling Xiao. Light shadow, escape. Ling Xiao chuckled. He completely ignored the Great Rock Race Elder's attack and his figure suddenly disappeared. Then, to everyone's surprise, they saw a black and white light pierce through Kong Wu's chest. When they tried to capture this light again, they discovered that Ling Xiao's figure had already appeared below. Kong Wu's body had been directly penetrated and his vitality was rapidly draining away. No. Impossible. Kong Wu was unwilling to believe this was true. However, he looked down at his body and saw that his vital parts had been completely penetrated. Moreover, the terrifying sword qi was wreaking havoc in his body. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out. Why is this happening? What is your cultivation level? Kong Wu could no longer turn his head because he had no strength left. Being able to speak was already his limit. The peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was nothing to hide. Many people had probably already guessed it. I don't believe it. This is impossible. How could I be killed by a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Whether he believed it or not, the truth was already so. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. At this moment, two more screams were heard. It turned out that the two 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were stunned by Kong Wu's death. The Dragon Slayer took the opportunity to open his bloody mouth and swallow the two of them. In an instant, the two of them lost all signs of life. There are still 3 people left. Your battle formation doesn't seem as powerful as I imagined. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 3 martial artists and revealed a mocking smile. Chapter 1498. Of the remaining 3, one was a Great Peng Elder at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other 2 were 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, one from the Peacock race and one from the Great Peng race. I'll kill you. When the Peacock clan martial artist saw Kong Wu killed, he reckoned that there must be some special relationship between them. That was why he recklessly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Don't. The Great Peng race elder tried to stop him, but he was a step too late. Ling Xiao watched as the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm expert charged at him. In the past, such an expert would have been able to easily crush him. But today, such a martial artist was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Impulsiveness will get you killed. Ling Xiao had not moved from start to finish. But when the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was 3 or 4 meters away, his upper body was separated from his lower body. The crimson blood was a ghastly sight. When I was fighting just now, you should have been watching. Why didn't you know to be on guard? Ling Xiao had used the Void Shadow Crocodile more than once in this battle, and he had succeeded each time. It wasn't that his opponents couldn't sense it, but that they simply didn't have the time or energy to notice the Void Shadow Crocodile's sneak attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were fixed on that moment, unable to move. In a few short moments, 2 7th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, 1/8 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist Kong Wu had all been killed. They had died so easily that many people felt like their eyes were playing tricks on them. From the beginning to the end, these 6 so-called strongest Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists hadn't even touched Ling Xiao's clothes and had died so easily. Devil. This fellow is a devil. There's no way we can defeat him, the great Peng Race 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist cried out as he fled into the distance. His remaining fighting spirit had been completely worn away. He no longer had the courage to face Ling Xiao. All he wanted to do now was run. Although he still had a great Peng Race elder at his side, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert, he had no confidence. Kong Wu had been killed, so what was the point of having a great Peng Race elder at the same cultivation level as Kong Wu? In the end, I still have to escape. Isn't that the most cowardly idea? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he casually waved his right hand. A shadow all shot out at an extremely fast speed. Poochie. The Great Rock Race's 8th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was like a bird that had been shot to death, quickly falling to the ground. He shouldn't have died so easily. However, because he had fled and left his back exposed to Ling Xiao, it had become extremely easy for Ling Xiao to kill him. Kill yourself. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the rock warrior who was running away. Instead, he looked at the rock elder and said, "I'll give you a chance. Die with dignity." These words sounded familiar because they were exactly what the Ice Phoenix ancestor had said to the Moon Maiden. Now that Ling Xiao said it, it sounded a little ironic. This Ling Xiao is really ruthless. However, that great Peng Race elder is at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm after all. He shouldn't choose to commit suicide, right? Of course not. If he takes a gamble, he might still have a chance. However, the slap to the face came too quickly. After an intense mental struggle, the great Peng Race elder's gaze fell on the corpses of Kong Wu and the others. Not a single one of those corpses was intact. Alright, I'll kill myself. I just want to leave my corpse intact. What? He actually agreed. How cowardly is he? You can't blame him. They couldn't kill Ling Xiao even though they had the advantage in numbers. Now that he's the only one left, it's even more impossible. Rather than die without an intact corpse, he might as well die with dignity. Sigh, thinking about it carefully, that's really the case. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. However, even though this was the case, the outcome still shocked countless people. Ling Xiao, let him go. I, Peng Nantian, swear that from now on, I will never be your enemy. If I violate this oath, I will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Let my great Peng race be exterminated. Peng Nantian's voice sounded. He sounded a little desolate and helpless. He was really helpless after being forced to this extent by Ling Xiao. He wanted to help, but he was stopped by the demonic liquor sword. He could only watch as his clansmen were killed by Ling Xiao. Didn't he hate him? That was impossible. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. However, what was the use of hating him? He couldn't let the great Peng race go extinct. Moreover, the person who was forced to commit suicide by Ling Xiao was his younger brother. Peng Nantian, you coward. Ancestor Ice Phoenix cursed angrily. A coward is a coward. Those who are killed are not your people. Of course, you won't feel sorry for them. Peng Nantian roared. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Peng Nantian really dared to make a vicious oath. For the sake of the entire race, he was willing to go all out. Should he let them go? But this was far from enough. He looked at Peng Nantian and said, "Just not being enemies with me is not enough. I want your great Peng race to submit to my heavenly empire. From now on, you will be slaves forever." You're going too far. Peng Nantian roared. Going too far. Becoming a slave of the heavenly empire is better than dying. Do you really plan to let the great Peng race on the divine Phoenix continent be exterminated? Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If you were me, what would you do?" Actually, there was no need to answer this question. Peng Nantian's method would definitely be even crueler than Ling Xiao's. He would not give Ling Xiao any chance to live. Even if he swore a vicious oath, it would be useless. In the end, Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who treated human lives like grass. However, he would not easily forgive the Great Peng race. Letting the Great Peng race become the slaves of the Heavenly Empire, and forever, this was the best choice. Not only would it strengthen the Heavenly Empire, but it would also save a lot of effort. Of course, whether Peng Nantien would agree or not was another matter. This, I can't make the decision. I have to go back and discuss it with the upper echelons of the race. Peng Nantien hesitated. Don't play tricks with me. Your Great Peng race has always been under the control of the Patriarch. Since you're unwilling, then don't blame me. I won't leave a single one of the Great Peng race and the Peacock race alive. I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao's words carried a tone that left no room for discussion. Brother, just agree. You've seen this guy's strength. Moreover, he has so many Yin-Yang realm martial artists helping him. If you don't agree, our Great Peng race will definitely be exterminated. The elder of the Great Peng race did not want to die. Therefore, at this time, he began to persuade his elder brother. The Great Peng race is really a bunch of trash. I believe that if Kong Ran was still alive, he would definitely not let the Peacock race succumb to Ling Xiao's despotic power. Ancestor Ice Phoenix said coldly. But he's already dead. Peng Nantien touched his chest. That was where the Moon Maiden had injured him. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he finally took out the Patriarch's keepsake of the Great Peng race and swore to the heavens. Chapter 1499. They really had to become slaves. Of the more than 1,000 cultivators from the Peacock race and Great Rock race, only a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm elder from the Great Rock race remained. And under Ling Xiao's coercion, the Great Rock race's patriarch, Peng Nantien, had actually chosen to use the patriarch's token to swear eternal servitude. Swearing an oath in the mystic world was not like some other places where one could treat it lightly. Here, an oath represented the power of laws. Since one swore an oath, breaking the oath would inevitably result in punishment. Peng Nantian's so-called punishment was that the heavens and earth would destroy the Great Rock race. This could be said to be an extremely heavy oath. No matter how much time passed, the Great Rock race would definitely not betray Ling Xiao. Because no one could bear such a terrifying oath. Such an outcome was incomparably shocking to everyone. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would be able to eliminate more than 1,000 people with his own strength, and even make the high and mighty Great Rock race's patriarch, Peng Nantien, admit defeat. This guy was really too terrifying. 1,000 Heaven Realm experts, 100 Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouses, and the Peacock race and Great Rock race joining forces. No matter where this kind of lineup was placed, as long as they did not encounter a Yin-Yang realm cultivator, they could easily destroy any country. But today, Ling Xiao made them collapse in front of everyone, completely collapsing. He wanted to tell everyone that if anyone dared to kill his family and friends, then their final outcome was either death or becoming a slave. Moreover, becoming a slave depended on whether or not you had the qualifications. The Great Rock race was a force that could not be ignored. Ling Xiao could accept them as slaves. This could increase the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's fighting strength. If it was any other small sect, Ling Xiao would probably not even bat an eyelid and directly annihilate them. Peng Nantien and Peng Nanyun stood behind Ling Xiao like frosted eggplants. Ling Xiao stood proudly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His ink-black eyes were cold and ruthless. His infamy had been around for a long time, but in the past, many people only thought of him as a monster who could destroy experts of his generation at any time. But today, people suddenly discovered that Ling Xiao's strength was absolutely not limited to his peers. Even in the face of stronger opponents, he was still a terrifying nightmare. He could smile happily at you, but he could also mercilessly turn himself into an emotionless killing god. Next target, the Peacock race. Ling Xiao looked at Peng Nantien and Peng Nanyun and said, "Since you've sworn to be my slaves, then your first mission is to destroy the Peacock race. Of course, if they can elect a new patriarch and swear loyalty to me, then I won't kill them." Peng Nantien and Peng Nanyun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, they should have thought of such a mission long ago. However, when they were really assigned by Ling Xiao, they felt very uncomfortable. "You're not willing?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "I don't dare. This servant will do it right away." Of course, Peng Nantian didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao, not because he kept his promise, but because he was afraid of God's punishment. He wanted to persuade the peacock race to submit to Ling Xiao like them. In this way, they could smoothly complete the mission without using weapons. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. This divine phoenix empire is not your celestial empire. You can't do whatever you want. Ancestor Ice Phoenix was really angry and shouted angrily. That's right, the divine phoenix empire is not my celestial empire, but it will soon become a part of the celestial empire. Ling Xiao's cold voice was filled with strong confidence. What do you mean? Ancestor Ice Phoenix asked in shock. You'll know what I mean soon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Naturally, he wouldn't announce his plan. He was staying in the divine phoenix empire now, on one hand, to take revenge, and on the other hand, to restrain these experts. Are we still fighting? Ji Ruolong looked at Ancestor Ice Phoenix and asked with a frown. Are we fighting? Ancestor Ice Phoenix looked at Dan Yunsheng. Dan Yunsheng's expression wasn't very good. He originally planned to kill Ling Xiao when the Moon Maiden was in a daze after Ling Xiao was killed. But now, not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he had also displayed his invincible might. If they fought now, the ones with low morale wouldn't be the other side, but the cultivators on their side. What to do? He didn't know what to do. The current situation was simply terrible. Kill. However, just as he was feeling annoyed, the enemy opposite him gave the order. They knew that the morale on their side was low, and the Moon Maiden naturally knew this too. So they didn't attack now? When would they attack? If Ling Xiao's killing of the peacock race and rock race cultivators could be said to be tragic, then the battle between yin-yang realm experts would definitely be shocking and terrifying. No one in the divine phoenix empire would forget this terrifying day. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the sky above the killing dragon forest. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the righteous alliance lord was killed, the water god hall emissary was killed, the dark god hall assassin was killed, the ice phoenix ancestor was killed, and Dan Yunsheng was killed. Feng Mingxiao, Raven Queen, to be inconsolable, Ji Ruolong, and the yin-yang demon king were injured and fled. On the other side, Ancestor Lasting Joy, Zhu Tianlin, and Feng Qingyang were also heavily injured. Hong Qi, the Wine Demon Sword, and the Moon Maiden were all injured to varying degrees. But the problem was that during the battle, Ling Xiao had laid down the Heaven Reversal formation, allowing the cultivators on their side to constantly recover from their injuries. In addition, he had generously provided so many pills. As a result, even though they were outnumbered, not a single person had died. Of course, the key reason was that the Wine Demon Sword and the Moon Maiden were simply too strong. Those yin-yang realm experts that had been killed had basically been killed by the two of them. This terrifying battle had finally come to an end. The terrified cultivators of the capital finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Peng Nantian also brought good news. After Peng Nantian's cruel massacre, the remaining forces of the Peacock clan finally elected a new clan leader. Furthermore, they swore an oath to be loyal to Ling Xiao, to the Heavenly Empire, and to be eternal slaves. At this point, the two great clans of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Rock Clan and the Peacock Clan, were basically finished. If they had been slaughtered, their descendants might still have a chance to take revenge. But if they swore loyalty, they wouldn't even have a chance to take revenge. Ling Xiao's solemn face finally revealed a smile. Then, he thanked the Wine Demon Sword, Zhu Tianlin, and the others one by one. Furthermore, he gave them healing pills to let them recover first. Finally, he walked to the Moon Maiden's side and personally treated his woman's injuries. Little man, you've finally become more reliable. Perhaps it won't be long before I really have to rely on your protection. The Moon Maiden's words of love were filled with incomparable sweetness and warmth. Many people who heard it couldn't help but feel jealous. It was only in front of Ling Xiao that the noble and cold Moon Maiden would act like a little woman. To her, Ling Xiao was her everything. And when she realized that in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was also so important, she was naturally moved. Chapter 1500. It's far from enough. If it wasn't for you powerhouses, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Even though he was already at the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm, without the protection of the Moon Lady and the others, the outcome of the battle might be completely different. Cough cough, you guys take your time. This old man should return to Tien Canopy Immortal Island. I've been out for a few days, I don't know how the situation there is. Zhu Tianlin coughed dryly. Yes, this old man also needs to return to Chang'e Immortal Island to deal with the traitor. Ancestor Chang'e was very happy at this moment. Dan Yunsheng was killed, and there was only one Vice Island Master left in Chang'e Immortal Island, who was no match for him. This Chang'e Immortal Island was finally going to belong to him again. His forbearance for such a long time had not been in vain. I'm also going back. If there's anything, just call me. Demon Liquor Sword was the most straightforward. After speaking, he broke through the sky and left. He was also in a good mood because the faster Ling Xiao grew, the greater the hope of him rescuing Ji Ling Yu. Hong Qi smiled. Although he was Ling Xiao's grandfather, he couldn't be a third wheel. Good grandson, where is Ji Ning now? I'll go see him. There are some things that I haven't told him clearly. Lin Hai City. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said. Just yesterday, Haim Myung-Ke returned to the imperial capital and told Ling Xiao that the Heavenly Empire's army was already deployed near Lin Hai City. They even took back Northern Desert City and a part of the army was stationed in Northern Desert City. 2 cities, one facing the Black Crow Empire and the other facing the Divine Phoenix Empire. Lin Hai City was also a transportation hub connected to the waterway, allowing the Heavenly Empire's army to freely travel. Are you really going to start a war with the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire at the same time? Hong Qi asked in surprise. Swallow as many cities as you can. Ling Xiao didn't have any extravagant hopes of directly taking down the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire in one go. He only wanted to take advantage of this chaos to seize a few more cities. This way, he would have a foothold in the Divine Phoenix continent. That's more like it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many experts to guard it, right? Hong Qi smiled. Grandfather, I'm afraid that you still don't know. Our Heavenly Empire's current strength on the surface doesn't lose to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. We have quite a few Yin-Yang Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Now that the Great Rock Race and the Peacock Race have submitted, their strength will only increase. Ling Xiao said proudly. Hehe, you're really amazing. Actually, the strength of a country doesn't lie in how many experts it has, but in its ability to produce experts. Hong Qi smiled and said, all right, grandfather will make a trip to Forest Ocean City. It can be considered as helping you check. However, you have to be careful when you stay in the imperial capital. Be wary of those people who want to settle the score. Don't worry, grandfather. With Sister Moon Maiden and the Demon Wine Sword around, no one will dare to act rashly. Ling Xiao said. That's true. The two of them are probably the strongest warriors in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Especially after today's battle, no one will dare to provoke them again. Otherwise, that person will either be stupid or an idiot. Hong Qi nodded and left with a peace of mind. Long Chen, Shong Guan Hong, Haim Myung-Ke and the others left with him. Only Cold Plum and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf stayed behind. With the war about to begin, these few people would be able to achieve great things in Forest Ocean City. Moreover, it would also be of great help to their cultivation. They wouldn't be able to learn much if they stayed in the academy. Let's go back to the academy. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden and said, there's something that I think needs to be done. That old man, Zhu Yun, is no longer suitable to be the dean of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao was most dissatisfied with Zhu Yun for this incident. His own students were bullied, but he didn't even dare to speak up for them. He was even worse than the vice dean, Feng Qingyang. No wonder Qingshu College had been getting weaker and weaker in recent years. It seemed to have a lot to do with the dean's ability. All right, I'll help you with whatever you want to do. Ling Xiao was willing to come all the way to save her. Regardless of whether he really had the ability or not, she was very touched that he had the heart to do so. The feelings between the two of them became even more intense. Then, the Moon Maiden and Ling Xiao left Dragon-Slaying Forest and returned to Qingshu College. Seeing the two of them leave, the warriors in the imperial capital breathed a sigh of relief one after another. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would bring them such a terrifying battle this time. This was simply too shocking. It showed that he had forced the Rock clan and the Peacock clan to become slaves and killed so many Yin-Yang realm experts. Those were Yin-Yang realm experts, not Grotto Heaven realm experts or Celestial realm experts. They died just like that. Wasn't it said that it was difficult for Yin-Yang realm experts to die? This was a huge shock to everyone. From today on, Ling Xiao's name would really resound throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Today's scene was even more shocking than when he defeated the Black Crow army, killed Timur Mewtwo, captured Tomohiko Kumar alive, and single-handedly rescued General Ji Ning. After today's incident, even those old fellows who usually stayed behind the scenes and never cared about the outside world had to start paying attention to this terrifying existence that rose like a comet. After all, Ling Xiao was not yet a Yin-Yang realm expert, but he was already able to make the two great clans bow down to him. If he advanced to the Yin-Yang realm, what kind of scene would it be? Would those old fellows still be able to suppress this disobedient monster? Of course, while people were still shocked by what happened in Dragon-Slaying Forest, another major event was being carried out in Linhai City. Ling Xiao's revenge was not over yet. Making the Rock clan and the Peacock clan bow down to him was only the first step. It was just the beginning. One day, the entire Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent would listen to Ling Xiao's orders. Then, Ling Xiao's goal in the Divine Phoenix continent would be completely achieved. 3 days and 3 nights was enough for the news here to spread throughout the Divine Phoenix continent. Even the White Tiger continent's 4 great empires and a large sect received this news. Everyone's reactions were different, but there was only one common emotion. That was shock. It was an unimaginable shock. A 17-year-old youth had turned the entire Divine Phoenix continent upside down. Wasn't this enough to shock people? For a time, Ling Xiao's information were placed on the tables of the various large factions. Everyone was studying this fellow who suddenly rose to prominence. Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, in a secret chamber. Ji Ruolong was recuperating. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. In front of him stood a young man, Ji Huangtian. Huangtian, you know what happened in the Divine Phoenix capital, right? Ji Ruolong asked through gritted teeth. Chapter 1501. Do you know what happened in the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ji Ruolong asked with a gloomy expression. Grandson already knows. Ji Huangtian nodded. Since you know, then you should understand that it's almost impossible to bypass the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword to kill Ling Xiao. So during the Dragon Phoenix selection, you have to kill that brat for grandfather. Ji Ruolong roared angrily. Grandson understands. It was as if Ji Huangtian was talking about something very ordinary. Although he was very shocked when the news first came, he came to a conclusion after calming down. Ling Xiao was not his opponent. The reason why that brat was so arrogant and had such a brilliant battle record was because he had the support of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword. So during the Dragon Phoenix selection, he had to let Ling Xiao taste his power and clear the name of his grandfather and the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. If he defeated Ling Xiao, then it would prove that Ling Xiao was just a coward hiding behind a woman. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened in the Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, Ice Phoenix Clan, and Parameter Immortal Island. However, one was a conversation between the Raven Queen and the first and second fiend. The other was a conversation between Fengming Wuliang, Fengming Chishan, Fengming Wushan, and his sons. No matter who it was, as long as they could kill Ling Xiao, it would be a victory for Fengming Wuliang. To be inconsolable and Zhong Yu Huangquan's conversation in the Parameter Immortal Island. They knew very well that directly seeking revenge from Ling Xiao was not something that was very likely to happen. As long as the Moon Maiden didn't die, they couldn't kill Ling Xiao no matter what. But the Dragon Phoenix selection was a very good opportunity. It was a battle between young people under the age of 30. In this aspect, they still had an advantage. However, there was another matter in the Divine Phoenix Empire that made Fengming Wuliang a little anxious. Monarch, the Celestial Empire's army has already occupied Linhai City and Northern Desert City, forming a triangle. We must quickly resolve this. That's right, Emperor. While Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden are still in the imperial capital, send experts to Linhai City. Even if we have to burn it, we can't leave it to the Heavenly Empire. Your Majesty, we can't hesitate any longer. We have to dispatch our troops immediately. Your Majesty. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very oppressive, with some tension and anger. Ling Xiao avenged his family and friends. Not only did he subdue the Peacock clan and the Great Rock clan, he even dared to take advantage of the situation to allow the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's army to occupy Divine Phoenix Empire's cities. This matter, if it could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Listening to the arguments of the ministers, the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang did not say a word. His face was extremely cold, and his body emitted a dense killing intent that was enough to make the mosquitoes that flew past him fall to the ground and die tragically. He was already furious that Ling Xiao had killed their Ice Phoenix patriarch, but because of the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword, he couldn't take revenge. The upper echelons of the clan also suggested to put this grudge aside for the time being and wait for an opportunity. Feng Ming Wuliang, who was already full of anger, lost all reason when he heard the news of Divine Phoenix Empire's cities being occupied. If he could even tolerate this kind of thing, wouldn't he, the Emperor, be too cowardly? Linhai City, that was a star city that he single-handedly built. It was a place that he vigorously promoted after the Northern Desert City was abandoned. And the one who was stationed in Linhai City was also his younger brother. He had once treated this as his own political achievement. He wanted to let the people know that even without Northern Desert City and Jining, Divine Phoenix Empire's Northern Gate was still stable. But now, when the news reached the capital, Linhai City was actually easily conquered by Ling Xiao. How could he still have any face left? And his younger brother, his son Feng Ming Tsongshan, also died in this battle. They were all killed by Ling Xiao and his friends. Not only did he lose face, but he also suffered a disastrous loss. Even though many people were saying that they supported him, they were laughing at him behind his back. If he couldn't take back Linhai City, let alone wait until the emperor election, he would probably be impeached as emperor very soon and then dejectedly resign. This was what he couldn't accept. Father, now that things have come to this, why don't your son take your place and take back Linhai City? The one who spoke was Feng Ming Wuliang's second son, Mount Feng Ming. In terms of cultivation and strength, this person was probably on par with Feng Yinshan and Feng Ming Chishan. But because he belonged to the Righteous Alliance and was a divine guard of justice, he would not participate in the rankings outside. But his strength was unquestionable. Emperor, if young Master Junshan takes action, this matter will definitely succeed. This lowly subject is also willing to assist. The one who stepped forward was one of the 12 divine generals, the Ice General. When General Blazing Fire was killed, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone and had been looking for a chance to take revenge. But Ling Xiao's growth was simply too fast. He knew that he couldn't take revenge alone, so if he joined this group, he would definitely be able to accomplish great things. Junshan, you don't have to go. We want you and Tianshan to leave the Divine Guard of Justice and participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. You are the true hope of the Ice Phoenix race, so you must set your sights further. Mount Feng Ming was Feng Ming Wuliang's second son. Feng Ming Tianshan was Feng Ming Wuliang's eldest son. These two were the strongest of his sons, and they were also the ones he placed the most hope on. He was thinking that if he failed, these two sons would be his hope. As long as he defeated Feng Ming Chishan and Feng Yinshan in the Dragon Phoenix selection, his sons could also become the heir. After all, in the Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a very important factor in becoming the heir: strength. If your strength was inferior to your competitors, then no matter how good you were in other aspects, it would be useless. But father, who will go to Linhai City? Mount Fengming asked. Left Commander, Right Guard, get ready. We will personally lead the army this time. Fengming Wuliang stood up and shouted sternly. He had no choice. This trip to Linhai City was the most crucial one in his political career. The Left Commander and Right Guard were his most loyal subordinates, and they were both first-level Yin-Yang realm experts. Adding him, 3 Yin-Yang realm experts were heading to Linhai City. He didn't believe that he couldn't take Linhai City back from the enemy's hand. At this moment, Feng Ming Wuliang's emotions were really complicated. In the past, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Even after Ling Xiao established the Heavenly Empire, he still didn't take Ling Xiao and the so-called Heavenly Empire seriously. He thought that as long as he was willing, he could destroy the Heavenly Empire at any time. This time, he took back Ling Xiao's title of Heavenly Dragon King because he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to invade the Heavenly Empire and occupy the Heavenly Dragon continent. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would turn the tables and occupy his Linhai City. This despicable brat had already grown to a point where he couldn't be ignored. Since he couldn't kill this brat for the time being, he might as well take down Linhai City first and let this brat understand that even with the protection of the Moon Maiden, the weak mob of the Heavenly Empire couldn't do anything. Chapter 1502. It was definitely a big deal for the Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor to personally lead an expedition. The army was led by 3 generals, namely the Left Commander, Right Commander, and Ice General. The Left Commander and Right Commander each led an army of 200,000. Ice General led an army of 100,000. Emperor Fengming Wuliang had 10,000 personal guards under the command of Mirror Minister Fengming Dahai. This was also the person Fengming Wuliang trusted the most. There were actually 4 Yin-Yang realm experts in this expedition. This made many people shudder. They knew that Lin Haicheng would probably not be able to escape this calamity. After all, in their impression, there were no other Yin-Yang realm experts in the Heavenly Empire other than the Moon Maiden. Moreover, a very important point was that since Fengming Wuliang had chosen to lead the expedition personally, it meant that he would definitely return victorious in this battle. Otherwise, he would probably lose even more face than before. The position of the Celestial Emperor would soon change. Even before the election began, he would probably not be able to continue holding the position. It was precisely because of such serious consequences that people believed that Fengming Wuliang had a terrifying determination and firm goal. This time, he would definitely not return easily if he did not achieve his goal this time. For this reason, Fengming Wuliang even lowered his status and went to the Fire Phoenix tribe to ask the Black and White Elders to help stop the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword. If there were still people in the Divine Phoenix clan who could stop the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon Sword, it would be the Black and White Elders. Although the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe were not on good terms, they were still the Divine Phoenix imperial family. At this time, they naturally could not just stand by and watch. More importantly, the Black and White Elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe thought of Ji Lingyu because of Ling Xiao. Back then, they were able to plot against a little girl. Now, they naturally would not let Ling Xiao continue to grow. They did not participate in the battle previously because they were not completely confident. But now, they were just intercepting and not fighting to the death. They felt that there was no problem. Compared to strength, these 2 people were more adept at scheming. Of course, in order to invite these 2 people, Fengming Wuliang had also paid a huge price. As for what the price was, perhaps only they knew. Lin Haicheng was not far from the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. In addition, the army this time was made up of elites. It only took a day and a night to travel. Looking at the black mass of the army, the people in overgrown forest city panicked. They didn't have a good impression of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but they didn't have a good impression of the Celestial Empire either. But since he was currently in Forest Ocean City, what he was most afraid of was Divine Phoenix Empire completely destroying Forest Ocean City. If that was the case, many things would be irreparable. After all, when immortals fought, mortals would suffer. These commoners were just ordinary people. Even if they were martial artists, they were at most in the martial vein realm or the celestial realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still dealing with matters at Qingshu College. In the main hall sat Zhu Yun, Feng Qingyang, Demonic Liquor Sword, Moon Lady, Ling Xiao, and some other student and teacher representatives. Well, Executive Zhu, we have been talking for almost a day and a night. I have said what I should say clearly. You are no longer suitable to be the executive of Qingshu College. It's better for you to step down. That's right. Ling Xiao was forcing Zhu Yun to abdicate. This was also something that had to be done. He had feelings for Qingshu College. However, Zhu Yun had repeatedly harmed Qingshu College's interests because he wanted to help Feng Yinshan conquer the world. There were even a few times when Qingshu College's disciples were being schemed against. Even when others came knocking on his door, he didn't help his own disciples. Instead, he tried to smooth things over. Fortunately, he didn't go too far. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't plan to go too far. As long as Zhu Yun abdicated, Zhu Yun could still be the former executive, honorary executive, and teacher of Qingshu College in the future. No matter how many times you say it, it's useless. You are just a small disciple of the college. How dare you criticize me, the executive? Zhu Yun snorted coldly. He absolutely couldn't abdicate. Otherwise, Feng Yinshan would have another card in his hand forcefully taken away. I tried to persuade you, but you refused to come to your senses. Since that's the case, let's vote. There are student representatives and teacher representatives here. I'd like to see if everyone will choose to let you continue as the executive or let Feng Qingyang take the position of vice executive. Ling Xiao had already given him face. He didn't want to do this, but Zhu Yun insisted on not abdicating, so he had to do this. There was no need to think too much about the results of the vote. Many students in the college didn't even know that their executive was called Zhu Yun. Most of them knew Feng Qingyang. Moreover, after many recent incidents, they deeply felt that their interests and lives would only be protected if Feng Qingyang became the executive. This position of executive was given to me by the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain. None of you have the right to take it away. Zhu Yun simply slammed the table, stood up and roared furiously. What a joke! Qingshu College has never been a royal college. Since its establishment, it has always followed the executive selection system. You can be considered an old executive. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Ling Xiao sneered. In the past, we worked together. You helped me and I helped you, so we're not enemies. However, you're really not suitable to be the executive. I don't want to be enemies with you. Zhu Yun looked around and suddenly realized that he had been too concerned about Feng Yinshan's interests over the years. In the end, he had cast aside the interests of the college. Because of this, in the eyes of the students and teachers who sincerely wanted the best for the college, he was really unqualified. Forget it. Forget it. Zhu Yun let out 2 long sighs and left. After all, he was still someone who cared about his reputation. All right, Zhu Yun has left. Vice Executive, Qingyang, you can officially take the position. Before long, many students will enter Qingshu College. With you around, I believe that Qingshu College will quickly grow stronger. Ling Xiao actually planned to use Qingshu College as a place to cultivate talents for himself. But before that, he had to get rid of those who couldn't help him wholeheartedly. After going through so many ups and downs, those who were still able to stay in the Qingshu Academy were all people who deeply loved the academy and were all people with backbone. Just as the matter of the college was settled, Cold Plum suddenly reported that Feng Ming Wuliang had arrived in Linhai City. Do you want us to help? Moon Maiden asked. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the reason why I dared to let them occupy Linhai City is because I believe that they have the ability to defend it. If they need our help every time, then it's meaningless. You're really not worried? Demonic Liquor Sword said, Feng Ming Wuliang dares to personally lead the army. He must have enough confidence and strength to win. Of course I'm not worried. Because Feng Ming Wuliang knows nothing about my heavenly empire. He will definitely lose this time. Ling Xiao stood up and said, if you don't believe me, you can come with me to watch the show. Chapter 1503. I'm very interested in this show. The Liquor Demon Sword really wanted to know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. He had never been to the Heavenly Dragon continent, but he had heard people say that the warriors there were not very strong. Therefore, Ling Xiao, Moon Lady, the Liquor Demon Sword, and Cold Plum went to Linhai City together. Feng Qingyang stayed in Qingshu College to organize the college affairs. After all, it was not easy for him to be the dean. On the way, the 4 of them met Elder Black and Elder White of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Feng Ming Wuliang is really thoughtful. He actually sent people to intercept us here. But don't worry, we're just going to watch the show. We don't want to fight. Ling Xiao said lightly. Kid, you must be Ling Xiao. But when the elders are talking, it's better for a kid like you not to interrupt. Elder Black sneered. Old Man Black, you think too highly of yourself. What he said is what I said. The liquor demon's sword said lightly. What the little man said is what I said. Moon Lady said. Elder Black's face turned a little red as if he had been slapped hard. But an old fox was an old fox after all. He quickly returned to normal. Since you want to watch the show, let's go together. Elder Black said. It's not a problem. I'm just afraid that you two are old and will have a heart attack when you see a bad scene. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Kid, you're sharp-tongued. But we don't know who will have a heart attack. Therefore, Elder Black and Elder White and the four of them went to Lin Hai City together. They were all experts, so they arrived at the Forest Sea City very quickly. It took them less than an hour to reach the city. After arriving at Lin Hai City, Ling Xiao and the others did not approach but stood in the distance to watch the battle. At this time, Fengming Wuliang's army of more than 500,000 was stationed outside Lin Hai City. They were like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky and the earth. With so many warriors, they could cause a landslide with a stomp of their feet. Perhaps even a Yin-Yang realm warrior would not dare to face such a large number of warriors alone. Overgrown Forest City was also on high alert. Standing on top of the city gate tower was the former Great General of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the current Great General of the Heavenly Dawn Empire, Ji Ning. Wu Xiong didn't come to Lin Hai City. After all, he was the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Staying in the Celestial Empire's capital was the best choice. Therefore, in this battle, Ji Ning was the overall commander. Ji Ning, you actually betrayed the Divine Phoenix Empire and sided with the Celestial Empire. Quickly come out and accept your death. The one who spoke was the Ice General. Like Ji Ning, he was one of the 12 immortal generals. Although he was not as powerful as Ji Ning, he had always felt that there was not much difference between him and Ji Ning. These people from Divine Phoenix Empire are truly shameless. That's right. Back then, they removed Ji Ning from his position as Great General and wanted to execute him. Now that he has returned to his hometown, the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and has become the Great General of the Heavenly Empire, they are not happy. In Overgrown Forest City, the people were discussing in private. Outside Overgrown Forest City, many martial artists who were cultivating or out adventuring were also discussing in private. The Ice General's words, in their opinion, were truly shameless to the extreme. You can ask others to give up Lin Hai City, but to say that Ji Ning was a traitor, this was simply nonsense. What if I refuse to give up Lin Hai City? Ji Ning stood on top of the city gate tower and asked in a clear voice. If you refuse to leave Lin Hai City, not only will you die, the people in the city will also have to follow you to their deaths. The Ice General sneered and said, you are someone who loves the people like your own children. You won't watch these pitiful people die in the sea of fire with you, right? F***ck, I have never seen such a shameless person. The liquor demon's sword could not help but curse. Indeed, the people of Lin Hai City are the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire. They did not protect them well, and now they are using their own people to threaten the Celestial Empire's army. I'm afraid only that Fengming Wuliang would do such a shameless thing. Ling Xiao ridiculed. Elder Black sneered and said, facing the invasion of the Celestial Empire's army and not dying in battle, this is betrayal. Death is not enough to be regretted. Elder White also said, that's right, they should have died in battle long ago. TSK, looks like shamelessness is contagious. If you want those people to die for you, then what do you people from the imperial family do? Ling Xiao sneered and said, it seems like the destruction of your Divine Phoenix Empire is inevitable. The imperial family are all people with such morals. It's still not certain who will destroy who. Elder Black said coldly. Ling Xiao did not say anything else, because at this time, the negotiations had clearly broken down. Thus, Fengming Wuliang gave the order to attack. Kill. Trample Lin Hai City to the ground. Destroying Lin Hai City, at most he could just build another one. Fengming Wuliang would not feel any heartache at all. As for those innocent people who died, he did not care. If they died, Then they died. What did it have to do with him? Frost General attempted to make a contribution, leading an army of 100,000 to charge towards Linhai City. He wanted to display his powerful strength to the world, to prove that he was stronger than Ji Ning and better at leading troops. Open the city gates. Ji Ning actually chose to open the city gates. Then, a general rode the most unique fire dragon beast of Sky Dragon continent and led the cavalry to charge out. There were not many people, only 10,000. And this general was precisely Qin Hua. Ji Ning, you dare to look down on me? Fine, after killing this unknown pawn, I will charge into the city and destroy you. General Han Bing was usually very intelligent, but that was only when she was facing a strong opponent. When facing an opponent weaker than him, he was instead too lazy to use his brain. He did not think that if Qin Hua's strength was not enough, would Ji Ning allow him to lead 10,000 Fire Dragon cavalry to charge out? Fire Dragon Beast was a type of mount with extremely fast speed. In just a moment, Qin Hua had already charged out. His speed was too fast, so fast that Frost General did not have time to set up a defense. Miserable cries resounded repeatedly, and only corpses could be seen being sent flying. The cavalry that charged out from Linhai City was like a sharp spear that pierced into the army of 100,000, harvesting the corpses like chopping vegetables. Idiots, don't be afraid. They have fewer people, so calm down. Sword-shield soldiers, block the front. Archers, prepare to shoot. Frost General roared in anger. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised his head to look. This black figure transformed into a cavalry riding on a fire dragon beast. It leapt high up and was less than 5 meters above Frost General's head. Then, Frost General felt a terrifying killing intent, and he did his best to brandish his weapon to block. But in the next moment, he felt that his body was split into two from his head by a terrifying spear. I, Qin Hua, have already taken the head of the enemy general. A violent roar resounded. The originally panicked army of 100,000 became even more chaotic because of Qin Hua's might. At this moment, Qin Hua saw an opportunity and charged back with Frost General's head. Chapter 1504. Not only did Qin Hua lead his army to kill Frost General, he also killed at least 30,000 enemies and disturbed the emperor's mind and morale. Beautiful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. In the end, a battle on the battlefield still depended on the strength of the leader. Qin Hua was clearly much stronger than Frost General. Taking Frost General's head was as easy as flipping his hand. The cold reality caused Fengming Wuliang to fall into a daze. Fengming Wuliang, you personally led the army because you think our heavenly empire is easy to bully, right? But this time, you're wrong. Ji Ning still stood on the city gate tower without moving. He coldly looked at Fengming Wuliang in the distance with a proud and confident expression. One had to know that in order to increase their strength, Ling Xiao made a big deal with Princess Yun Ya of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the city of Sin. He bought a large amount of medicinal ingredients and refined them into pills. In addition, he used the Imperial Ruler's seal as a suppressive item and set up a powerful cultivation formation. If they still couldn't break through, it would be too embarrassing. Frost General, that trash, is a disgrace to the divine Phoenix Empire. Your Majesty, let this general go and challenge him. Commander Zhuo looked at Fengming Wuliang and cupped his hands. No matter how strong Frost General was, he wasn't a yin-yang realm martial artist. So the impact of losing wasn't too big. In Commander Zhuo's opinion, as long as he could turn the tables, there wouldn't be any problems. Fengming Wuliang also thought so. Although at first, he was shocked by Qin Hua's charge, but now, he had recovered his calmness. Okay, go and challenge him. Fengming Wuliang nodded. He believed that in terms of strength, his subordinates were much stronger than those useless people in Lin Haicheng. Commanders were nodded, then floated in the air and approached Lin Haicheng. Ji Ning, if you have the ability, come and fight me for 300 round. This time, he was prepared to fight alone. After all, the siege hadn't started yet. If he rashly led the army, it wouldn't be good. If the arrows rained down from the city gate tower, they would be the ones in trouble. Commanders were said arrogantly, Ji Ning, you don't have the guts. That's right. Back then, you couldn't even last a single move from me. It's still the same now. Elder He, who was watching the battle from afar, looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, "A momentary victory or defeat is nothing. The one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. In a war in the profound world, victory or defeat is often decided by the strength of the general." Hihi, well said. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Ling Xiao chuckled. These people really had their eyes on the top of their heads, so much so that they were viewing the sky from the bottom of the well. Do they think that the current celestial empire is still the once weak sacred dynasty? At this moment, another powerful aura came from the direction of Lin Hai City. It was not inferior to Zhuodu's aura at all. In fact, it was even stronger. You want to fight, right? I'll keep you company. With your status, you're not worthy of the Grand General taking action. It was Xie Li who flew out of Forest Sea City. Xie Li had broken through to the first level of the Yin-Yang realm because of Ling Xiao during the battle in the northern desert. Now, she had broken through to the third level of the Yin-Yang realm because of Ling Xiao's elixir pills. Of course, it was also related to her aptitude, but it was also related to Ling Xiao's elixir pills and the cultivation formation set up by the Imperial Jade Seal. A martial artist from the Scorpion Man tribe? I didn't expect that the Scorpion Man tribe would be willing to be someone's slave. Zhuodu frowned. Just say it if you're afraid. Don't beat around the bush. Xie Li sneered disdainfully and pounced on Zhuodu. Seeing this, Zhuodu could only bite the bullet. However, after 2 rounds, Xie Li's huge scorpion tail pierced through Zhuodu's chest and lifted his body up high. Xie Li, take the head of the enemy general. Oh tilde 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 oh tilde tilde tilde. Astounding cheers came from the Forest Sea City. Lin Hai City had won the 2 consecutive battles. This finally made Feng Ming Wuliang's face turn gloomy. He was here to win, not to throw his life away. The enemy's strength was obviously beyond his expectation. Zhuodu was the most loyal warrior who had followed him for a long time, but today, he was killed by Xie Li so easily. This made Feng Ming Wuliang doubt whether he had made the right choice in leading the army. In the distance, Ling Xiao looked at Elder Black and Elder White disdainfully and said, "You said that the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. It seems that you have completely underestimated my generals." Elder Black and Elder White looked solemn and did not say anything. They had nothing to say. They thought that Zhuodu could save face, but who knew that he would die? Who else wants to die? Xie Li looked at the enemy indifferently. Zhuodu's body was still on his huge scorpion tail. His voice was cold and full of provocation. "Your Majesty, let me go. Zhuodu can't die in vain." Right guard could not stand it anymore. He was slightly stronger than Zhuodu, but not by much. However, how could he endure being humiliated like this? Wait. Feng Ming Wuliang was in a mess, but he still maintained a trace of rationality. To be honest, if he completely lost his rationality, he would immediately order the army to attack. However, he did not need to think about what the result would be. 2 of the army's commanders-in-chief had died. Without a commander, the army of close to 300,000 would definitely be in chaos. He did not want right guard to die. "Xie Li, you are a Scorpion warrior. Why did you intervene in the war between the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Celestial Empire? Aren't you afraid that I will exterminate your Scorpion race in anger?" Feng Ming Wuliang thought that Xie Li was the most powerful person in Lin Hai City. As long as he could persuade Xie Li to surrender, Lin Haicheng would not be a problem. However, Xie Li was used to being arrogant and domineering. He should be persuading Xie Li to surrender, but it seemed more like a threat. "Shut up!" Xie Li suddenly shouted. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xie Li was really something. He actually made Feng Ming Wuliang, the emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, shut up. Did this guy really think that Ling Xiao's Celestial Empire could compete with the Divine Phoenix Empire? Wasn't this a little too arrogant? At this moment, Xie Li's voice sounded again. "Feng Ming Wuliang, you shameless villain. You have repeatedly tried to exterminate my Scorpion race, but we have seen through your scheme. It is all thanks to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, that our Scorpion race can survive. He is our benefactor. Who do you think you are to persuade me to surrender?" Your Majesty, I can't take it anymore. This Xie Li is simply too arrogant. Let me tear his mouth apart. Right guard roared angrily. At the same time, he rushed out with the iron hammer in his hand. Fengming Wuliang did not even have time to stop him. Archers, cover him. Fengming Wuliang did not want right guard to die in vain, so he tried to use the archers to shoot Xie Li back. However, at the next moment, a series of shrill screams came from behind him. Chapter 1505. Those archers had just knocked their arrows on their bowstrings, but before they could shoot, they were all assassinated by the scorpion warriors that suddenly appeared from the ground. At this moment, Fengming Wuliang finally realized how terrifying the scorpion race was. Scorpion warriors were best at burrowing into the ground, especially in desert hills. They were simply elusive. This was also one of the reasons why both the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire failed to kill the scorpion race. When you wanted to kill them, you would find that they were already gone. They really came and went without a trace. The moment Fengming Wuliang turned around to check the situation, another scream was heard. He turned around in horror and found that the right guard was also stabbed by Xie Li's huge scorpion tail. After all, Xie Li was at the third level of the yin-yang realm. The left guard and right guard were only at the first level of the yin-yang realm. They had no chance of winning against Xie Li. Damn it, retreat. Fengming Wuliang knew that they were in trouble this time. When he came, he brought 4 fierce generals with him. Frost General, Left Guard, Right Guard, and Fengming Dahai. However, not long after the battle started, 3 of them had already died. Only Fengming Dahai, who was leading the guards, was left. How could they fight this battle? Their only option was to retreat. Kill. At this moment, how could Ji Ning miss such a good opportunity to chase after them? First, a dense barrage of arrows shot out from the city gate tower and landed in the crowd. Miserable cries rang out one after another. Then, the city gate opened and the cavalry led by Qin Hua charged out again. However, this time, it wasn't just 10,000 people, but 100,000 people. Basically, all the Fire Dragon cavalry in Forest Ocean City came out. In addition, there were infantry and puppet soldiers behind them. Seeing this mighty army chasing after them, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army panicked even more. Fengming Wuliang had never led an army before. He was more like Feng Yinshan than Fengming Qishan. He was very good at scheming, but not good at fighting. This was also why he didn't want Ji Ning to live. After all, Ji Ning had already surpassed his master. He was very unhappy. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army was already in complete chaos. They were basically being chased and chopped up like vegetables. Long Chen, Shong Guanhong, Hai Miang-Ke, and the others were chasing after the enemy. Each of them rode on a fire dragon beast, wanting to experience the feeling of killing on the battlefield. It's over. Old Black and Old White shook their heads helplessly. This battle was truly a crushing defeat. Perhaps only Fengming Wuliang and Fengming Dahai would be able to return alive. The rest would have to die here. It was said that one should not pursue a cornered enemy, but this time, Ji Ning did not choose to give up. He led his army to chase after them, and not only did he cause the Divine Phoenix army to lose their helmets and armor, but he also killed them all. Some surrendered, and some died in battle. They had even seized the opportunity to capture a pass and a city of the Divine Phoenix Empire. The guards of the pass and the city were also idiots. In order to let Fengming Limitless pass through, they removed the defensive array formation. It was easily conquered. If not for the limited military strength of the Heavenly Empire in the Divine Phoenix continent, Ji Ning still wanted to capture a few more cities. Looking at Fengming Wuliang and Fengming Dahai, as well as the 10,000 guards who participated, Ji Ning finally ordered to suspend the pursuit and deal with the aftermath. General, are we really not going to chase? This is a great opportunity to kill Fengming Wuliang, isn't it? Xie Li said somewhat unwillingly. Don't worry. Fengming Wuliang is destined not to return this time. Ji Ning sneered, looking pensive. Fengming Wuliang fled frantically. He was simply aggrieved to the extreme. He couldn't kill Ling Xiao, and he couldn't even capture Lin Haicheng. Not only that, he even lost an important pass and a city. This was simply an absolute humiliation. After returning, he probably wouldn't be able to be the monarch anymore. At this time, Feng Ming Wuliang's face was filled with complicated expressions. There was gloominess, malevolence, and also melancholy. Hateful Ji Ning. Hateful Ling Xiao. Just you wait, I won't let you go. Gritting his teeth, Feng Ming Wuliang's whole body trembled. This kind of thing happened one after another. As a dignified monarch, several of his sons were killed, and his ancestor was also killed. Now, even he was in such a sorry state. And all of this was basically because of Ling Xiao. His hatred for Ling Xiao was evident. Your Majesty, where are you going in such a hurry? Suddenly, a teasing voice came from the front, and it was very close. Feng Ming Wuliang was shocked. He had neglected to observe the surrounding situation because he was running for his life. Unknowingly, he had stepped into someone's ambush. He looked up and saw that not far away, martial artists from the Great Rock Tribe and the Peacock Tribe were blocking his way. The Great Rock Tribe's patriarch, Peng Nantian, Elder Peng Nanyun, and the new Peacock Tribe's patriarch, Kong Hao, stood at the front and looked at him coldly. Peng Nantian and Kong Hao were both yin-yang realm experts, even though they were only at the first level of the yin-yang realm. Although they were only at the first level of yin-yang realm, they were still very likely to win against the heavily injured and battered yin-yang realm experts. Get lost. The furious Feng Ming Wuliang roared. You're actually willing to be Ling Xiao's slave? Your Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe are really trash to the extreme. As he spoke, he actually punched out in an attempt to kill Peng Nantian. However, this punch was easily blocked by Peng Nantian. Instead, it was Feng Ming Wuliang who took a few steps back. Peng Nantian's aura was clearly stronger than a few days ago. You actually made a breakthrough? Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Peng Nantian in disbelief. You have good eyesight. It's all thanks to His Majesty the Sky Emperor's medicine that I was able to break through from the shackles of 100 years. Peng Nantian smiled faintly. You said we were trash and became slaves, but I think this is the wisest choice. Don't tell me we'll be killed like you. Besides, the reason why our Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe are where we are today is all thanks to your Ice Phoenix ancestor. If he hadn't bewitched us and instigated us to deal with Ling Xiao, this wouldn't have happened. Although Peng Nantian couldn't let go of the matter of becoming Ling Xiao's slave. However, the current situation was better than he had imagined. Apart from being slaves in name and having to be bound by an oath, the Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe weren't discriminated against. Instead, they received benefits. Basically, all the warriors in the tribe received the medicine from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and had a breakthrough in cultivation. Of course, this was thanks to the order Ling Xiao gave Wu Xiong when he left the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Build a pill factory. Ling Xiao even designed all kinds of equipment for refining pills. Now that the pill factory was officially in operation, it could continuously provide pills for the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's warriors. The reason why the pills were given to the Great Rock Tribe and Peacock Tribe's warriors was that in this world, there was nothing more loyal than slaves bound by an oath. Friends could betray, but slaves bound by an oath didn't dare to betray. Chapter 1506. Kill. Peng Nantian didn't waste any more words. Currently, his cultivation was even stronger than Emperor Fengming Immeasurable, and he was living very well. Sometimes, he actually felt that being Ling Xiao's slave wasn't bad either. Although this kind of thought was fleeting, it had to be started. Following his order, the martial artists of the Peacock clan and the Great Rock clan rushed up and stood together with Fengming Immeasurable's guards. And Peng Nantian faced Fengming Immeasurable. Kong Hao faced Fengming Dahai. Endless killing intent bloomed on the ground. A battle that shouldn't have existed happened in the territory of Divine Phoenix Empire. Even many martial artists who were hunting nearby saw this scene clearly. On Peng Nantian's side, there were many people, and the strength of the martial artists wasn't inferior to the guards at all. So at the beginning of the battle, there was still a bit of a stalemate. But as the guards lost more and more, a one-sided situation finally began to appear. Of course, the most direct deciding battle was still the battle between Peng Nantian and Fengming Immeasurable. The two fought for more than 100 rounds, and in the end, Peng Nantian gained the upper hand and slapped Feng Ming Immeasurable to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and killing intent spread. Feng Ming Immeasurable falling to the ground was the beginning of the reversal of the battle situation. The original confrontation turned into a killing spree. After an hour, the ground was dyed red with blood. The crows in the sky were constantly crying out as they gathered towards this place. 10,000 guards were all killed. Although the Peacock clan and the Great Rock clan also lost 1,000 lives because of this. But in this situation, it was definitely worth it. Which war didn't have people dying? Peng Nantian knew this in his heart, and could also accept it. Feng Ming Immeasurable was already on the verge of death. Feng Ming Dahai was also seriously injured. The former ambitious and ruthless person was now at the end of his rope. The martial artists who were watching this battle from afar simply didn't dare to believe that all of this was real. The former emperor, the king who commanded the world, actually fell to such a state. Could it be because he offended Ling Xiao? Too terrifying. This divine phoenix empire, was it Feng Ming Immeasurable's or Ling Xiao's? Many people felt that they might be confused, already unable to distinguish the huge difference in their hearts. Die. In the end, Kong Hao's strange light pierced through Feng Minghai's throat. The highest-ranking officer of the Bright Mirror Department had actually died at the hands of the Peacock race's new chief. Feng Ming Wuliang felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe that this was real. He had personally led a mighty army into battle, but he had been beaten to the point where he pissed his pants in terror and fled in panic. Not only had he thrown away his armor, but his city had also been occupied. Many people died in battle because of him. But in the end, he still couldn't escape death. He didn't understand what he had done wrong to end up in such a predicament. Peng Nantian's sharp rock claws were on Feng Ming Wuliang's neck. As long as he exerted a little force, he could take Feng Ming Wuliang's life at any time. He didn't do that because he was enjoying the feeling. He hated Ling Xiao, but how could he not hate Feng Ming limitless? This bunch of dogs from the Ice Phoenix race had always treated the Great Rock race as their hired thugs, letting them do all the troublesome things. Otherwise, if he had forcefully restrained them, young Master Tian Peng wouldn't have been killed because he offended Ling Xiao. He couldn't find Ling Xiao for revenge, so he completely vented this hatred on Feng Ming Wuliang. Are you really willing to be someone else's slave? Peng Nantian. Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Peng Nantian in a miserable daze, still making his final struggle. I can tell you a way to break free from slavery without violating the oath. Peng Nantian was stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. But after a moment, he returned to normal. No need, I don't care. You're actually willing to be a slave? Feng Ming Wuliang was shocked. If you're unwilling, you have to die. What's more, I don't feel much humiliation right now. Peng Nantian was a smart person. He knew the consequences of betraying Ling Xiao. Furthermore, how could breaking free from slavery possibly be so easy? Feng Ming Wuliang didn't say. He also knew that that method was merely a method that Feng Ming Wuliang used to bewitch him. Feng Ming Wuliang, do you think that I'm very sad? But now, you're going to die, and I'm still alive. Crack. The claws finally moved, twisting Feng Ming Wuliang's neck. A crisp sound rang out above the wilderness. The martial artists who were hiding in the distance all felt a pain in their necks and involuntarily shrank back. Retreat. Peng Nantian took the heads of Feng Ming Wuliang and Feng Ming Dahai, then called out. Everyone retreated one after another. The direction of retreat was precisely a city that the Heavenly Dynasty Empire newly seized, Fallen Phoenix City. This battle situation was watched by Ling Xiao and the rest who were hidden in the void from beginning to end. When Feng Ming Wuliang was about to be killed, Black and White two elders even planned on making a move to save him. But in the end, they were unable to make a move. With Moon Lady and Wine Demon sword at the side, how could they make a move? Even if they saw Feng Ming Wuliang being killed, they could only endure it. Ling Xiao, do you know what will happen if you do this? Elder Black looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes no longer having the slightest bit of contempt. There was even a hint of unease that was difficult to conceal. Oh, then tell me, what will happen? Ling Xiao asked back. Elder Black said coldly, although you're aggressive and decisive right now, you've never thought that with your current strength, it's still too difficult to swallow the divine Phoenix Empire. Furthermore, there's still the Black Crow Empire eyeing covetously. Can you do it? Hehe, I naturally know what you're talking about. However, you're a senior, so you should understand that I only have 2 paths to take right now. This was all forced by you guys. Ling Xiao sneered. 2 paths? Elder Black asked doubtfully. The first path is naturally death. Ling Xiao sighed and said, you people don't even want to give me the slightest bit of breathing space. Even if I took the initiative to avoid the battle and take the initiative to endure, in the end, what I get in return is still your bullying and killing. What I did today wasn't what I wanted to do, but it was what I had to do. Of course you won't choose death. Then what's the second path? Elder White asked. The second path is the path I'm taking now, the path of killing like a raging inferno. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy has yet to gain a foothold, kill kill kill, I won't give you the slightest bit of breathing space, until you're no longer a threat to me. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly became murderous. Actually, there's another path. Have you forgotten? You could have chosen to stop while you're ahead, and then recuperate. That way, no one will be a threat to you. Elder White reminded. You're wrong. Have you seen a spring before? If I give up on squeezing the spring now, then the rebounding force will become incomparably terrifying. Only by killing and completely crippling this spring will it not harm me. Ling Xiao's gaze was filled with determination. What he wanted to do was not finished yet. Chapter 1507. Goodbye, old fellows. Your era has passed. Now, it's my era. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and turned to leave. Moon Lady, Demon Liquor Sword, Cold Plum, and Silver Moon Greedy Wolf followed behind. They went directly to Fallen Phoenix City. Fallen Phoenix City was very close to Divine Phoenix Empire's capital. There were only 3 cities and 2 passes in between. And this city was much larger than Forest Ocean City. There were passes on both sides, so it was easier to defend. To be honest, if it wasn't for Feng Ming Wuliang fleeing for his life, causing the pass to be empty, Ji Ning and the others wouldn't have been able to take down this city so easily. So Ling Xiao planned to make this another capital city of the Heavenly Empire. After all, the divine capital was on the Heavenly Dragon continent. It was really inconvenient to control the divine Phoenix continent at the same time. It was actually better to build another capital city here. Of course, the divine capital would always be the center of power. It had the highest status among all the cities. Fallen Phoenix City was given the name Phoenix City by Ling Xiao. It meant the capital city of the divine Phoenix continent. This name actually showed his ambition. Using the continent's name to name the capital city was a sign of continuing the war. At the same time, the Heavenly Dragon continent's Heaven's Chosen Academy was also renamed Heavenly Dragon Academy. Ling Xiao planned to build a top-notch martial arts academy on each continent to nurture talents. Because the Divine Phoenix continent already had the Phoenix Academy, and it was also an enemy force, Ling Xiao didn't plan to use this name anymore. In the future, he would use Qingshu College as the foundation to build it. The name could also continue to use Qingshu College's name. Or it could be directly changed to Dragon Phoenix Academy. They would discuss it when the time came. Right now, nothing was set yet. It was better to use this as the foundation to develop first. After staying in Fallen Phoenix City for 3 days, Ling Xiao completed many changes. Fallen Phoenix City also gradually looked like the capital city of the Heavenly Empire in the Divine Phoenix continent. And the person managing this capital city was temporarily Ji Ning. At the same time, Qingshu College moved over as a whole. This matter had even caused a sensation in the Divine Phoenix capital. This was because when many people woke up the next morning, they suddenly discovered that the Heavenly Essence Pagoda that originally stood in the center of the imperial capital had disappeared. At the same time, Qingshu College had also disappeared. It looked like it had been uprooted. There were no signs of battle. Many people even called this a mysterious incident. At the same time, the martial artists of Fallen Phoenix City also discovered something strange. When he woke up in the morning, there was a beautiful place in Fallen Phoenix City that was filled with spiritual energy. There was a new academy, and in this academy, There was a tall pagoda that reached into the clouds. This was, of course, Ling Xiao's doing. In the dead of the night, he used the transportation ability of Universe of Tyrants to move Qingshu College and the Heaven Essence Pagoda over. He also released a black water lake in Qingshu College. This black water lake was only 1/10 of the size in his Tyrant universe. It was provided for martial artists above the Grotto Heaven realm to cultivate. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda is for warriors below the Heaven realm. In this way, Qingshu College suddenly had 2 more places for cultivation. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang discussed selecting young people from the soldiers to enter Qingshu College to be remolded. In addition, the young martial artists of the Great Rock Race and the Peacock Race were not left behind. This made the 2 races overjoyed. They originally thought that after becoming slaves, they would never be able to stand out. However, Ling Xiao did not treat them like slaves at all. In fact, Ling Xiao was a person who really did not want to make enemies. Basically, it was others who attacked him first, and then he took revenge. Therefore, as long as these 2 races worked hard for him, there would naturally be many benefits. He still understood the principle of using the carrot and the stick at the same time. After doing all these things, Ling Xiao finally began to cultivate in seclusion. He had previously told the Black and White Elders that he wanted to walk a fearless path of killing. Since he wanted to kill, his cultivation could not remain stagnant. His strength had to continue to increase. He was very clear that after the incident of killing the Dragon Forest, many people had already figured out his trump cards very clearly. If he wanted his opponents to continue to suffer losses, then he could only continue to increase his strength and increase his trump cards. Therefore, after 3 days, he chose to cultivate in seclusion. The others were not idle either. Ji Ning continued to lead the army to attack the Divine Phoenix Empire, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. In just a few days, they had already conquered 5 cities in a row. Including the original Forest Ocean City and Phoenix Capital's fallen Phoenix City, there were already 7 cities. Although this number was still too little compared to the Divine Phoenix Capital's dozens of cities, it was still too little. However, with the 7 cities connected, there was already a strategic buffer zone, so they would be safer. The army from the Heavenly Dragon continent, in addition to the army that surrendered, was quickly stationed in these 7 cities. At this point, Ji Ning chose to start to recuperate. After all, there was still a limit to the number of people, and at this time, the Divine Phoenix Empire had already regained their senses. After Fengming Wuliang's death, they did not choose a new emperor for the time being. Instead, the Black and White Elders temporarily assumed the position of emperor. After the election, the new emperor would be chosen. It had to be said that the Black and White Elders were very formidable. In just a few days, they had turned the tide and ensured that the Divine Phoenix Empire's northern front would not collapse. Of course, in order to do this, they had no choice but to summon the Dark Phoenix tribe back to the capital and give them an important task. The Dark Phoenix tribe was a double-edged sword. They could kill the enemy, but they could also injure themselves. But the Black and White Elders had no choice. Ling Xiao's army had come with a ferocious momentum, and they really did not know where to find so many experts and soldiers. Perhaps it was because of the matter between the Great Peng race and the Peacock race that the Thunder Eagle race and the Vermilion Bird race chose to remain neutral. They were not willing to help Ling Xiao or the Divine Phoenix Empire, lest they be used by others. In addition, the Righteous Alliance Lord had been killed in the Battle of Dragon-Slaying Forest, and the faction behind the scenes, the Council of Elders, had surfaced and taken control of the Righteous Alliance. However, the Righteous Hall was still tightly controlled by the Ice Phoenix race. This was also why the Ice Phoenix race had not immediately collapsed. It was said that the principal of the Righteous Hall was a hidden expert of the Ice Phoenix race. Many people did not even know his name, but they knew how terrifying he was. The war seemed to gradually calm down. The Divine Phoenix continent regained its peace. However, the situation where the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire were at odds with each other had now become a tripartite confrontation between the Black Crow Empire, the Celestial Empire, and the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was an enormous change. Ling Xiao was well aware of all this, but he did not have the time to care. At this time, He was on a beautiful mountain peak in Qingshu College, continuing to cultivate and comprehend. The most direct way for Ling Xiao to increase his cultivation and strength was to completely master the immemorial Golden Crow battle intent and the immemorial Celestial Demon battle intent. At that time, he was confident that his cultivation and strength would have an astonishing breakthrough. Although he had unsealed the ancient Hell Dragon and the Demon Sword Master, Ling Xiao did not plan to continue strengthening them. His main goal was to follow the path that the Human King had pointed out. He wanted to activate all the mysteries of the 9 cauldrons of the Tyrant Martial Soul. Chapter 1508. There were a total of 9 cauldrons of the tyrannical martial soul. The first cauldron, the Light and Shadow Profound, had not been fully activated yet. His combat power had already been proven in actual combat. Naturally, he would not give up halfway. As for the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul and the demonic Sword Master Martial Soul, they could perfectly complement the Sword of Destruction and the Sword of Slaughter. There was no problem in using them as weapons in battle. Everything was ready. The ancient Golden Crow's battle will was released. At that moment, a terrifying battle will swept across the sky. The glaring golden light shrouded the entire fallen Phoenix City. A huge Golden Crow shadow could be seen floating in the sky. It was terrifying and spectacular. In Qingshu College, a group of disciples who were cultivating looked at the mountain in the distance. His eyes were clearly filled with shock and fear. Could it be an enemy attack? What a terrifying destructive will. Yeah, it seems like it wants to annihilate everything. It's really scary. The disciples were uneasy. After all, Qingshu College had been moved to fallen Phoenix City for no reason. Many of them were worried that the divine Phoenix Empire would come to take revenge. It was normal for them to think of an enemy attack when they suddenly felt such a terrifying destructive battle will. Let me see how strong this battle will is. Shang Guanhong stood out from the crowd. As one of the core disciples of Qingshu College, he naturally had to step up in this situation. The long sword in his hand shot out. The sharp sword will tore the void apart and plunged into the battle will that filled the sky. Crack. However, with a crisp sound, the divine artifact longsword was destroyed. It turned into specks of debris and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the disciples were even more shocked. Shang Guanhong, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. Although he had lost a sword, he roughly knew who it was from the battle will. Don't panic. Shang Guanhong laughed heartily. Stop arguing and listen to senior brother Shang Guanhong. The crowd quickly quieted down. Although there were still some people who were uneasy, they were all carefully selected disciples after all. Their psychological quality was still up to standard. Suppressing the fear in their hearts and keeping calm was the most basic psychological quality that a disciple should have. Everyone, haven't you always wanted to know who the first disciple of Qingshu College is? I can tell you now. Shang Guanhong said in a clear voice. He is His Majesty the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor, the renowned Ling Xiao whose might shakes the entire divine Phoenix continent. And this terrifying battle intent came from senior brother Ling Xiao, who was cultivating there, so there was no need for everyone to panic. Disperse and go back to cultivate. Under the cover of this battle will, the effect of your cultivation will only be better, so there is no need to worry. It's actually His Majesty the Celestial Emperor who is cultivating. How terrifying. I heard that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is only a 17-year-old child. There were many people here who came from the Sky Dragon continent. Although they had heard of Ling Xiao's name and deeds, and when they started learning how to read, what they had to learn was the name of this Celestial Emperor. Later on, when they practiced martial arts, their masters liked to use the deeds of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor as an example. However, he had never seen the true face of His Majesty the Sky Emperor. Some people even doubted the Celestial Emperor's strength. However, today's scene made them completely recognize reality. Ling Xiao's terror was definitely not a figment of anyone's imagination. Such a terrifying destructive battle intent could even destroy a divine-grade treasure. Many of the warriors here would not be able to withstand it. This was just the battle intent. If it was an even more powerful attack, how could they withstand it? I heard that Qingshu College, the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, and the Blackwater Lake were all moved here by His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is a person with great magical powers. Ling Xiao's image was probably the same as the characters in many stories and legends. It was infinitely magnified. However, this was also good. Only when Ling Xiao's image was great enough would these people be more willing to pledge their loyalty to the Heavenly Empire. This was probably the so-called creation of a god. However, Ling Xiao was unaware of the situation outside. He was still wholeheartedly cultivating. The Moon Maiden sat quietly not far away. She scrutinized her man while paying attention to the situation around her. When cultivating at a critical moment, no one could disturb him. He needed a powerful protector. Cold Plum's strength was no longer enough to resist the Golden Crow battle intent. Therefore, Cold Plum very cleverly chose to go into seclusion as well. This time, she was of limited help to Ling Xiao in killing Long Lin. This made her feel dissatisfied. Therefore, she wanted to become stronger. In addition, Long Chen, Haim Myung-Ke, Ying Wuya, Lan Yu-Er, Dai Yuling, and Dai Yaoling also chose to go into seclusion. Shong Guanhong had to take care of his sister for a few days. However, he also had to go into seclusion soon. The Blackwater Lake was of great help to them. They had to take this opportunity to improve their strength. Furthermore, this incident had made them feel even more threatened. They knew very well that the further they went, the stronger the enemies Ling Xiao would face. If they could not become stronger, they could only leave Ling Xiao's side. Otherwise, they would be a burden. Although Lan Yu-Er, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ying Wuya were almost unable to keep up. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was too terrifying. However, they still wanted to work hard to get closer to Ling Xiao. Feng Minglian was still under house arrest. She was imprisoned by Feng Mingxiao in the Ice Phoenix clan's secret realm. For the time being, her life was not in danger. She could also cultivate. Therefore, Feng Minglian was also working hard. She wanted to break free from her mother's shackles and find a world that truly belonged to her. Ling Xiao's enemies and opponents were also working hard to cultivate. Needless to say, Ji Huangtian, Zhong Yu, and Huang Quan. Even Feng Yinshan temporarily gave up on scheming and went into seclusion. The battle in killing Long Lin had touched him greatly. He originally thought that his cultivation was strong enough and that all he needed was wisdom. However, after that battle, he suddenly understood that all schemes and tricks were weak in the face of great strength. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Not only did he have to maintain his advantage over Ling Xiao, but he also had to surpass Feng Mingqi Mountain and become the most dazzling star in the Dragon Phoenix selection. At that time, the Imperial Emperor's election should be in his grasp. Other than him, Feng Mingwu's sons were also cultivating. Their father's death made them feel pain and hatred. They turned all of this into strength and worked hard. Since the enemy was working so hard, how could Ling Xiao not work hard? 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. When 100% of the Golden Crow's fighting spirit was released, Ling Xiao's entire body was completely wrapped in golden light. His eyes turned golden as if he was about to be possessed by something. The reason why he dared to do this was because his cultivation and soul power had increased. Secondly, it was because he had a powerful protector by his side. With the Moon Maiden protecting him, he could naturally be so willful. Chapter 1509. The Moon Maiden released her battle intent to suppress the Golden Crow's battle intent. A strange scene appeared in the sky. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time. This caused the disciples in the academy to exclaim in surprise. Wow, this Golden Crow's battle intent is really powerful. Even I can't suppress it anymore. The Moon Maiden could feel how terrifying the Golden Crow's battle intent was. During the Primordial War, she had teamed up with the Golden Crow, so she knew how powerful it was. However, he did not expect that after such a long time, the condensed fighting spirit would still be so terrifying. She had to use all her strength to suppress it. My dear man, you have to fuse with it quickly. Otherwise, even I won't be able to suppress this violent monster. The Moon Maiden looked at Ling Xiao lovingly and thought to herself. Of course, She wouldn't say it out loud. No matter how hard it was, she didn't want to affect Ling Xiao's cultivation. It was enough for her to bear it alone. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes were tightly shut, and his mind was completely focused. In his soul, there was only the word cultivation. In his soul realm, a small golden crow floated there, but it was resisting with an unbelievable will. Ling Xiao wanted to suppress it, but his soul was burned by the terrifying heat. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Ling Xiao was. It was already so terrifying before the fusion. If he could completely fuse with the Golden Crow's battle intent, how terrifying would his cultivation be? It was terrifying just thinking about it. The Golden Crow's battle intent was resisting, but it couldn't do much with the Moon Maiden suppressing it. Ling Xiao began to slowly devour the battle intent. From the beginning, the outcome was already decided. It was just that the powerful Golden Crow's battle intent was unwilling to accept the outcome. After a long time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, two dazzling rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. This golden light contained an extremely terrifying destructive fighting spirit. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds were heard. One came from the mountain peak opposite him. It was flattened by a ray of golden light. The other sound came from the Moon Maiden. She blocked the terrifying golden light, but she was forced back half a step. Although the suppression of the Golden Crow battle spirit had caused her to be weaker, the fact that the golden light was able to push her back was a little too terrifying. This powerful destructive fighting spirit seemed to want to burn everything in front of it to ashes. The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao quietly. At this time, the Golden Crow shadow behind Ling Xiao had completely materialized. It was constantly flapping its wings, as if it was a living ancient golden crow. It actually made her feel an enormous pressure. It looks like the fusion is complete. I didn't expect it to take less than 2 hours. Moon Maiden chuckled and shook her head. This guy Ling Xiao, he didn't know what was so strange about his body. No matter how terrifying something was, he could actually fuse it with his body. She thought of the mountain river martial spirit, but she didn't think so. She had seen the human king's mountain river martial spirit before. It was an all-embracing king's aura. The sea could contain hundreds of rivers, and it was big enough to contain everything. However, Ling Xiao's martial spirit emitted a strong and domineering aura. It felt completely different. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao had already embarked on a completely different path from the human king. The human king was the path of a king. Ling Xiao planned to walk the path of a tyrant. His martial spirit had also changed from the all-embracing mountain river martial spirit to the all-engulfing heavenly martial spirit. The disciples of Qingshu College walked out again. The scene of the mountain peak being flattened was too shocking. They looked into the distance in horror. In the sky, the originally illusory giant golden crow had now become almost tangible. The terrifying heat radiated out, as if a red sun had fallen on the earth. Many people felt their mouths and tongues go dry. They felt uncomfortable all over. Withdraw. As Ling Xiao muttered, the surrounding heat was completely absorbed by the golden crow. The originally hot weather instantly became cool and even a little cold. It's too terrifying. I've never heard of the golden crow battle intent being used like this. Shang Guanhong couldn't help but shiver. The ground had already started to freeze, and he was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. After all, it was too hot just now. He had never thought of absorbing the surrounding heat to make himself stronger, and at the same time, inflicting cold damage to the enemy in a way that he could not even imagine. If he hadn't seen Ling Xiao cultivating there with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed that this terrifying golden crow actually came from Ling Xiao. Even the Moon Maiden was shocked by Ling Xiao's improvement, let alone him. Being able to completely materialize the battle intent was something that many warriors wanted to do but couldn't do. This included Yin-Yang realm warriors. Many people had tried many times, but they all ended in failure. However, Ling Xiao had actually done it. He had done it right in front of her eyes. Just how terrifying was this brat? Sister Moon Maiden, why do you seem injured? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. It's nothing. It's just a small injury. The Moon Maiden shook her head. Although she was injured, there was a knowing smile on her face. I did it, right? Although Ling Xiao didn't remember what happened, he knew that when he opened his eyes, he released two terrifying battle intents. Even a yin-yang realm warrior would be injured by that battle intent. Without saying anything else, he grabbed the Moon Maiden's hand with a sneer and began to treat her injuries. At this moment, the Moon Maiden was like an obedient little wife. She collapsed on Ling Xiao's body and accepted the gentle care of her little man. You broke through in your cultivation? Asked the Moon Maiden. Yes, I reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm in one go. This Golden Crow battle intent is really powerful. I feel that there's still a lot of power that hasn't been completely digested. Ling Xiao nodded. The breakthrough this time could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. He went from the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, 9th Grotto Heaven realm, and directly to the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. However, Ling Xiao also knew that this rapid improvement caused his cultivation to be very unstable. His next task was no longer to pursue the improvement of his cultivation, but to work hard to consolidate his current cultivation. Only by improving steadily and step by step could one's cultivation become more stable and reliable. Of course, the improvement of his cultivation was only one aspect. The most important thing was that he had already comprehended the embryonic form of the 11 light profound meanings. Now, he had completely perfected them. The name of the 11 light profound meanings was the immemorial Golden Crow. When used, the battle intent of destruction fused with the power of light and completely condensed into the immemorial Golden Crow. It could be used to fight on its own or to strengthen one's body. Or to strengthen one's sword moves. No matter which one it was extremely powerful. Of course, as for how powerful it still needed to be tested in actual combat. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were only a few days left until the Dragon Phoenix selection. The warriors of the various factions were all preparing to come out of seclusion and head to the Divine Phoenix capital. Chapter 15:10. The Phoenix Academy had always been the place where the geniuses of the Divine Phoenix Empire were born. The 10 great phoenixes all came from the Phoenix Academy. This was also why the Phoenix Academy had always been trying to suppress Qingshu College and become the only top-notch academy on the Divine Phoenix continent. However, things did not go as planned. Every time the plan was about to succeed, that fellow would step out and disrupt the plan. Ling Xiao had almost become the nemesis of the Phoenix Academy. This made the entire Divine Phoenix Academy feel very uncomfortable. A mere human from the Heavenly Dragon continent was rejected by the Phoenix Academy and transferred to Qingshu College. At first, everyone thought that this was just a small interlude. However, the nightmare of the Phoenix Academy began on this day. Every time the Phoenix Academy tried to crush this ant, they would be toyed with and humiliated by this ant. Of the 2 vice principals, one was killed and the other had his arm chopped off. The pharmacist that the academy hired with a high salary was also secretly killed by Ling Xiao. All of this caused a deep grudge between Ling Xiao and the Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy wanted to use the glory of the Phoenixes to suppress Ling Xiao. However, in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, including the 5 immortal islands, there was probably no one in the same generation as Ling Xiao other than that monster from the celestial island of perpetual joy. Moreover, even that monster could not compare to Ling Xiao in terms of the shocking things he had done. Emptying the city and finally destroying the million-strong army of the Black Crow Empire, single-handedly chasing the enemy for thousands of miles, killing the state teacher of the Black Crow Empire, Timur Mewtwo, and capturing the prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kumar, killing his way back to the imperial capital, killing the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, destroying the Lightning Demon King, and saving Great General Ji Ning, destroying the demon-suppressing empire, establishing the Celestial Empire, and becoming the Celestial Emperor. First place in the City of Sin's Alchemy Conference. During the battle in Dragon-Slaying Forest, he had even taken in the Peacock Race and Great Rock Race. Furthermore, he had cooperated with his friends to kill Ancestor Ice Phoenix and other Yin-Yang Realm expert. Outside Fallen Phoenix City, the subordinates he had just subdued, Peng Nantian and Kong Hao, had even killed the Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor, Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. After that, Ling Xiao moved Qingshu College and Heaven Essence Pagoda to Fallen Phoenix City overnight. No matter which one it was, they were all soul-stirring. As for matters like killing celebrities like Huangzi and Heavenly Rock Huangzi, they became trivial matters. There were also many things that outsiders didn't know about. The Sacred Dynasty took down the immemorial Golden Crow and the immemorial Heavenly Demon on the Immortal Island, tricked the Ji family, and then repelled the 100 Insects Demon King on the stormy ocean. No matter which battle record it was, he was always much stronger than his peers. Ever since Ling Xiao had come to the Divine Phoenix continent, this era had become his era. In the entire Divine Phoenix continent, if anyone still did not know of Ling Xiao's name, then they were either hidden experts or ignorant. 17 years old. Yet, he was already on equal footing with some of the senior experts. Whether it was strength or status. And his fame was even greater than those senior experts. At this time, Phoenix Academy was brewing a major event. A major event that could allow them to completely suppress Qingshu College and cause Ling Xiao to fall from this era. Thunder Eagle Huangzi Tianxia, Vermilion Bird Huangzi Zhuwen, Golden Phoenix Huangzi Wushan, Dark Phoenix Huangzi Dark Current, Snowflake Huangzi Piaro Shui, and Python Huangzi Boa Sheng. There was also a group of other young experts. The one sitting on the dean's seat was no longer the Yin-Yang Demon King, Bian Tianyang, but the Dark Phoenix clan's patriarch, Ming Huang. Ming Huang's expression was cold and ferocious. As the patriarch of the Dark Phoenix clan, he had always been exiled and had no fixed residence. This time, after receiving the invitation of the Fire Phoenix clan's Black and White Elders and the Ice Phoenix clan's Feng Mingxiao, he finally returned to the capital and became the Dean of Phoenix Academy. Looking at the group of young experts below the stage, he was very dissatisfied. Ling Xiao, a lowly human who grew up in the Sky Dragon continent, you let him live for so long and grow to such a terrifying extent. In the past, any one of the 10 great phoenixes could easily crush him, but you were too arrogant. You looked down on him too much. In the end, it led to the deaths of the Sky Rock Huangzi, Star Huangzi, and Sword Huangzi. It also led to the crippling of the Peacock Huangzi. All of this is the shame of our Phoenix Academy. I want you to remember this shame and destroy Ling Xiao's prestige in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Yes. The voices were neat and loud. However, there were a few people in the crowd who were uneasy. Thunder Eagle Huangzi Tianxia and Vermilion Bird Huangzi Zhuwen knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Once, they went to Qingshu College to cause trouble. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation should only be at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. However, they were no longer Ling Xiao's match. Just a few days ago, Ling Xiao had killed more than 1,000 people in front of the Killing Dragon Forest. This included 95 Grotto Heaven realm experts. The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao had killed the 9th Grotto Heaven realm expert of the Peacock race, Kong Wu. It had also scared Peng Nanyun of the Great Rock race to the point of committing suicide. Although the two of them had broken through in their cultivation, they were only 5th Grotto Heaven realm warriors. Against Ling Xiao, how could they have any chance of winning? 2 useless pieces of trash. How can a mere Ling Xiao scare you to that extent? Don't worry, when the time comes, you can deal with Ling Xiao's subordinates. Leave Ling Xiao to us. The person who spoke was the Python Huangzi, Boa Sheng. As the 4th Phoenix, his cultivation had reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm and he possessed 10% Yin-Yang essence force. Although this was only the first step to the Yin-Yang realm. However, the half-step Yin-Yang realm was much stronger than the ordinary Grotto Heaven realm. He was confident that with his cultivation, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. That's right. The opponent of trash should naturally be trash. We will deal with Ling Xiao. Boa Sheng, you are too strong. I'm afraid you will scare Ling Xiao. Why don't you leave him to me? The person who spoke was Dark Phoenix, Dark Current, ranked 6th among the top 10 phoenixes. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The two of you shouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Do you really think he won't break through after such a long time? Phoenix Cry frowned and said, Golden Phoenix, have you become a coward? Forget it. If you are afraid, you can choose a few trash as your opponents like those two. When the time comes, We will take Ling Xiao's head and you will know whether we have underestimated Ling Xiao or not, Dark Current said disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, Piaro Shui, the fifth-ranked phoenix, did not speak. However, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes. Even though she was in Divine Phoenix Academy, she was incomparably revered that Ling Xiao who looked down on the world. When will I leave this academy and go to Qingshu College? Piaro Shui thought to herself. Almost at the same time, two people were fighting in the secret realm of the palace. The sky was filled with afterimages. They were so fast that it was impossible to tell who was fighting. Finally, the two afterimages paused for a moment. Four palms collided and exploded with shocking destructive power. Behind the two of them and under their feet, the ground continued to crack, creating extremely terrifying fissures. Chapter 15:11. It was only when the two figures came to a stop that he could see their appearances clearly. One was Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, the eldest son of Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. The other was Mount Fengming, the second son of Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Elder brother, your overlord fist is getting more and more terrifying. Mount Fengming praised. Second brother, you don't have to be humble. Your benevolent king fist is equally impressive. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain replied. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, the expressions on their faces instantly turned cold. This time, Ling Xiao must die. That's right. Father's revenge must be avenged. Black Crow Empire. Tomohiko Kumar was actually sitting on the throne. His eyes had become cold and deep. His entire person seemed to have completely changed, emitting a strong evil aura. Raven Queen sat at the back and looked at her son. She said indifferently, you did not hesitate to unseal the Black Crow Empire's Black Crow demonic sword. Your courage is commendable, and your strength has indeed increased tremendously. That's why this king passed the throne to you. This time, you will go to the Divine Phoenix Empire and lead the rest of the fiends to achieve a good result. Of course, the most important thing is to kill Ling Xiao. Mother, don't worry. If I can't kill Ling Xiao after obtaining the ancestral demonic sword, I might as well die happily. Master, your spirit in heaven, just wait for Ling Xiao to be buried with you. Tomohiko Kumar's slightly terrifying eyes flickered with a strange light. Prepare to set off for the Divine Phoenix Empire. Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, Port. Ji Huangtian stood on the giant armored ship and looked coldly into the distance. That was the Divine Phoenix continent, the place where the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin. That was the place where the glory he pursued was. Good grandson, don't forget grandfather's revenge. Ji Ruolong sat on a chair at the side. His face still seemed a little haggard, probably because he had not fully recovered from the injuries he received from the Moon Maiden. His hatred for the Moon Lady and Ling Xiao had reached its peak. Grandfather, don't worry. Grandson's priority is to obtain first place in the Dragon Phoenix selection. After that, I will help you deal with Ling Xiao. From beginning to end, Ji Huangtian's tone was very indifferent, as if Ling Xiao was not in his eyes at all. All right, your words are enough. All of you, listen up. No matter what, you must obtain a better ranking. The Dragon Phoenix selection this time is equivalent to the 5 Immortal Islands Summit. At that time, all the elites under the age of 30 from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and the nearby islands will participate in the selection. Ji Ruolong glanced at the youths behind Ji Huangtian. Although they weren't as outstanding as Ji Huangtian, they were still stronger than ordinary geniuses. In this gathering of heroes, if anyone brings shame to our sacred dynasty's immortal island, don't blame this old man for turning hostile. Yes, I will follow the orders of the old island master. On the other side, Zhongyu Netherworld and Zhongyu Parameter of the Parameter Immortal Island also led their group of geniuses out. They also had 2 targets. One was the Dragon Phoenix selection, and the other was Ling Xiao, especially Zhongyu Netherworld. He was now so jealous of Ling Xiao that he wanted to go crazy. When he first met Ling Xiao, that guy was insignificant. He didn't even put that guy in his eyes. If it wasn't for the strength of Cold Plum by Ling Xiao's side and Zhu Yun's interference, he would have killed Ling Xiao. What a pity. At that time, he wasn't able to kill Ling Xiao. Now, That guy had grown into a terrifying opponent. But even so what? Kill. Zhongyu Netherworld suddenly roared. Senior brother, who are you trying to kill? Zhongyu Parameter asked. Ling Xiao. And those who are related to Ling Xiao. This era shouldn't be called Ling Xiao, but the era of Zhongyu Netherworld. Zhongyu Netherworld said coldly. Well said, but you think too highly of Ling Xiao. Your real opponents in the Dragon Phoenix selection are the top 3 on the Dragon Phoenix list, including Dan Feng from Chang'e Celestial Island, Ji Huangtian from Sacred Dynasty Celestial Island, and Jiao Yang Wuqing from Blackwater Celestial Island. To be inconsolable said coldly. In the past, when Zhongyu was lucky enough to escape from the dragon-slaying forest, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. However, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she felt that the most important thing was to let her disciple, Zhongyu Netherworld, get first place in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Island Bishop is right. Zhongyu Netherworld's eyes flickered. The 3 figures appeared in his mind, and his expression became more serious. The young geniuses standing behind Zhongyu Netherworld were also looking forward to this trip. Because they knew that the Dragon Phoenix selection this time was extraordinary. This was the first grand event that included all the geniuses under the age of 30 from Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent. Of course, the one who got first place would be able to catch the attention of the sects on White Tiger Continent and be qualified to set foot there. From Divine Phoenix Continent to White Tiger Continent, one must have a martial artist's nameplate given by a sect or force. This nameplate represented one's legal identity in White Tiger Continent. If one did not have it, once one entered White Tiger Continent, one would be expelled or hunted down. One could forget about cultivating there. In the future, no matter which continent one entered, they would have to do this. It would not be as easy as going from Sky Dragon Continent to Divine Phoenix Continent. After all, the further one went, the greater the freedom of the laws, and the easier it would be to cultivate. Everyone wanted to go, so how could it be possible? Therefore, one had to get a ranking. If one really could not get a ranking, it would be beneficial for one's future cultivation to see other geniuses and experts and broaden one's horizons. It was not a bad thing. Of course, they wanted to go. Actually, it was not just these major forces and large sects. At the same time, small countries, small sects, and martial artists without sects all over Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent also rushed toward Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital one after another. The Dragon Phoenix selection was absolutely a golden opportunity for carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. No one wished to waste such an opportunity. Everyone hoped to be able to leap over the Dragon Gate and become a flood dragon. And participating in the selection this time, the only requirement was to be below 30 years old and have a cultivation of Deva realm and above. Regarding these, Ling Xiao was naturally very clear. He was also looking forward to the Dragon Phoenix selection this time. It was just that Fallen Phoenix City was very close to Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. He was not in a hurry to leave. The current his cultivation already stabilized at Grotto Heaven Realm 10th Realm cultivation. But to completely digest the primordial Golden Crow battle intent, it still needed a very long period of time. This was not something that could be resolved in a hurry. As for the primordial Empyrean Devil battle intent, he was not in a hurry to fuse. The main thing was that he was afraid that after fusing, it would result in the 2 types of battle intents not being pure enough. That would be troublesome. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to make his Golden Crow battle intent pure enough. After a period of time, releasing the primordial Empyrean Devil battle intent would be twice the result with half the effort. It would be very easy. Moreover, he also had another idea, and that was to use the primordial Empyrean Devil battle intent to break through to Yin-Yang realm cultivation. Although he had once obtained the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique, he did not dare to guarantee whether that thing would be effective or not. If he died and could not be revived, that would be foolish. Therefore, it was very unwise to pin all his hopes on that. Chapter 1512. While Ling Xiao was wholeheartedly cultivating and many people were rushing to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital in excited moods, a piece of news spread rapidly. The rules of the Dragon Phoenix selection have changed. Changed? What's going on? Actually, it's not a big change either. The main thing is that the martial artists participating in the Dragon Phoenix selection are restricted in strength. Originally, as long as one's cultivation is above Deva realm and below 30 years old, it's fine. But now, the lowest cultivation must be 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. What? Isn't this too sudden? How can there be so many Grotto Heaven realm experts? Even below 30 years old? Might as well not hold it. You don't understand this, right? Ever since the Mountain River martial soul appeared, the cultivation of the younger generation has improved very quickly, far surpassing the expectations of the Dragon Phoenix selections organizers. The last-minute change in the rules this time is also because there are too many people. There's no need to let everyone participate. That seems to make some sense too. But we're depressed. We just broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm with great difficulty and thought that we could show off our grand plans in this selection. Who could have expected that it would actually be such a result? Actually, not being selected might not be a bad thing. One has to know, this Dragon Phoenix selection in the first place is to prepare for participating in the White Tiger Continent's White Tiger Tempest meet. I heard that the White Tiger Continent's Grotto Heaven realm martial artists are about the same as our Divine Phoenix Continent's Deva realm martial artists. With our cultivation, I'm afraid that we'll also lose face if we go. Although I'm not reconciled, it seems to make sense. Similar conversations like this sounded out from all over the Divine Phoenix Continent from time to time. Although it made many martial artists feel disappointed, everyone could actually guess it. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix selection allowed spectators. Therefore, those martial artists who rushed over from afar also did not have to worry about making a trip in vain. Witnessing this era's most outstanding geniuses was similarly satisfying too. This news naturally spread to Fallen Phoenix City as well. Ling Xiao was currently discussing with Feng Qingyang who to bring to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Originally, they were vexed because there were too many people. Once this rule came down, the 2 people became relaxed instead. Although the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was filled with talents, those whose true cultivation had reached the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm and above were still not many. Ling Xiao made a list and found that those who met the requirements were him, Long Chen, Shongguan Hong, Cold Plum, Haim Myung Kei, the peerless genius Ling Luo sent by the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and the military representatives Hua Fuguang and Hua Liuying. There were 8 people in total. Lan Yuer's cultivation had just broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm, so she definitely couldn't do it. Ying Wuya, Dai Yaroling, and Dai Yuling were only at the 1st Grotto Heaven realm, so they were not qualified. Therefore, these 8 people were the final name list. After all, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was just a new empire. Although there were many Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, most of them were over 30 years old. Only these 8 people truly met the requirements. What was worth mentioning was Ling Luo. This was Ling Xiao's younger brother. Although he wasn't her biological brother, she recognized him as her godbrother when they were beggars. After those family members died tragically, only Ling Luo was left. For such a long time, Ling Xiao had been busy with all kinds of things and did not have time to care about Ling Luo. But he never forgot about all kinds of medicinal pills, cultivation methods, and secret manuals. It was precisely because of this that Ling Luo's talent, which was originally not considered outstanding, was forcefully raised by Ling Xiao with all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines. Now, his cultivation already broke through to the 4th Grotto Heaven realm, even more powerful than Lan Yuer. Right now, many people were envious that Ling Luo had such a good older brother. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to grow to this extent today. Set off tomorrow, head for the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Choosing the people to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection, Ling Xiao started cultivating again. And Lan Yuer and the rest who missed the opportunity this time would also follow to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital to witness this grand event. After all, such a selection was likely very hard to see again. This was a very special occasion. Actually, there were many people who thought the same as them. Since a few days ago, a large number of martial artists rushed to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital in advance. Although the Imperial Capital was very large, the accommodation was still limited. Therefore, the imperial family issued an order that martial artists entering the imperial capital, the lowest cultivation, had to be 9th firmament Deva realm. This way, a large number of martial artists were blocked outside the door. Fortunately, the mystic world had its own special technology. Making use of the power of laws, it could transmit the projection of the selection venue throughout the entire divine Phoenix continent, all places that could receive the power of laws. This way, although they could not watch the battle live, they would also not miss this grand event. The place where the Dragon Phoenix selection was held was precisely the Killing Dragon Forest that Ling Xiao went to in the past. Because there was an array barrier here, even if the battle was more intense, it would also not affect the lives of the imperial capital's commoners. Furthermore, the area that this place occupied was very large and could accommodate even more spectators to watch the battle. On the day that the Dragon Phoenix selection started, the radius of several dozen miles around Killing Dragon Forest was filled with a dense mass of people. Fortunately, these were all martial artists and possessed vision that surpassed mortals. Otherwise, standing several dozen miles away, what could they still see? Of course, there were also martial artists who were smarter. When they really could not squeeze in, they simply took out a magic treasure that could receive the projection of the power of laws and hid in the inn, eating and watching the show. It was also a kind of enjoyment. At this time, the noisy crowd emitted a sound that resembled the buzzing of flies. They were all discussing and debating. After all, to these people who did not have the qualifications to participate, arguing about which geniuses could stand out in this Dragon Phoenix selection was also a way to participate. Of course, they could only debate and not fight. In the sky, the righteous divine guards were in charge of guarding. If anyone dared to cause trouble below, they would immediately be expelled from the city. At this time, the power of the righteous divine guards could be seen. Originally, they should be doing this and not helping a certain monarch to kill other martial artists. Time slowly passed. Everyone was anticipating the arrival of night. Waiting was always very unbearable. The Dragon Phoenix selection officially started at 7 o'clock in the mystic world. This kind of time was a method that had recently become popular and came from the distant Divine Secrets continent. Because it was convenient, it quickly replaced the Divine Phoenix Empire's original method of time. At this time, it was only 3 o'clock, and it was still early in the morning. But in order to occupy a better position, these people had been waiting here long ago. Anyway, martial artists' energy was generally very good and did not care too much about this. At most, they would just sit there cross-legged and meditate for a while to recover. However, a few hours of waiting was still very long. When the sun rose from the east and it was close to 7 o'clock, even the discussion suddenly became much softer. Everyone's eyes were all cast in the same direction, kill the dragon forest. Soon, the Dragon Phoenix selection that they had been anticipating for a long time would be held in this vast forest. They are here. Suddenly, someone shouted. From the void in the sky, several figures flew over together. Some were flying in the air. Some were riding on flying beasts. The person in the lead was riding on a jet-black phoenix. His gaze was cold and his aura was powerful. Anyone who approached him could feel the terrifying aura that overflowed from his body. After this group of people arrived, they directly sat down. There was a flag that fluttered in the wind, and the words Phoenix Academy were written on it. Chapter 15:13. The first to arrive at the dragon-slaying forest was the Phoenix Academy. After all, they were in the capital, so it would be inappropriate for them to be late. The person leading them was the new president of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang. Beside him was the vice president, Feng Ming Wanchong, as well as the participating Phoenix Sons. Amazing, as expected of the top academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire. There are so many participants this time. Seeing the Phoenix Academy's heavenly team that had just arrived, the crowd became restless. Python Phoenix's son Python Life, Snow Phoenix's son Feng Ming Piaro Shui, Dark Phoenix's son Ming Hailu, Golden Phoenix's son Feng Ming Wushan, Thunder Eagle's son Ying Tian Xia, and Vermilion Bird's son Zhu Wen. 6 participants, that's quite a lot. Hehe, I heard that the Phoenix Academy didn't let the other third Grotto Heaven Realm practitioners participate because they felt that it would be embarrassing, so they chose these 6 people. That's not right, I heard that the first-ranked Phoenix son is also in the Phoenix Academy. Why isn't he here? Someone asked in confusion. He will definitely come. He won't miss such a grand event. Someone mumbled to himself. Perhaps it was a kind of anticipation. That person had just joined the Phoenix Academy and replaced the first-ranked Phoenix son, Chishan, as the first Phoenix son. He should be worthy of his reputation. Look, the imperial family is here too. There was no problem with the imperial family and the Phoenix Academy participating separately. Although everyone knew that the Phoenix Academy belonged to the imperial family, they still had to be separated on the surface. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, and the two princes, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan. Who's that girl? Everyone saw Feng Minglian and felt that she was unfamiliar. I don't know. That's Feng Minglian, the daughter of the current Ice Phoenix clan's leader, Feng Mingxiao. She was supposed to be betrothed to the celebrity, Phoenix Sun, but that Ji Mingxing was killed by Ling Xiao. No wonder, but is she qualified to participate? It shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, the royal family wouldn't have sent her out. The royal family's lineup this time is also very strong. Although there aren't many people, except for Feng Minglian, they should all be elites. Someone else has arrived. It's someone from the Black Crow Empire. Perhaps it was because the grand meeting was about to begin, so more and more cultivators arrived at the dragon-slaying forest. The Raven Queen personally led the team into the venue prepared for the Black Crow Empire. It seems like Raven Queen doesn't look too good. Nonsense, the Raven Queen almost died in the battle of the Kill Dragon Forest. It would be strange if she was happy. Look, there are only 5 of the 7 malefic stars left. The other 2 were also killed by Ling Xiao. Why does everything seem to involve Ling Xiao? It can't be helped. Ling Xiao is the pride of this era. Many people want him dead, but they can't do it. Yes, not being envied by others is mediocre. However, many geniuses died prematurely because they were too flamboyant. Only Ling Xiao is really powerful. Not only did he not die, but he has also become stronger. The legend of Ling Xiao had long been spread in the underworld. If the storytellers in the tea houses and wine shops did not know about Ling Xiao's deeds, they would definitely be laughed at by the customers. After the Black Crow Empire, the Parameter Fairy Island, the Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, the Changle Fairy Island, the Canopy Fairy Island, the Blackwater Fairy Island, and the remaining 5 islands of the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island had also sent cultivators. In addition to them, even the Dark Divine Hall and the 5 Poison Hall had sent people this time. The Water Sacred Hall had also sent people. As for the purpose of these people coming here, it was self-evident. They were not here for the ranking of the Dragon Phoenix selection. They were here to kill Ling Xiao. This was because outsiders were not allowed to interfere in the battle during the Dragon Phoenix selection. In this way, it would be meaningless even if Ling Xiao had powerhouses like the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword by his side. When the event was about to begin, Qingshu College arrived late. There doesn't seem to be any seats for us. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that Qingshu College had not arranged a place in the huge dragon-slaying forest. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly at this. At this time, someone actually dared to give him a hard time. He had to admire this person's courage. I'm sorry, Your Highness Moon Maiden. You came too late, so all the places have been taken. Why don't you just find a place to settle down? You won't miss the selection anyway. The 5 island masters of the 5 Fairy Island were in charge of leading the Dragon Phoenix selection. The one who spoke was Ji Ruolong of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. Haha, in that case, the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island can find a place to settle down. Give your seats to Qingshu College. The Moon Maiden sneered and suddenly erupted with a terrifying pressure, making all the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island who came to participate in the competition tremble in fear. Although Ji Huangqian's performance was not as bad as the other disciples, he was also extremely uncomfortable. Moon Maiden, you've gone too far. Ji Ruolong roared angrily. Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? Wouldn't it be fine if we arranged a place for you earlier? Why did you have to embarrass yourself? Get lost. The Moon Maiden said coldly. Ji Ruolong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He really regretted being the first to stand out and make an enemy out of Qingshu College. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? All right, both of you, don't be angry. Island Master Ji was just joking with Her Highness Moon Maiden. Qingshu College's seats have already been prepared. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. That voice attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a flag hanging there with the words Blackwater Fairy Island written on it. He did not know much about the Blackwater Fairy Island. He only knew that it was the only faction among the 5 immortal islands that could compete with the Tranquil Immortal Island and was very powerful. Of course, he also knew that Jiao Yangjun, who had almost killed his senior brother Wu Xiong, had also joined the Blackwater Fairy Island. During the battle in Chengdu, the Blackwater Fairy Island had also interfered. Although they had never met, the conflict had already arisen. It was just that it was not as obvious as the other factions. That's not how you joke. Ji Ruolong, didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. The Moon Maiden's voice was cold and merciless. She was furious when she thought about how those bastards had tried to kill her in the Slaying Dragon Forest. The Blackwater Fairy Island Master was stunned. He did not expect the Moon Maiden to not give him any face. However, at that moment, he chose to remain silent. He knew how terrifying the Moon Maiden was. There was no need to fall out with the Moon Maiden because of Ji Ruolong. Ji Ruolong was embarrassed to the extreme. He would not be able to raise his head in front of the entire Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent if he really got lost. However, if he did not get lost, he would die. When he thought about Ancestor Ice Phoenix and Dan Yunsheng, his heart twitched violently. Since Her Highness Moon Maiden likes this place, I don't mind giving it to you. Let's go. Ji Ruolong found a way out for himself. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was afraid. Although some people sympathized with him, they also felt that he had asked for it. Why did you provoke others for no reason? You can't blame others for finding trouble with you. Chapter 15-14. Qingshu College students took their seats. Ji Ruolong led the Sacred Dynasty's island martial artists to another place. Fart. As soon as he sat down, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill him. You must kill that Ling Xiao. I want that Moon Maiden to taste the greatest pain in this world. Ji Ruolong roared in a low voice. Don't worry, grandfather. A cold light flashed in the corner of Ji Huangtian's eyes. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't have the face to face his grandfather today. It was 7 o'clock in the mystic world time. The morning sun in the sky was very dazzling. The gentle light made the anxiously waiting audience nervous again. It was finally time for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, including the participants and the audience, looked at the place where the phoenix cry came from. Oh my God! Many people were so surprised that they felt like they were about to suffocate. A phoenix. A true pure-blooded phoenix. It was much more powerful and domineering than the phoenix they usually saw. Scarlet feathers and rainbow-colored phoenix feathers. Its huge body floated in the sky, radiating a blazing light in all directions. It was like a divine beast that walked out from ancient times. That clear cry caused countless rare birds and beasts to lower their heads. Only the silver moon greedy wolf beside the Moon Maiden was still yawning in boredom, as if all of this had nothing to do with it. There was a person sitting on top of the phoenix, and beside him stood 2 women wearing scarlet feathers. Each of them exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Greetings, Alliance Master. All of a sudden, Ji Ruolong, Forefather Chang'e, Jiao Yangwu Hui, Zhu Tianlin, and Zhongyu Jingju, the Island Master of the Blackwater Immortal Island, all of a sudden, the Island Master of the Black Immortal Island, Jiao Yangwu Hui, the Island Master of the Canopy Immortal Island, and the Island Master of the Parameter Immortal Island, Zhongyu Jingju, as well as the various Island Masters of Martial Zhong Island, Black Crow Empire's Crow Queen, Divine Phoenix Empire's Monarch Black and White Elders. All of them actually knelt down and kowtowed to this person, looking extremely respectful. This scene left many martial artists dumbstruck. Alliance Master? What Alliance Master? Most people had no idea where this Alliance Master came from or what his identity was. However, when he saw all these important figures kneeling and kowtowing to the Alliance Master, he couldn't help but feel terrified. This person was definitely extraordinary. "Rise, all of you." The person sitting there smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. The few important people kneeling on the ground were actually lifted up by him. This kind of unintentional display of terrifying strength was truly astonishing. Especially since it was a young woman's voice, it was even more surprising. The Dragon Phoenix selection is really surprising. Even such a powerful warrior has appeared. He probably doesn't even bother to come out normally. Although people didn't know this woman, they knew that she was a hidden expert. She was probably even stronger than the Moon Maiden. The huge phoenix did not descend and was still floating in the sky. The woman sitting there had her face covered by a veil, making it impossible to see her appearance. However, her powerful aura was enough to make countless people submit, and they did not even have the courage to resist her. The Dragon Phoenix selection this time concerns the honor and safety of the Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent. "That is why I have come out." The Alliance Master's voice was light and pleasant to the ears. However, there was an irresistible majesty in this lightness. As everyone knows, the 5 immortals gathering in the past has been changed to the White Tiger continent and is now called the White Tiger Tempest Meet. This is the White Tiger continent's coercion and also a test. If you can't achieve good enough results in the White Tiger Tempest Meet, then they can bypass the restraints of the laws and invade our Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent en masse. There's actually such an inside story. Ling Xiao frowned. He originally thought that the White Tiger Tempest Meet was just a selection of geniuses. He did not expect that it was directly related to the safety of the Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent. If that was the case, he had to achieve good results even more. After all, the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent were already in his plans. He could not let others snatch them away. At that moment, the Alliance Master's voice sounded again. "Indeed, the White Tiger Tempest Meet is filled with danger, but it's also filled with hope. This is a gathering of the top young geniuses of the White Tiger continent. If any of you can stand out, then you will definitely be chosen by the major factions of the White Tiger continent. Your future is limitless. It can be said that advancing to the yin-yang realm is just around the corner. In the future, at the very least, you can become an overlord of the Divine Phoenix continent." These words were not false. Even if one's cultivation was only at the first level of the yin-yang realm, they would definitely be among the top experts in the Divine Phoenix continent. Not to mention, there were even fewer yin-yang realm experts in the Sky Dragon continent. Also, if our geniuses are lucky enough to achieve good results in the top 3, then the power of laws in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent will weaken. In the future, cultivation will be easier, and the level of improvement will be higher. So, remember this. The White Tiger Storm gathering this time is of great importance, and the number of people who are qualified to participate is extremely few. I won't send trash to embarrass myself and waste a spot. Of course. Zhongyu Huangquan sneered and muttered to himself. Ji Huangtian, Dan Feng, Feng Mingchishan, and the others were full of confidence. It was as if they were the ones who should be chosen. At this point, the Alliance Master suddenly tossed out a refining formation stone and started chanting. A moment later, a huge door appeared in the huge killing dragon forest. In the center of the door, there was a strange energy whirlpool that seemed to lead to a completely different space. This is a teleportation door that leads to an ancient ruin. As long as all martial artists at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm and above can walk out of the teleportation door, they will pass the first test. The Alliance Master continued, "However, I have to remind you that the ancient ruin is extremely dangerous. Once you die, you will really lose your life. If anyone is afraid, you can give up. I will not stop you. Also, the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list do not need to enter. Your strength is enough to enter the next stage." Hearing this, many of the participating martial artists frowned. Many people had never thought of risking their lives to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. They advanced to the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm with great difficulty. If they died, Wouldn't they lose everything? Thinking of this, close to half of the martial artists actually gave up this opportunity. Of course, the majority were martial artists who had just advanced to the third Grotto Heaven realm. To them, rather than taking the risk, it was better to preserve their strength. This was also considered a wiser choice. Of course, the people who were willing to participate in the first test still occupied the majority. These people were very confident and all wanted to achieve better results in the test. It's a pity that we can't kill Ling Xiao with our own hands. Ji Huangtian sighed and shook his head helplessly. There was only one teleportation door in the ancient ruin. That meant that those martial artists had to go in together. And there were many people who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 15:15. Senior brother, leave it to me to kill that Ling Xiao. The one who spoke was the second-ranked expert among the young warriors of the sacred dynasty Immortal Island. He was no longer on the Dragon Phoenix list, but his strength was still tyrannical. Tianming, it's been hard on you. Be careful and stay with the other participants. That Ling Xiao is very cunning. Ji Huangtian reminded him. Don't worry, senior brother. Ji Tianming smiled and said, our sacred dynasty Immortal Island has more than 20 participants. That Ling Xiao's Qingshu College only has 8 people. I'll kill the others first before killing Ling Xiao. Just like the sacred dynasty Immortal Island, Zhongyu Huangquan couldn't make a move on the opposite shore Immortal Island side. He could only leave Ling Xiao to Zhongyu Huangquan, who was slightly weaker than him, and the other disciples. Their number of warriors who had stepped into the door of the relic had reached 20. The 5 Immortal Islands were basically of the same scale. No one was willing to be less than the other. The Black Crow Empire had fewer people. They were led by Tomohiko Kumar. There were only 5 people in total, but they were all elites. Other than Tomohiko Kumar, the other 4 were all part of the 7 malignant stars. Only the first malignant star, He Yanbing, was in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, so he wasn't qualified to enter the door of the relic. On the imperial family's side, only Phoenix Cry Mountain, Mount Fengming, and Fengminglian could enter the door of the relic. Of course, if the Dark Current and Phoenix Cry Wushan of the Phoenix Academy were included, there were 5 people. Phoenix Cry Mountain and Feng Yinshan were in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Naturally, they couldn't enter the door of the relic. The rules to pass the test are very simple. This door of the relic leads to the Heavenly Devil Forbidden Land. There are heavenly devils left in the mystic world from the ancient times. However, you can rest assured that the strongest of these heavenly devils won't exceed the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, the weakest will not be weaker than the third Grotto Heaven realm. Everyone only needed to kill 10 Skyfians or eliminate 10 competitors to pass the test. Don't be surprised. Only blood and slaughter can stimulate your potential. Like I said before, you might die if you enter. Not only because of the heavenly demons, but also because of your competitors. Hearing this, many people looked at Ling Xiao. The ultimate goal of many practitioners from the sacred dynasties Immortal Island, Parameter Immortal Island, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire was to eliminate Ling Xiao. This was naturally an excellent opportunity. However, Ling Xiao's face remained indifferent. It was as if he had expected all of this. In fact, he was using his soul power to transmit his voice to his companions. After we go in, we'll probably be forcibly separated. If we encounter any danger, we'll deal with it ourselves. If we can't, don't get caught up in battle. Quickly find other companions to meet up with. The reason why Ling Xiao had made such an arrangement was because he had also felt the killing intent from the enemy. Since that was the case, he could only make the first move after entering. Understood. Long Chen and the others nodded. All right, let's begin. You may enter the door of the ruins. The Alliance Master's voice sounded again. Everyone entered one after another. Ling Xiao divided his soul power into 7 portions and injected them into the bodies of his 7 companions. This way, it would be easier to find each other. Let's go. We'll go too. Ling Xiao took the lead and stepped into the door of the ruins. After everyone stepped into the door of the ruins, the scene inside was suddenly displayed on the huge whirlpool. The audience outside could see it clearly. This door of the ruins is really magical. The Alliance Master's strength is indeed shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. To be able to create such a powerful door of the ruins was already very impressive, not to mention to be able to display the scene inside. As expected, standing alone on the heavenly devil battlefield that reeked of blood, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Just as he expected, everyone was forcibly separated as soon as they entered. Heavenly devil battlefield, interesting. Let's meet up with our companions first. Ling Xiao was very confident and also believed in his companions. However, the cultivation of his companions was uneven. Some were strong, while others were weak. Especially his younger brother, Ling Luo, who should be the weakest among the 8 of them. Once they encountered danger, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. It would be fine if they only encountered heavenly devils. If they encountered their enemies, it would be troublesome. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't know that his luck was considered good. After entering the heavenly devil battlefield, he didn't encounter any heavenly devils. However, some people directly appeared where heavenly devils gathered after entering. If they weren't particularly strong or good at escaping, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. At this moment, the warriors outside had already witnessed 4 or 5 people being killed by heavenly devils the moment they appeared inside. Even their souls were devoured. What was thrown out was just a soulless body. Outside the door of the ruins, cries and roars rose and fell one after another. After all, it wasn't a good feeling to see one's own disciple and family killed. Perhaps understanding this feeling, the Alliance Master didn't say anything to stop them. He only quietly watched the huge image on the door of the ruins. The clouds were as black as ink, the sky was gloomy, and the space was filled with evil. Even the ground under Ling Xiao's feet was black. The plants were also black. Occasionally, one could see a bit of color, but it was blood red. The blood red color appeared even more conspicuous and also made people tremble with fear. This place was definitely an incomparably terrifying and barren space. Everywhere was a terrifying atmosphere that made people breathless. Warriors with slightly smaller guts would probably be scared out of their wits the moment they entered this place. There's actually heavenly devil fighting intent attacking continuously. Ling Xiao's soul power clearly felt the heavenly devil fighting intent attacking from all directions. Of course, these fighting intents were weaker and completely incomparable to the primordial heavenly devil fighting intent in his body. Therefore, he only needed to release a little bit of heavenly devil fighting intent and he could completely defend against these attacks. However, he could do it, but other warriors couldn't. This was his advantage. Probably even the Alliance Master didn't expect this. Many people knew that Ling Xiao had a powerful golden crow fighting intent because he had used it before. However, they didn't know that his heavenly devil fighting intent was not weaker than the golden crow fighting intent at all. Perhaps it was because it was too spacious, but after walking for a while, he still didn't see a single person. There were only hideous corpses on the ground, as if they were complaining about their encounters. These corpses seem to have been here for a long time. Looks like the door of the ruins has been opened more than once. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, feeling a little emotional. Many talented youths worked hard in pursuit of a stronger warrior's path, but they died helplessly here. However, this heavenly devil battlefield is a good place for me. In such an environment, the tempering of my heavenly devil fighting intent will be even more powerful. Despite the stifling atmosphere, Ling Xiao still held his head high and walked forward with large strides. The more dangerous the environment, the more worthy it was for him to explore. He guessed that even the Alliance Master probably didn't fully understand the situation of the heavenly devil battlefield. Therefore, there might be some unexpected gains. Chapter 15-16. Ling Xiao didn't dare to fly because there could be danger everywhere. Flying in the sky was equivalent to making himself a target for others. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the ground. It was impossible to see its face clearly. It shot towards Ling Xiao at a close distance. The aura of death came straight at him. Destroy! Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. It was only a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm heavenly demon. It was far from his cultivation. He just casually pointed and a red sun all shot out. Boom! Flames raged and the space shook. The heavenly demon was instantly pierced by the red sun all. It burned and turned into ashes. Is this a heavenly demon? It's similar to the one I saw in the Moonlight Pagoda. It's shapeless and can hide anywhere. It can even control humans and animals. It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a heavenly demon. It wasn't the first time he killed one. However, the ones he met before were weaker because of the Moonlight Pagoda's restrictions. The one he met this time was very strong. However, he was much stronger than before, so he was fearless. First one. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He didn't stop and continued forward. He used his soul power to sense the location of Ling Luo, who had the weakest cultivation. If there wasn't any danger, he would naturally choose to start with the weakest cultivation. As soon as he spread out his soul power, Ling Xiao felt that there were people fighting in front of him. The two auras weren't weak, but they were unfamiliar. They weren't his companions. However, he still planned to go and take a look. If they were enemies, he would eliminate them. He wouldn't sit and wait for others to deal with him. At this time, in this environment, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. This time, Ling Xiao quickened his pace. Since there was a battle in front, the nearby heavenly demons should have been attracted to it. Therefore, he could be slightly faster. After a while, he arrived at an open space in front of him. At this time, there were two 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists fighting with a heavenly demon of similar strength. The heavenly demon was too strange. Coupled with the influence of the heavenly demon fighting intent, the two martial artists were actually unable to gain the upper hand. The energy shot out in all directions, and the ground was cut into many potholes. A small hill nearby was also directly flattened. They seemed to be warriors from the sacred dynasty's immortal island. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Senior brother, look. Isn't that Ling Xiao? One of them was a woman who was about 24 years old. Perhaps because it was easier for the two of them to fight together, she actually had the time to look into the distance. With a glance, he saw Ling Xiao standing there. Ling Xiao didn't hide. Instead, he walked over. There's a path to heaven but he doesn't want to take it. There's no door to hell but he insists on barging in. He's using a concealment technique. The senior martial brother sneered. Their concealment secret technique could only maintain the sealed world time for 10 seconds, which could quickly cause the monsters to lose sight of them. But the time was too short, so it was useless. Now, Ling Xiao's appearance was just enough to change the target of the heavenly demon. They could take the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Senior brother Huang Tian, senior brother Tianming, I'm sorry. Ling Xiao's life is ours. The man was so excited that his eyes were about to pop out. He casually crushed a talisman. Concealment. In that instant, the two disciples from the sacred dynasty's immortal island disappeared without a trace. The heavenly demon roared and changed its target to Ling Xiao. Whoosh! The heavenly demon roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. It seemed that these guys only had the most basic conditioned reflexes and didn't have any intelligence. They couldn't see that Ling Xiao was much stronger than them. Choosing Ling Xiao meant death. The pair of brother and sister who had been hiding in the shadows quickly revealed themselves. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they approached Ling Xiao. Their thoughts were simple. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to fight with the heavenly demon before launching a sneak attack. In that case, even if Ling Xiao was strong enough, he wouldn't be able to avoid the fate of being killed by them. They felt that this plan was perfect. Shameless. Outside the door of the ruins, Dai Yaoling couldn't help but curse. Although she didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection, she could still broaden her horizons. Hehe, what's there to be angry about? Ling Xiao won't be cheated by such idiots. Lan Yue smiled. Of course I know, but I'm still angry. The sacred dynasty's immortal island. To think that I used to admire them. I didn't expect them to have such shameless disciples. Dai Yaoling gritted her teeth. Since the island master is so shameless, I won't be an exception. Just watch in peace. Ling Xiao will definitely be able to turn the situation around. Dai Yuling smiled and said. On the other side, the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island who came to watch the battle revealed a mocking smile. Ling Xiao dared to offend their Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. After losing the protection of the Moon Lady, this was the result, death. Inside the door of the ruins, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. He knew very well what those two were thinking. They knew how to hide and he knew how to do it too. If he wanted to use it, he could use it at any time. However, there was no need to use it to deal with two pieces of trash. He might as well use it to make up the numbers. As long as he killed 10 of them, regardless of whether they were heavenly demons or martial artists, he would pass. He, human. A fresh human. A human full of fragrance. The heavenly demon seemed to be very interested in Ling Xiao's flesh. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had fused with the ancient golden dragon's bloodline, so the meat was more delicious. This guy's speed was very fast. A black light appeared and instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He felt that his speed was much faster than martial artists of the same level. No wonder the two martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island had to join forces to tie with him. The distance was only 3 meters. A sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was just pure ice fury. He didn't use any enhancement. Then, holding the sword with both hands, he slashed down. Because the heavenly demon was too fast, it didn't have time to dodge and was directly split in half. The two Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island martial artists who were approaching Ling Xiao were shocked and stopped in their tracks. No way, could the rumors be true? Ling Xiao is even stronger than a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. I thought it was just a rumor. Let's go, we are not his match. The two senior brother and junior sister were still quite tactful. Once they saw the situation, they knew that they were definitely not Ling Xiao's match. How could they dare to stay any longer? At this moment, the two halves of the heavenly demon, after passing through Ling Xiao's body, merged together and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Your vitality is quite tenacious, but it's a pity that it's useless. Ling Xiao turned around and struck out with his sword. This strike contained some of the power of the Red Sun. The heavenly demon's body was split open again. However, this time, the moment it was split open, it burned and let out a shrill scream of horror. There was no chance of resurrection at all. Chapter 15-17. The heavenly demon's shrill screams sent chills down the spines of the two disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's Island who were running away. Since you want to kill me, are you still planning to escape? Ling Xiao's voice was like a ghost's voice, ringing in the ears of the two disciples of the Sacred Dynasty's Island. Then, they felt a stabbing pain in their chests and instantly lost consciousness. So strong. Is this Ling Xiao? It seems that the rumors are true. Outside the ruins, many martial artists were actually doubtful of Ling Xiao's strength. They did not believe the legend of the dragon-slaying forest at all. However, they had to believe it when they saw this scene. At the very least, Ling Xiao could instantly kill two 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Bastard. The martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty's Island gnashed their teeth, wishing they could cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Haha, that's great. Staying in the heavenly demon battlefield with Brother Ling is really a tragedy for these people, especially those who want to kill him. Dai Yaoling clapped and laughed. Moon Maiden, Lan Yu and Dai Yuling were naturally overjoyed. 4. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After entering the heavenly demon battlefield, he had already killed 2 heavenly demons and 2 martial artists. In total, he had killed 4. As long as he killed 10, he would pass the test. However, what he was worried about was not whether he could pass the test, but the safety of his companions. The so-called test is just a game that treats human lives as child's play. For those big shots, it's like enjoying a free slaughter. How boring. Ling Xiao's heart was somewhat cold. The alliance leader could have stipulated that martial artists were not allowed to kill each other and only target heavenly demons. However, she did not do so. Perhaps to her, killing those stupid heavenly demons was a little too boring. Killing between martial artists was what truly excited her. Otherwise, wouldn't he have come for nothing? Reality is really cruel. Ling Xiao shook his head. Without strength, he could only be a plaything in the hands of others. He couldn't even choose how he died. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not weak. Even if he participated in this game, he could still carve out a future. Continue. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in lamenting. Only by making the Alliance Master unhappy could he be considered to have truly rebelled. What he needed to do was to protect the lives of everyone in Qingshu College. We're almost there. That's where Ling Luo is. Ling Xiao increased his speed and hurried on. A moment later, he discovered Ling Luo's figure. At this moment, Ling Luo's body was covered with injuries. He was currently hiding behind a cliff and recuperating. It seemed that he had been hunted down by someone before, and now he had escaped danger. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief and rushed towards Ling Luo. During the flight, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. What a boring trap. Seems like a lot of people want me dead. Hihi, he's coming. This idiot actually rushed over without looking at his surroundings. Just beside Ling Xiao's location, a person was lying quietly in a small mound of dirt. He was using his soul power to spy on Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. The moment Ling Xiao was about to land, this person suddenly exploded. A cold light flashed in his hand as he mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao only turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying. That martial artist actually hurriedly turned back in midair and fled to the other side. He was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's gaze. So cowardly. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at that martial artist disdainfully, revealing a bit of coldness. However, in the next moment, a dozen martial artists rushed out of the mound of dirt. Oh, all the martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island are here. Ling Xiao casually counted. There were exactly 18 of them. Originally, a total of 20 people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island had entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Previously, 2 of them had been killed by him. Now, there were only 18 left. Including Ji Tianming, none of them were weak. Ling Xiao, we already knew that you wouldn't abandon your brother. Poor idiot. He thought that he had escaped our pursuit. In fact, he didn't know that we deliberately used him to bait you. Ji Tianming sneered. How did you all gather together so quickly? Ling Xiao suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with Ji Tianming's words. However, this question was very serious. Logically speaking, after entering the Heavenly Devil battlefield, they should have been scattered. Even if they had a way to contact each other, it was impossible for them to gather together in such a short time. Then, there was only one possibility. That Alliance Master deliberately gathered the people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island together. I have no enmity with her. Why would she do this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled and angry. He didn't have any objections to a fair test. However, if someone deliberately targeted him, then he wouldn't be happy. At the same time, outside the door of the ruins, the Moon Maiden had already floated in the air. She looked coldly at the Alliance Master and asked the same question. That's right. This seat did it on purpose. So what? The Alliance Master looked at the Moon Maiden without fear. I don't care where you came from. If anything happens to Ling Xiao because of you deliberately making things difficult for him, I will definitely kill you. I guarantee that you will suffer the greatest pain in this world. The Moon Maiden looked coldly at the Alliance Master and suddenly smiled. You think you can kill Ling Xiao like this? You are just sending a killing god to those pitiful people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. She didn't return to her seat. This Alliance Master could clearly use soul force to control the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Although this kind of control was very limited, if something like this happened again, she would have to stop it. The Alliance Master was still expressionless. She didn't refute the Moon Maiden's words, but she was somewhat disdainful of the Moon Maiden's words. One Ji Tianming was enough for Ling Xiao to handle, not to mention that there were 18 of them. Could Ling Xiao really escape unscathed? She didn't believe it. This time, Ling Xiao won't be able to escape. Ji Ruolong was in a good mood. He couldn't think of any possibility for Ling Xiao to escape under such circumstances. Inside the heavenly devil battlefield, Ji Tianming naturally wouldn't answer Ling Xiao's question. He just waved his hand and said one word. Kill. However, before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao's body was already more than 10 meters above Ji Tianming in the blink of an eye. Golden crow rising sun. With a thrust of the sword, the air seemed to solidify. A huge golden crow burned the air, enveloping all the cultivators from the sacred dynasty's fairy island, including Ji Tianming. Ah! Miserable screams sounded one after another. In just one move, the sacred dynasty's fairy island lost 8 Grotto Heaven Realm disciples in an instant. Of the remaining 10 people, 5 were seriously injured. Are you going to kill me like this? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Chapter 15:18. Ling Xiao had a mocking expression on his face. Looks like not many people know about what happened in the dragon-slaying forest. You guys didn't learn your lesson. Since that's the case, I'll broadcast the video to the entire Divine Phoenix continent and let everyone see the consequences of offending me. Ling Xiao. Void Shadow Crocodile. Another sword thrust out. It looked like a simple move, but in exchange, 5 of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island martial artists died tragically. There are 5 people left. Ling Xiao's mouth was filled with cold disdain. Daotai Doomsday. An even more terrifying move was condensed. Those 3 moves were consecutive moves to begin with. They all belonged to the third profoundness. Thus, when Chu Feng unleashed them, he was able to unleash them smoothly and without the slightest pause. Break for me. Ji Tianming's face was gloomy as he roared. He held his treasured saber and slashed out, shattering the Daotai sword chi that was pouncing towards him. Haha, you're quite powerful. No wonder you're under Ji Huangtian on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Unfortunately, you can protect yourself, but you can't protect them. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. Ji Tianming's cultivation should be around the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. As long as he blocked with all his strength, it was impossible for him to be killed in one move. However, this was Ji Tianming's limit. There was no one alive beside him. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Ji Tianming definitely didn't expect that he would be so confident as to bring 19 of his fellow disciples to kill Ling Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. He didn't have the face to go back and see Ji Huangtian and the island master. Boom! He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack. He waved his treasured saber and a terrifying saber chi slashed towards Ling Xiao like a giant saber that could split mountains. Looks like your saber technique is quite good. If you don't die, you'll definitely become the new leader of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. What a pity. Ling Xiao actually had the time to comment on Ji Tianming's attack. Hearing this, Tianming almost vomited blood. When the saber chi was less than a meter away from him, Ling Xiao suddenly swung his sword to block it. Sharp sword chi whizzed out. Kai. Crack. The sword chi was like a waterfall, easily hitting the saber chi, and then an explosion sounded. Ji Tianming's saber energy was actually cut into 2 by Ling Xiao's sword energy. How could this be? Is your cultivation not at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm? No matter what, Ji Tianming could not accept that the saber strike that he had accumulated strength for had been broken so easily by his opponent. However, Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking nonsense. After breaking Ji Tianming's blade energy, a dark demonic sword appeared above Ling Xiao's head. In the heavenly devil battlefield, the power of the demonic sword of darkness was naturally stronger than the divine sword of light. Dark magic sword, body annihilation. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had increased, only needed to use the most basic moves of the heavenly devil world extermination art together with the dark magic sword to deal with Ji Tianming. This was the advantage of profound moves. As the cultivation increased, the power would also increase. Unlike many martial arts moves, after the cultivation increased, the power would not increase and would gradually be eliminated. Whirlwind saber formation. In his panic, Ji Tianming actually didn't dare to attack. Instead, he released a defensive move. The saber in his hand constantly rotated, forming a dense saber formation around his body. The energy released by the saber formation became his strongest defense. Boring. I thought you were a courageous person. Ling Xiao sighed in disdain. The sword light completely destroyed the saber formation and pierced Ji Tianming's chest. Retreat. In that instant, Ji Tianming no longer had the slightest fighting spirit. The only thing he wanted to do now was to escape. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. The strength of his sacred dynasty Immortal Island was simply not enough. He had to contact the Parameter Immortal Island, the Black Crow Empire, the Phoenix Academy and the Imperial family to kill Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao, I'm not your opponent, but you don't have to kill me. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Your opponent should be my senior brother Ji Huangtian, Ji Tianming shouted as he fled. He seemed to be very afraid that Ling Xiao would chase after him. However, Ling Xiao didn't give chase at all. Compared to killing Ji Tianming, Ling Xiao was more concerned about his younger brother Ling Luo. Ling Luo, are you alright? What made Ling Xiao happy was that his younger brother Ling Luo was very smart. When he was fighting with the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's martial artists, Ling Luo hid in a hidden place to prevent being held hostage by the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's martial artists. This made Ling Xiao hesitate to attack. I'm fine, big brother. Ling Luo grinned, but because of this, the wounds on his body were affected, causing him to frown in pain. Don't try to be brave. I'm really fine. With Big Brother's healing medicine, I'll recover quickly. Ling Luo said proudly. How about this, follow me. I'll let you complete the assessment first and then we'll leave this place. Ling Xiao suddenly said seriously. That's not good, Big Brother. That's cheating. To me, there's no meaning in training. Ling Luo frowned. He didn't want to be a bird that couldn't fly under his brother's protection. If it was a normal assessment, I wouldn't do this. However, this assessment has been controlled by someone. Otherwise, do you think the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island's martial artists would suddenly gather together? Ling Xiao said seriously, listen to me. Even training on the battlefield is better than here. Others want to kill you. All right, Big Brother. I understand. Ling Luo finally nodded. He didn't want to cause trouble for his brother. Let's go. The first person you want to kill is Ji Tianming. Ling Xiao called out to Ling Luo and chased after Ji Tianming. At this moment, outside the ruins, the Alliance Master's mood wasn't very good. Although she was wearing a veil and others couldn't see her expression, they could feel that she was feeling very uncomfortable. It wasn't easy to gather all the martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island together, but Ling Xiao had killed them until only Ji Tianming was left. This Ling Xiao, is he really unstoppable? Since that's the case, let's do something even more ruthless. At the same time, the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island's side was gloomy. Ji Ruolong had already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Those dead disciples were the hope of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Those under the age of 30 were all at the third Grotto Heaven realm and above. They were all geniuses among geniuses. However, only Ji Tianming was left. He hated that he couldn't swallow Ling Xiao whole. Old man, do you know what it means to bring disaster upon oneself? If you didn't instigate them to take revenge, they wouldn't have died. Just wait, that Ji Tianming won't be able to escape from Big Brother Ling's palm. Dai Yaoling looked at Ji Ruolong and said sarcastically. She was really frightened just now. There were actually so many people surrounding Ling Xiao. Therefore, what she said now was definitely not pleasant to hear. Chapter 15:19. The cultivators of the Sacred Dynasty looked at Dai Yaoling furiously, but they didn't dare to do anything. With the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, they would be courting death if they went up. On the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Ling Xiao brought Ling Luo along as they chased after Ji Tianming. Ji Tianming looked back in horror and realized that Ling Xiao, who was a few hundred meters away from him, was now much closer. In his panic, he took out a pile of thunderclap thunder fireballs that he had prepared beforehand and threw them out one by one. This thing definitely couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but it could slow down Ling Xiao's movement and create a chance for him to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the thunderbolt fire bullets that filled the sky and didn't dodge. He waved the heavy ice's fury in his hand, and its speed was as fast as a broken sword. The terrifying weight didn't seem to exist in his hand at all. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded in the sky. Before the thunderbolt fire bullets could get close to Ling Xiao, they were completely destroyed. But at this moment, Ji Tianming took the opportunity to increase the distance between them and continued to escape. "Let's see where you can run to," Ling Xiao sneered. As long as he couldn't leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he could kill Ji Tianming. He definitely wouldn't let this person go. If he didn't bring Ling Luo, his speed would be even faster. But this wasn't a problem. With his current speed, it was enough to catch up to Ji Tianming. His brother Ling Luo wasn't as weak as he imagined. "Ling Luo, that broken sword of yours seems to be the Ling family's heirloom?" Ling Xiao recognized the broken sword in his brother's hand. In the past, when the other families of Tianfeng City joined forces with the ninja experts to destroy the Ling family, the broken sword displayed a shocking power. Now, the broken sword was in the hands of his brother. "Yes, brother. You don't know this, but this broken sword was originally used by the Ling family's ancestor. This Ling family's ancestor was actually a fierce general under the ancient era's human king. It has now become my martial soul," Ling Luo said excitedly. "No wonder you can fly with it. Can it be faster?" Ling Xiao asked. "Sure, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep up with me. Just now, I relied on this broken sword to escape from those people," Ling Luo replied. "Hehe, interesting. You're being looked down upon by your own little brother. Then fly as fast as you can. Don't worry about me," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "All right, no problem." The two of them suddenly sped up. Ji Tianming, who was fleeing, suddenly felt the pressure grow even more terrifying. When he turned around to look, he was nearly scared out of his wits. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao had actually closed the distance between them once again. Moreover, they were almost behind him. Especially the terrifying killing intent emanating from Ling Xiao's body, it seemed as if it could instantly obliterate him. He shouted in horror, then took out a talisman from his storage ring and threw it out. "Damn it, this is something that senior brother obtained from the Zhangyi school with great difficulty. Only the cultivators of the immortal court continent can make it. What a waste." Ji Tianming had originally planned to use this talisman to deal with stronger enemies, especially at the White Tiger Storm meet. With this thing, he might be able to get a good ranking. However, he had no choice but to use it now because Ling Xiao was too terrifying. If he didn't use it now, he would have to die. "Ling Xiao, why are you chasing me like this? Lord Alliance Master also said that we can kill each other here, but I can't kill you. I'm not a threat to you. Why do you have to do this?" Although he said so, he threw the talisman accurately. When the talisman was 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, it suddenly released a strange light. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ling Xiao stopped Ling Luo, who was speeding up, and chose to dodge. Boom! The talisman shattered, and the terrifying heavenly lightning turned into dozens of lightning bolts and blasted toward Ling Xiao. What a terrifying thing. It's said that the secret technique scrolls we use are just imitations of talismans. The power is far inferior to the talismans of the immortal court continent. Ling Xiao thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. Sun Moon Sword Domain Defense. With a soft chant, dense sword chi appeared around him. The heavenly lightning bombarded the sword chi. Although the sword chi was shattered, it became weak and could no longer pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianming was dumbfounded. He had even used his trump card, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Not only was this guy's attack terrifying, but his defense was also terrifying. How was he going to kill him? "You asked me to let you go, but you tried to kill me. For a shameless person like you, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will destroy you." Ling Xiao's voice was filled with incomparably cold killing intent. He was most annoyed by people who said one thing but actually did another. "Ling Luo, hide first." Ling Xiao was about to attack when he suddenly felt a slight wave of killing intent. It seemed that someone was trying to launch a sneak attack on him nearby. Of course, this person hid very well. Even he could only feel a slight wave of killing intent. He couldn't determine the other party's location. He couldn't accurately determine the other party's location either. However, he didn't want to take the risk, so he instructed Ling Luo to hide first. After all, Ling Luo's cultivation was still too low. He could deal with heavenly demons, but he was still no match for these powerful cultivators. Ji Tianming seemed to have been reminded of something. His originally anxious face actually relaxed. Of course, this expression was only for a moment. However, it was still caught by Ling Xiao's sharp eyes. There is indeed a problem. Ling Xiao thought to himself. If it was someone else, they would probably immediately retreat and leave this dangerous area. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? What he needed to do now was to beat them at their own game. He wanted to see who was trying to sneak attack him and deal with them together. Otherwise, with this person's powerful concealment technique, if he didn't want to come out, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Kill. Ling Xiao held the dark demon's sword and thrusted it towards Ji Tianming with a furious roar. Sand martial spirit, come out. At this moment, Ji Tianming finally released his martial spirit. Previously, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to release his martial spirit. Now that he had a powerful helper, he didn't need to fear Ling Xiao. He released his martial spirit to give Ling Xiao more pressure. Sand martial spirit. Ling Xiao noticed that behind Ji Tianming, there was a cloud of yellow sand flying. It looked extremely strange. He had seen many martial spirits, but this was the first time he had seen such a martial spirit. It should also be a natural type martial spirit. Ling Xiao judged. The most powerful thing about natural type martial spirits was that when the compatibility between the martial spirit and the cultivator reached 100%, the body could also be naturalized. Such a cultivator was very difficult to kill. If he wanted to attack them, there was only one way, and that was to make use of the fighting spirit. Sword intent, saber intent, killing intent. As long as your battle intent was strong enough, you wouldn't need to worry about your opponent's naturalization. Chapter 1520. After Ji Tianming released his martial soul, his body suddenly became huge, as if he had turned into a sandstorm in the desert. This martial soul is interesting. My universe of Tyrant contains the mountain river world. In the mountain river world, good things need to be in the desert. This way, the natural landscape will be diversified. Ling Xiao could not help but have a strong interest in Ji Tianming's martial soul. But now, he had to kill this guy first. Sandstorm. Ji Tianming's voice floated from the sky, as if it came from all directions. It was impossible to determine his exact location. Then, a terrifying sandstorm formed in the sky. Although the area was not big, it covered the sky and covered the sun, making it impossible to see anything. Wings of darkness. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, a pair of terrifying black wings appeared behind his back, absorbing the heavenly demon fighting spirit and evil chi of the heavenly demon battlefield, becoming even more evil chi. Fly. He began to fly in circles in the sandstorm. His speed became faster and faster, forming an even crazier hurricane. After a while, the sandstorm was blown away. Ji Tianming fell to the side with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. He probably did not expect Ling Xiao to use such a method to break his martial soul. Die. Ling Xiao flapped his wings of darkness and looked coldly at Ji Tianming. The dark demonic sword in his hand had already pierced towards his opponent. Boom. But at this moment, the ground suddenly cracked open. A figure shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The short blade in his hand was filled with cold killing intent. Someone is indeed hiding. Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped and then flew back. The sneak attacker was very strong. It was not a wise move to take it head-on. Hey! While retreating, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a shocking chill on his back. Almost subconsciously, he entered the shadow body state. A beam of sword chi directly pierced through his shadow body. How dangerous! I did not expect that there would be two people hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the sky again, his eyes filled with shock. No. There's still one more. A strange whirlpool appeared in the void. Then, a hand reached out from the whirlpool, holding an exquisite dagger, and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's waist. Ling Xiao had just used Shadow Body, and it would take some time before he could use it again. He had no choice but to use light shadow armor. Crack! The dagger stabbed into the luster battle armor, emitting an unpleasant sound of friction. Immediately, a dent appeared on the luster battle armor. However, Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement. TSK, you guys really think highly of me. The four of you actually teamed up to ambush me. Ling Xiao was finally out of danger. However, the four fellows in front of him gave him a headache. Ji Tianming of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, Dark God Palace Silver Medalist, Level 10, 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Water God Temple's Divine Envoy, 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other one was Gao Youngjun from the Blackwater Fairy Island. His cultivation was the lowest, only at the 6th Paradise Realm. However, he had a very strange martial spirit. He was the one who had taken out a dagger from the void to assassinate him. They were all his enemies. There was no need to mention the Dark God Palace and the Water Fairy Temple. He was the one who killed Gao Youngjuan's father, Gao Yongwen. It was normal for him to seek revenge. However, he also wanted to seek revenge from this guy, which saved him the time to look for him. The four of them teamed up, and three of them launched a sneak attack. However, they were unable to hurt Ling Xiao, let alone kill him. This made their faces a little gloomy. What was Ling Xiao's cultivation level? This was the same question in their minds. Facing two 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and a 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist with a special martial spirit, he was actually unharmed. It would not be so easy to deal with Ling Xiao next. Outside the door of the ruins, the crowd held their breaths, not daring to speak. Once again, Ling Xiao was in an even greater danger. Compared to the previous encirclement of the 20 people from the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, at least this time, they had almost hurt Ling Xiao. What would the next battle be like? It was really exciting. 2 hours have passed. A total of 239 martial artists entered. Currently, 101 people have died. Of the 4 people who completed the test and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield, there are 134 people left. The martial artist next to the Alliance leader announced in a cold, mechanical voice. Fortunately, no one died on our side. Dai Yaroling looked at the death list and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, it was clear at a glance who had died. This was because if someone was killed, it would be highlighted or replayed. No one from Qingshu College was on the list. On the contrary, 2 of the 4 people who completed the task were martial artists from Qingshu College. They were the sisters Hua Fuguang and Hua Liuying. After they entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield, they quickly met up with each other. Naturally, they used their own special method. After that, the 2 of them killed a total of 15 Heavenly Devils and 5 martial artists who tried to attack them. They successfully passed. The other 2 who passed were the Thunder Eagle Phoenix's son, Ying Tianxia, and the Vermilion Bird Phoenix's son, Zhu Wen. The 2 of them did not kill anyone. They completely relied on killing Heavenly Devils to pass the test. Anyway, no one dared to touch them. They chose to leave so quickly because they did not want to encounter Ling Xiao. The 2 of them had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was. They did not want to lose their lives. 2 pieces of trash. You are the shame of the Phoenix Academy. From today onwards, you are no longer disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Get lost. Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia's actions made Ming Huang very unhappy. He felt that it was a cowardly thing to do. Let's go. I've never seen anyone send their students to their deaths. Ying Tianxia was carefree. Since the Phoenix Academy did not want him, he directly returned to his Thunder Eagle tribe. In any case, even if there were people in the Thunder Eagle tribe who were unhappy with him, they would not dare to say so. Zhu Wen sighed and said, "Dean, it's not that I don't want to deal with Ling Xiao. It's just that it's not a wise thing to do. With my current cultivation, I'll only be sending myself to my death if I encounter him." This guy was a smart person. He was a person who truly knew his own limits. Although many martial artists despised him and Zhu Wen very much now, However, after the end of the first trial, many people would know how wise their actions were. Zhu Wen also chose to return to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's formation. The two tribes were embarrassed, but they did not say anything. No matter what, they had passed the first round. It was something to be happy about. At this moment, there were several battles going on at the same time in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao faced Ji Tianming, the Dark Shrine's Silver Grade 10 assassin, the Water Shrine's Divine Envoy, and Gao Yongjun. Long Chen was also being chased by 3-parameter Immortal Island martial artists. He was retreating as he fought. Shong Guanhong encountered the Black Crow Empire's 5th Maleficent Star and was in the midst of a fierce battle. Cold Plum was being attacked by Tomohiko Kumar and Zhong Yu's parameter Immortal Island.